Okay, good afternoon, folks. Welcome to special Smudcast number 401. This is going to be a bit different than our usual Smudcast. We're going to go extra long, so we're starting early, and we're going to have a number of people come on and just talk to their heart's content within a time limit, of course, and just have a good time. And I wanted to do something like this for a while, and I guess the big 4-0 is, or OO is a good enough reason. But unfortunately, I think Thursday and Friday we had other priorities, and that was the Maggie May Fish Day. And I think Thursday we were just unorganized to do so. So we're starting it off with our common panelist, Gingaman. And I thought you were going to cover a certain anime or a cartoon, something you like. But instead, we're doing a great topic, and that's criticism by nitpicking. So why don't you introduce us to this video?
Yes, it is. It's a nostalgia critic editorial called "Is It Right to Nitpick?" The original upload was on July 16th of 2013. It was re-uploaded on August 31st of 2015. Right now, it's sitting at just over 300,000 views with 5.8 thousand likes and 82 dislikes.
Sounds good. I mean, as far as liking or having a positively viewed Channel Awesome video, usually his stuff is okay. People like it, but you do get that occasional video where it's half and half or 75%. So must be a good one. Yeah. Not too long.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, usually Doug in the editorials sometimes either gives some kind of history lesson about certain things or gives his own take on certain other topics here and there, like this one about is it right to nitpick? Where it's the whole thing about whether or not I'll just give a quick summary. It's basically it says is it right to nitpick? Where it's the main point of the argument is that he's going to say later is whether or not the actual quality of the product can bring you into its own universe enough to ignore those really, really small issues, and that the quality of the product can determine whether or not you can actually spot those.
We also talked about Doug Walker before on the channel, and it seems as if whenever he doesn't do any goofy things or skits, he does a good job. He actually says what he thinks and feels, and it comes across as genuine, and he seems to be a bit more objective when he does so. It's when he has those goofy reviews with his friends, things get a little silly, and it's more for entertainment purposes and comedic value than it is for criticism and understanding what he's trying to say. So, although sometimes here and there, it's the criticism sometimes tends to win out, even in those videos with the wacky, crazy shit. It happens. Yeah. So this is a short video, so it won't take us too much time. But let's get going.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy. Remember it so you don't have to. Some of you might find it very hard to believe, but I am a nitpicker. I know, it's sad but true.
Yeah, obvious stupid joke.
But sometimes I'm proud. Because there's certainly films out there that have it coming. Movies that so obviously do not think at all about the obvious flaws that most people would find distracting. But how far is too far? We've all come across those people who let what seems like the tiniest of errors ruin an entire film for them. These are the people you just want to shout, "Good God, it's just a movie!" But then ironically, we go on and find our own little pet peeves in movies that we hate. So then, when is nitpicking justified and when is it not? Because when you look at any film close enough, you quickly discover that there really is no such thing as a perfect movie. Every film has some mistakes or some miscalculations. It's not surprising, seeing how film is an illusion, and whether it's telling a story or performing a magic act, at some point, not every trick is going to work.
So
some of the most
that's a good point. I wanted to pause and talk as well because
go ahead, you first.
Definitely, even your favorite films, you could easily pick apart the plot, but that's when it comes down to nitpicking, because everything that everyone says, my favorite is The Princess Bride, that's a fun film. Everyone enjoys it. But when you take apart the plot, you say, well, why didn't Wesley just bring over all his pirates and just storm the castle? Or all these other plot questions like, why didn't he just do that or this happen? Yeah, it does sort of break down, but you don't think of those things because you're brainstorming as to why characters didn't behave a certain route. But that is where you get the nitpick territory, where you can, go to the minutia of the details of stories and say, yeah, it could have been done better here and there. But it's not the absence of stuff that bothers me. It's the content of things that will bother me, and why a scene might have a bad prop, or like the fight scene with the swords in The Princess Bride. You could clearly tell the swords are not solid steel; they're flimsy. So stuff like that you'll notice. But even then, everyone loves the sword fights. So that's a good nitpick to have. And you're really talking about, is this thing a 99% amazing show, or is it 98%? You're really going on the percentages of a fraction. Mm-hmm.
And yeah, especially a much bigger example that came to me as soon as I heard this explanation up to now is literally the entire plot of Back to the Future Part 2, when it's like obviously, quick history lesson, the first movie was just supposed to be the one movie, and that's it. It was just supposed to be like a to be continued that was never supposed to be followed up on. Mm-hmm. But it was so big that they just had to capitalize. And the problem, the little issue that crops up ultimately as a result in 2 is because why is she in the car? Why is Jennifer in the car? It's like there's aside from a little comedy later on, there's really that endangers the entire thing. When you pick it apart, yeah. But just watching it as the movie that it is, like ultimately, in universe, it doesn't. Obviously, yeah, there's the risk of destroying the entire space-time continuum. But it's like just watching it all the way through, they end up ultimately finding a way to, surpass that. And that's just something. It's like you immediately notice that when you pick apart Back to the Future Part 2, just this was never supposed to continue after this. But then you just like that immediate problem at the very start. As a result of the ending of the first movie, it's like why is she in the car? Just go back and leave her behind. But there's just those kinds of things that are just they just have to end up working with, because that's really there's no way around it.
Yeah, and plus when you're talking about time travel, you have to have it, at least for the movie itself. I don't think there are too many time travel movies prior that you could really focus on and say this is where things were done differently. When you have time travel as really anything in a story, you have to be very careful so that the audience understands it and there's not too many questions raised, because if you have a time machine, just go back in time and fix things. And if that doesn't work, just go back in time and fix that. And you just have this constant questioning of just go back and keep changing things. So
which in itself is a major nitpick for pretty much both for all of 2. It's like if you just fuck up in a specific part of the plan, just go back even further. Try to fix it. It's like, no, but it's like, but if we don't have that, we wouldn't have the story that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, because we look at time travel stories like from Star Trek, Next Generation, and Voyager. Everything's sort of definitive. It's sort of like once this happens, boom, everything changes. Oh, great, now we have to go back even further and change that, or step in at a specific time and change that. That was a really awkward scenes in Voyager with 7 of 9 and doing all these crazy things with time stream. And the one I liked was...
mind you, Voyager was way after Back to the Future.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But that's what I mean. Like the public consciousness of the concept of time travel in science fiction stories, at least in video and in television, wasn't that level yet. And it certainly wasn't at the time of I always bring up The Time Traveler's Wife as a novel or novella, because its view on time travel is deterministic. So you can't change. You can go back in time, yeah, but what happened back in time already happened. You just don't know it because you haven't lived through it as the time.
It's a fixed point in time. As Doctor Who puts it, it's a fixed point in time that can't be changed.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do in the past because it's already happened. So there's nothing can be altered. It's already set in stone, which is amazing because that forces the audience to say, well, what's the point? At the same time, the writer has to keep track of everything. If they do change like the color of something, or they break a tire and now they can't turn left or whatever, like they have to keep that in mind that was always happening, and they just kept that out of the scene until they go to the next scene in the future or the past. So our understanding of time from these concepts, which are very hard to write, are fascinating in and of themselves when they're done a different way.
Yes, and then and stories that use time travel is when I want to make where I want to make the very clear distinction between actual criticism and nitpicking, because when stories that use time travel, the very clear factor in whether or not it's one or the other is the quality of the work, because you watch Back to the Future part with the original as it is, just on its own, and you might be able to detect some little things here and there, little like nitpicks here and there, but the overall quality of the work is so solid and so well done that you really just watching it all the way through without thinking of anything else other than what you're watching. You really don't. It doesn't matter, because the product is so good. It doesn't stay in your mind for long.
Yeah, we could talk about other films like Looper, which has this weird cultural reason why time travel exists, which is just silly. And the actual effect of time travel and the twist in the end. It's like, okay. So we've had good time travel stories. We've had bad. We've had so-so ones. And it's just experiencing them all that the audience gets a certain intelligence about the topic or the genre that uses these terms, which I think is great for anyone reading or watching science fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's keep going.
Famous and loved films of all time have huge mistakes in it. For example, in Star Wars, the destruction of the Death Star is caused by sending one tiny torpedo into a tiny little hole that somehow blows up this entire base. Wait a minute, how can a little torpedo do that? Why is it they have to do most of their traveling in the trenches? Why don't they just fly around space until they're closer to that hole?
So they made an entire movie about this very thing, didn't they? So.
Yeah. And this once again is another example of, if you're just watching it in context, you're not paying attention to any of that. You're just you're just so entrenched in the spectacle. This definitely is a good example of that divide between legitimate criticism and nitpicking. Just
right.
The quality of this scene is so good. Watching it as part of the movie, it's like you don't pay attention to that. You're just in it for the spectacle, for the spectacular action and all that.
Exactly. This is the same argument you could throw at The Princess Bride. Why didn't he just use all his pirate friends? It's like, it's not important. That's not the plan. It's all about the spectacle here and what they're, and the thing they set up beforehand, which is they all go through the trench. They crank out their engines, so they're going even faster, and it's very dangerous and high risk, and just to get that one shot. So, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then go in closer. Why didn't the Empire just cover that hole up to begin with? They seem to know to keep the rebels away from it. Why didn't the Death Star just blow up the planet in front of them to destroy the rebel base, just like they showed on how it should have ended? All of these are major problems with the climax, but for the most part, nobody lets it bother them. Citizen Kane, said to be one of the best movies of all time, has a major mistake in it. The movie is about everyone trying to figure out what Citizen Kane meant by his last word. The problem? Nobody was there to hear him say it! Yeah, the room was empty when he died, so how does everyone know that's the last thing he said, putting this whole journey into motion? That's a huge mistake, and yet people still see it as one of the standalone greats. But still, how come in, say, an Uwe Boll film or an M. Night Shyamalan film, we're much more open to criticizing these mistakes and say that they ruined the story they were trying to tell? Is it just because we don't like the movie and thus we look for even more reasons to hate it?
I think that's a good point, because a lot of films where the production, if not the storytelling or the story itself, is so lackluster, we tend to go, oh, this other flaw that pops up also is very glaring, compared to an example again with Princess Bride. Everything is fun. Everything is entertaining. There's always something new in each scene. And you're not concerned about, why didn't they have these things? How does this miracle pill work? Like, what is mostly dead mean? Like, all these weird questions start popping up about the fantasy now of the environment. And it's like, well, I'm still getting lots of entertainment value. I'm still paying attention. It doesn't break my immersion very much. So it's okay. It's with these B movies, like Uwe Boll movies, where it's so silly that you're partially saying, okay, I can sort of buy this fictitious world, and the back of your head you're going, this is ridiculous. I mean, this is too silly to watch, and you're going to poke fun at it as many times as you can because it's fun to do so. Mm-hmm.
And that's part of why the point I'm making here is that that as that like we said, like I said earlier, is the quality and the production value is definitely more of a factor when it comes to one side or the other, whether it's proper criticism or nitpicking. That is that the divide is there, and most definitely in the case of things like Uwaball or Shyamalan, which they've dipped massively in terms of like a lot of factors, where it's like they're so off, they're so bad at some of them. It's like, yeah, it's made more obvious because you're not immersed enough.
Exactly.
And that hurts it, definitely. That hurts the experience of watching the movie or the TV show or whatever with anything.
And this is the same
immersion
with defenders of bad films that they love, like The Last Jedi. They're so into the themes and the cinematography and whatever that they don't care when you mention, yeah, but these flying fortresses don't make any sense. Where did they come from? Why are they being used? And
exactly, which is another thing. It's like that we also got to be careful that the immersion doesn't take over too much in the movie, in the watching experience. So that we can definitely have that distinction between how immersed we are into the product and how critically we're looking at it. And that is definitely a big problem that like surfaced, at least in my opinion, that really surfaced when it came to The Last Jedi and pretty much that entire Disney trilogy.
Yeah.
Like for these people that like really wanted to get into it so badly and defend it with so much gusto, so much madness, it's just insane. It's like people that let the immersion take over too much, and they just like let that be the drive to defend the movies that are so clearly below, at the very least, below average.
Yes, for sure.
Well, kind of. I started to think about a movie like The Wizard of Oz, and how not too many people would attack it because, well, it's a kid's movie. But not just because of that, but because it's a good kid's movie. A really good kid's movie. Yeah, it's filled with things that don't add up, like why did Glenda think Dorothy wouldn't believe her when she said to click her heels? Or how could the wizard possibly project those holograms from that tiny machine? Or how could the witch go all her life without getting any water on her? Dude, not even a shower? She must smell like rhino ass. But we still accept it for two reasons. One, it created an environment where the focus is on the emotions and not the logical. And two, we're just so sucked in by those emotions and the characters and the visuals to really notice those mistakes.
Right, and it's a fantasy. It's for kids. Like, so we're talking about genre and subgenre. So once you know you're in a musical, things are, or basically a stage production in a movie format, things aren't supposed to be as solid and realistic as they should appear. So we give it more leeway as its resulting content is to appeal to people who like music and dancing and look at the colors, like all the crazy sets. So it's all this big spectacle as opposed to, does this make any logical sense? And no one is here to take these sorts of films seriously. Like, this didn't actually really happen in The Wizard of Oz, or a house flying through a twister, would it survive? None of that is, we're never going to say that that's a possibility. And that's fine. And once you say twisters can throw houses and be fine, then you could sort of give in to just about anything they throw at you, like a witch never touching water. So.
Yeah, and that's what plays into the whole thing with the immersing yourself in like the universe and the context of whatever you're watching. It's like any and all media always try to focus on very specific aspects of how they want to tell the story and how they want to present their world, and that's something else that plays into the division in criticism, whether it's legitimate or nitpicking. It's like if you the viewer focus too much on not only what they're showing you, but also other things that have nothing to do with it, that's definitely going to hamper your perception of the product that you're experiencing.
Especially when you're talking about genres that require logic, like detective fiction, where the detective has to be extremely cognizant of everything because he's the guy who's going to explain stuff, and the audience also has the capacity to solve whodunit in their own whatever they're keeping track of. So you need to have logic where logic is supposed to be, and you need to have fantastical elements, especially within the genre of fantasy to begin with. So there's lots of leeway given to the fantasy and science fiction and science fantasy genres than there are to the mundane, like police procedurals and slice of life and, modern stories in general.
I mean, would you agree or disagree that science fiction specifically, like Star Trek and other things, would you agree that one has to have a much tighter balance between what it focuses on, the fantastical stuff like the futuristic technology, as well as the logic within that, one way or the other? Would you agree that science fiction would require a much tighter balance because of what a lot of these sci-fi properties tend to do, like Star Trek?
Yeah, I would only say that to the hard science fiction, because even with soft science fiction or science fantasy or space operas or the fantasy genre, once you're given a system of magic or technology, if it's soft, then those are the rules. So it's like, okay, magic can do almost anything, like teleportation and healing wounds from the dead and stuff like that, without going into too much detail, because once there's the detail, then it's hard science, it's hard magic or hard rules that you must adhere to. So you can't break those rules unless it's further explained. So yes, I do agree hard is the way to go if you want that level of realism to be very high.
And a specific example I want to bring up that I've mentioned this franchise before. An example of straight up science fantasy is Assassin's Creed, which it tries to have that balance between like the fantastical, adventurous elements of the actual assassin stories, but also tie it back into the real world with at least at the beginning, Desmond and Abstergo and the Animus and all that. And the way the series tries to explain like the full functionality of the Animus, which is the thing that's letting us see into the lives of all the assassins in the past. The way they explain it, it's like as at the very least at the start, it had a soft science fiction explanation to it, where it taps into that certain part of the brain and of the DNA that can trace back to your ancestry, which is how it was almost exactly how it was explained as far back as Assassin's Creed 1 with Altair. It's trying to trace that memory back through the technology of the Animus. And then, but on the flip side, we have all the technology of the first civilization, the Isu, and that, especially later, all that tech, like if you remember, like the Apple of Eden, the Staff of Eden, that's pretty much, in a way, that's pretty much magic.
Right.
More or less, but they try to cement it as a sort of highly advanced technology, and that's something that definitely people have a criticism over, where they try to put it in your face as advanced technology when in terms of function, it's pretty much the pieces of Eden are pretty much magic.
Yeah, they tried to have their cake and eat it too, and a lot of people wished that whole frame narrative of Desmond and the other world just did not happen. They just focused just on the historical story of Ezio or Altair or all the other characters. I think that would have probably been a cleaner narrative. Whether it's as interesting is up to debate. So that's fine.
Yeah. However, on the flip side of some of the issues that might have cropped up, the interconnected story between all of the assassins from 1 to Brotherhood, Revelation, and 3, that entire arc right there, combining all of that with the modern day, with trying to like prevent this disaster that's about to happen. It's like each game gives you more and more clues as to what you have to do, what's going to happen, what's your part in this. And then, at least for me, there is still just enough of a consistency from one to the other, like 1 to 2 to Brotherhood to Revelations, and then at 3 when it finally happens, that you can still like see the whole arc combined together, and you can still say, well, that it's at least decent. That they were able to, at least as well as they did, try to have that connecting tissue all the way up to the end of the arc.
Right.
And that is something that the fans of the series, myself included, like tend to like ignore some of the smaller issues, because at the very least with Assassin's Creed 2, at the very end when they try to have where they have to try to have fight Ezio and Rodrigo, each of them with a piece of Eden, and then it's like at the end it's like with a fist fight. Just a normal fist fight, and then people don't realize the game started with a fist fight, if you remember, with Vieri at the bridge, So for me personally, I can ignore the very obvious, boring fist fight at the end, because obviously the first gameplay section with the character is at the beginning with a fist fight, with an all-out brawl at the bridge between Ezio and his friends, and then Vieri with his gang. And it's like the bookend to the journey from beginning to end in 2 is just, I can ignore the obvious issue of, it's just a fist fight. The final boss is just a fist fight. Who cares? In terms of story-wise, that's still a bookend to that whole journey that he went through, just for the sake of trying to tie everything back together, bring everything full circle.
Right.
And that I can definitely forgive some of those issues, just because that whole story was written so well. It could have been better, but it was written so well that you could just ignore some of the issues, criticize it for what it is, and then just still say it's a good product, because it is. All right. It's like, yeah.
Okay, let's keep going.
That's what he said for Edward Scissorhands. I rarely hear people ask where the hell did he get those giant blocks of ice from, or even how an inventor can make a man from scratch. But it's just the kind of fairy tale world it's creating.
Exactly.
And the heart and drama of Edward is so good that we don't feel the need to question it.
My point exactly.
About films like, Cool as Ice. This is a film that does not draw you into its characters, or its environment, or its own unique world. And because it fails to keep our attention with these elements, it's much harder not to notice the problems of the movie. The inconsistencies, the mistakes, the nonsensical motivations. So maybe when we're nitpicking about the little problems of a movie that we think add up to big problems, we're actually focusing on the wrong issue. It's not that a movie has mistakes, it's that it fails to distract us from those mistakes with good character, story, and environment. Now, that doesn't mean as long as you have those 3 elements, you never have to worry about mistakes. Film is still an illusion, and one that needs to hold the audience's attention for a while. The more plot holes or inconsistencies a film has, the more it has to try even harder to create engaging characters, environments, and stories to distract you. The goal is still to convince the viewer that they are witnessing a story that is unfolding before their eyes, so much so that they carry investment for what happens in the end. So, is nitpicking good or bad? Well, it'll always be a fun pastime to look behind the curtain and reveal the wizard for the illusionist that he is. But the judgment on what we find depends on whether or not he put on a good show. Nitpicking leads to great comedy and clever acknowledgement of how to make a piece of art better. But what should be realized is that what we are nitpicking is not the problem. The problem is that we're noticing it at all. I doubt many people thought hard about the problems in Star Wars after they first saw it, but after seeing it so many times that they know the film inside and out, then they probably start to notice them more. So it all comes down to how much a movie can grab you and keep you in its world. The better it's done, the more you'll enjoy the illusion and the world it's created around you. The more poorly it's done, the more likely you are to notice the strings. So keep nitpicking all you want, make jokes about it, laugh at it, even get angry if you feel it insults you enough. But remember that your anger doesn't lie within the weak manipulation of the facts, as film is already a manipulation. Your anger lies in not being given a strong enough world, people, or dilemma to get lost in. So remember, don't complain in a puppet show that you can see the puppeteer, complain instead that you focused more on him than you did the puppet. I'm the nostalgia critic guy, remember? So you don't have to.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the whole point of that division that I keep bringing up about whether or not you can call something a legitimate criticism or a nitpick, because for me, at least for me, it all depends on how well constructed the media you're trying to experience is. Like the example right there at the end with the puppet and the puppeteer. The whole point is that the act is supposed to be the puppet itself. If it's not well constructed enough that you don't notice the puppeteer, that's going to ruin it for you. Hence that final point. And that's the quality of the product, as well as how well built it is, the immersion. That all plays into that divide between any kind of legitimate criticism and it's just like, oh, there's a problem there with the nitpicking,
Yeah, no, I think that was a pretty good video from Nostalgia Critic. Pretty straightforward and to the point. And you only use nitpicking or critical analysis on finer details when either you're not paying attention to a bad thing because it doesn't draw you in, or because you've paid so much attention to a good thing that your mind is now thinking of other things to contemplate. And these happens
Very much, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's all about attention and how attention works over time. So
Exactly.
yeah, that was a great video. I like those little ones like that. And we would never have covered this on the normal Smudcast because it's too short, and it's
Yeah, it's definitely a video that I've been meaning to put in suggestions for a while, but I always held back because of the length. But considering the special where we did just now, I figured it would be a good time to finally cover this, especially since we went one-on-one for it.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm glad that Doug Walker does stuff like this and he doesn't go goofy, because it's Doug Walker.
Yeah, that speaks for itself. But there's definitely at least some kind of balance with a lot of the editorials, which is always nice.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all the time we have for this video. And yourself, Gingaman, thanks for your time, and we'll talk to you guys real soon.
Alright.
Yeah, we might be on later. I don't know what's happening later. It's all up in the air when we get to
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'll see you all, the wonderful viewers of the stream, at some point later, and enjoy the rest of the stream, Smud.
Thank you, Gingaman.
Alright.
Okay, Eric and Ken's coming up soon. Hey, Eric, how's it going?
I'm good. Yourself?
Just cranking out these videos. Hopefully we're on time and things are looking good. We have a Batman video upcoming next. What's it all about?
It's about HiTop. You know him. We've done videos on this wonderful gentleman. This video, I think, is about how Batman Arkham Knight is the almost perfect finality. I guess we'll just have to see, because there's a lot of things that he likes. He does throw some criticism at some of the mistakes that Batman Arkham Knight makes. I'm just wondering, I want to ask before we play the video, like, what are your thoughts on the story? The game overall.
Yeah, the Arkham Knight series has been, I think it's like a streamlined version of the Batman game people always wanted. And because of its popularity, the sequel sort of took a lot of liberties of playing around with the Rogues Gallery, Batman as a character, his tools and weaponry, and just simplifying things like detective vision, for example. Everything he can just see through walls and see the key points of a story, similar to having like a map icon where it tells you go here to solve this quest, and here's step 2. Like that sort of simplicity for the average player or the average audience goer to go, oh yeah, I can totally be Batman. This works. So it's great for getting someone into the Batman world, and the combat's fun and simple, but it's also really simple at times, and that's kind of the thing where I'm like, yeah, it could have been a little more complicated. It could have been a little more. I don't know if the difficulty level changes that, but the controls seem like for babies. It's like anyone can play this game. So,
I'd actually argue Arkham Knight, but rather in terms of difficulty.
Ken, you're there.
Yes.
There you are. No, you were cutting out, and then you just totally died.
Okay, that's not me, right? That sounds... Yeah.
Is it better now? Hello?
Yes, there you are.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was saying I actually thought that Arkham Knight did the combat rather well in terms of difficulty.
Oh, that was the second game or the third
There
game?
was like the third one.
Third one, yeah.
There was a lot of new enemies that had like specific weapons that you needed to do like certain combos to either harm them or to disarm them. And when there's like a bunch of enemies, there's like 40 enemies or something, you really have to pay attention who's like around you and who's going to attack you. So I actually thought the combat in the game was probably the best out of all of them. Yeah.
Yep, and the DLC was awesome. All the extra characters you can play as, and a lot of story stuff that I'm glad we have, as opposed to the various other adventure-style games, like detective adventure-style games from Telltale, which were good. Just they're story heavy, so it's all about choices and interaction with characters, which is fine. And this sort of felt more like an actual Batman game. I always have a problem with his physique, but that's just me. But, it's good. It's fun. It's awesome. It's fun to watch.
Is he too big?
He's too big. He's huge. He's gigantic. He's a tank. So I wish he was a bit more leaner, a bit more stealthy, a bit more ninja-like, not brawler.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Giant man, yeah. But still fun. Okay, so where do you guys want to start this video? I know we don't have all the time to watch it all, but is there a particular point you wanted to start, I think? Where was it?
I don't know. What do you think, Ken?
That we start from the beginning because some interesting parts right off the bat.
Okay.
And there's like a part where he brings on some other guy from another channel, and I think we can skip through that because he literally says he's just the yes man, basically, that says, "Oh, this is all good."
The game is perfect.
And,
yes.
Yeah, he just talks about the graphics.
Oh, okay.
I think that's something we can skip over when that.
Okay, let's go.
Even after everything you've done, I would have saved you.
The Joker is dead. Fun fact, one of the first YouTube videos I ever made was a fan theory on how he was still alive. They wouldn't actually kill the Joker, but they did. Arkham City happened, and now the Joker is dead. Arkham Knight gets a lot of shit, some of it well-deserved, some of it not so much. The Batmobile should be treated like a gadget, not a nuisance. You shouldn't be so tied to it and tired of it. People wanted to drive it, that's all they wanted to do. They wanted the option of driving it because you're Batman and Batman drives the fucking Batmobile. You should not be shooting a Vulcan cannon in a Batman game. The titular villain, the Arkham Knight, was so clearly Jason Todd, and that's kind of annoying. Or is it? I've been thinking about how incredibly well Arkham Knight fits in with Arkham Origins. You could take the other two games, everyone's favorite games, out and you would still have a pretty perfect beginning and an end. Arkham Knight really ended this Batman story, and it's kind of perfect. It's almost perfect. Kind of like a Spider-Man 3 type situation. Arkham Knight's an almost perfect finale to this definitive Batman series. Now, I'm about to break down exactly why I think that.
But first, a word from our sponsor.
Trade coffee partners with 50 of the nation.
You want to skip this part?
Yeah.
Yes. I do admit that was a funny use of the scene where it says word from our sponsor. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Since this told to us, but also shown to us, Bruce's actions, Kevin Conroy's delivery, and Batman's entire attitude is much colder than an asylum in City. There's something off in the way.
Actually, I wanted to ask, how do you feel about Kevin Conroy's performance? Because I feel like it's off sometimes.
I think he's my favorite Batman.
Yeah, he's the definitive because of the show. And if you're talking about...
I agree. He's awesome.
If you're talking about the third one, he's softer. He's not as aggressive. So
yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. There's something...
His work, cartoon, the game.
Yeah, he's very emotional in the show.
It's like evolved the longer he actually played the role.
Yeah, he feels droll and tired and just exhausted at times.
What's going on?
That could be part of the story, though.
Probably the best.
I just feel like there were times where there was something off, like especially when you get to that famous quote of "I am the night, I am the vengeance, I am the Batman."
I think that's more on the writing because it was. Because it just felt like he had to say that the exact way they wanted him to say it. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what the problem fell. Maybe it was just the directing, or.
I mean, a lot of these things with Arkham Knight is also that they just force them in without actually having existed in this universe before. Like the I am vengeance, I am the night. Like the line is fine at all when you know from like a meta perspective what it is, but like inside this universe, he ever made any statements like that.
Yeah.
Like, that line in the universe has no meaning because he never said it before.
Yeah, it's not connected to him, like a flashback or why he's like that.
It's like it's only for the people that know this line from the comics.
Yeah, it's kind of like nostalgia.
In this context, it means nothing because he never said it before.
Yeah, and the world of Arkham is very, I wouldn't say nuanced, but it's very specific. Like it's kind of like, okay, this is the world.
I think like the other games did it much better with how they connected to the comics, and that it made more sense in universe. It wasn't removed like in Night, where like added a bunch of new characters and plot threads out of nowhere, and then they're just like, that's from the comics, and that's from the comics. It's like that's cool and all, but you're adding this in the final game with no build up.
Yeah, you have to connect these elements. So, say you want to include, I don't know, Talia al Ghul. Is she set up properly? How does that work? She's part of the plot, but does it connect well? Is it a subplot? Is she a side character? Is she a secondary character? What's the connection between all these plots? That's where you need to connect these dots. You can't just, hey, let's throw in the Scarecrow. It's like, no, the Scarecrow is completely built in. He's a big part of the story. So you have to know how to use these elements. You can't just throw them in because of nostalgia or, book number 567 had this idea. Like, you can't just do that. You especially with comic books. There's so many with Batman. And that's when I talk about continuity between stories, between media, and the fans. Because the fans have this popular media of Batman, and now we have this interactive media with Batman, which is its own beast. Like the Arkham series is its own creation. It's removed from the comics. It's removed from the other games, and it makes its own lore, like its own version of the Joker. Even though they have all the same voice actors and all these characters running around that we can recall, they have their own style. They have their own story now, and I think that's the special thing about Arkham, because it's interactive and so visualized that it really connects with the audience, especially as a gamer who just loves Batman but never had the opportunity to play a very good, because there have been so many Batman games back in the 90s and early 2000s which were like, take them or leave them. They're not that great. Kind of silly, in fact. So this is perhaps the best version of Batman on the video game consoles. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
He is interacting with everyone, his villains, his allies, and his family. He even built this war machine. Gotham has been mostly evacuated. Scarecrow plans to tear Batman apart piece by piece, and this new Arkham Knight guy is screaming at his father, begging his father for attention, but Bruce remains mostly unfazed. Like there's something he is hiding from everyone, even from us. We rush to Ace Chemicals to stop Scarecrow. We've seen this before and we've played this before. We know Bruce will stop him. The music builds, but we're smarter than that. We know we are the Batman, and Batman will get these neutralizing agents into these slots and save the day, because Batman always saves the day.
Miss me?
The Joker is dead, and now Batman is becoming the Joker.
And that's the problem. That's one of the big problems, is this nonsense plot where it's like, oh, I have the Joker blood, I become the Joker now. It's like, what?
And apparently it's a genetic mutation or something.
It's like, that's the big thing. It's like the implication would be that the only reason the Joker ever was like how he was is because of his genetics, which is weird as hell.
Yeah.
And everyone who has the Joker blood becomes Joker? That's nonsense. Like, they took the line from City and turned it into something that it absolutely 100% wasn't intended to be at the time.
Yeah.
Like when
that they're bloodletters,
about,
yeah.
when he talks about like at the hospital and how he like delivered his blood there, the point was that he's killing the patients, not that he's turning them into Jokers. Because that's stupid. Also, it doesn't make sense, because then Batman would have become Joker in City, but he didn't.
Well, it sounds like cyberpunk sort of scenario, but just shown later on in the
Yeah,
story.
it's like implanting himself into other people.
Yeah.
That would be a cyberpunk plot,
I think-
but not a Batman
Yeah, I
plot.
think there were stories. What was the new girlfriend for Joker that came out this year or last year? What was her name? Punchline. Yeah, she had the Joker or the Joker disease or whatever. Did she have?
Joker has a new girlfriend.
She made like laughing gas cigarettes.
Something like that. Like she got infected, right? And then she's crazy. The same way Harley Quinn was crazy.
Yeah,
So-
she smokes the laughing gas. It's really dumb.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
So stuff like that makes sense where it drives you nuts, and then you become like this sadistic, crazy psychopath. Actually, genetically becoming the villain, I don't know. That's too much fantasy in your
Also-
science.
Well, and what's
At
funny
the
about it
end-
is that he's able to beat it with sheer willpower.
Yeah, willpower.
Like,
Yeah, but also in the end of City, Batman took the vaccine. Like he serum. Shouldn't even
well,
have these
there.
symptoms.
I've heard, like the easy excuse of like, well, it was just curing the, what was it, the Titan formula that he had in his blood.
Yeah, but then we go back to what I said before. Then it's literally the blood of Joker. That's stupid.
Yeah,
it's
I don't know.
literally the blood then, and not the Titan serum. Doesn't
You have to
make
wonder
any
if-
sense.
Wouldn't Harley also turn into a Joker if she kissed him and whatnot? I don't know.
So it's so dumb.
Okay.
Batman Arkham Knight is about a lot of things. If Arkham Origins was about Bruce learning to be a man, a human, learning to accept help, accept love, and accept family, then Arkham Knight is about the consequences of having that love, having his Bat family. If the entire Arkham franchise up until this point was about the twisted, abusive, weird relationship between Batman and the Joker, then Arkham Knight is about the even more twisted, even more abusive, and even fucking weirder breakup. What I absolutely love about this game is its antagonist, a villain who can truly get into Batman's head, deconstruct him piece by piece, and even destroy him. And I'm not talking about Scarecrow, I'm not talking about our boy Jason, I'm not talking about the army of drones, Jesus H. Christ. All those physical, tangible threats are used to show us the real villain. The villain of Arkham Knight is us, it's Batman, it's Bruce Wayne. As soon as I got to that moment, deep in the heart of Ace Chemicals where the Joker was born and now where he is born again, I knew I was in for something special. I wasn't annoyed about the Joker being back. Like I said earlier, I expected him to be secretly alive this entire time, but instead I was captivated by the original and compelling idea to make the Joker Bruce's Tyler Durden. There is no physical threat that can stop Batman. We know this. We played 3 games where we annihilate everyone that stands in our way. So Arkham Knight can...
He says that there's no physical threat to Batman, even though if he didn't get the serum at the end of City, he would have died. He would have succumbed to the Titan and would have died.
So there's multiple
Yeah.
You can't
Jokers.
stop Batman.
There's multiple Jokers being reborn. Is that what they're saying?
That's
I
actually
guess,
the plot in
I
the
don't
game.
Oh,
Well, if you remember, there's like those 4 or 5 people that are like third Jokers.
oh, well, that's kind of silly.
But I guess he likes the idea that Joker exists in Batman's head or something. It's, I don't know.
He's going under gene therapy, and he doesn't know how to control it. But by the power of his mind, he can stop it. I'm like, okay, that's great.
He stops it by saying his tagline.
Oh,
Hey, he's Batman, okay? He can do anything.
just gotta think.
He can stop the Joker
literally
coronavirus.
How he wins. Yeah, Joker corona. That's literally how he wins. He says, "I'm Batman," and then he wins.
No, he also punches the Joker mentally.
Oh,
He
yeah.
says, "I'm Batman," and mentally burns him again.
So that's when he has his Fight Club moment where he's punching himself and shoots his mouth in the cheek, and he's
Yeah, Batman's the Tyler Durden.
yeah. Oh,
I can't
God.
believe he said that.
Here's JS. Thanks for the $1. What if the real Joker was the friends we made along the way? Well, in Batman's case, that's pretty true. So he just beats everyone up. So, yeah. Anyway.
Go bigger, and while there is any great game sequel does, but its wisest play for me by far is taking the unstoppable, incorruptible Batman and shifting the battleground of his final stand, not just to the heart of Gotham City, but to his mind. You know what? It'd be wrong if this video didn't cover that Gotham, that final battlefield, so I'm going to hand the mic off to the perfect man for the job.
Here's the part we can skip.
We can skip. How far do we go?
9:35.
All right.
The gameplay is so awesome. Everything is perfect. It's not broken at all. People just like.
It's like, okay, the game looks nice. That's good and all, but that's not the entire game. The game is not just looking at the city.
Yeah.
Batman is losing control, and the more our reality begins to crumble, so are we.
Oh my God.
It's a brilliant idea. Our mind is being corrupted by the Joker. My only real complaint about the story is that some of its execution is far too literal. We don't need to actually be becoming the Joker from his magic blood that somehow gives people his personality, interests, and obsessions for Arkham Knight to have the suspense and meaning it has. I honestly think it would be far more fascinating if Bruce was never actually going to become the Joker, but if Crane's toxin brought out his biggest fear. His fear that was established in Origins, the fear that he and the Joker are the same, the fear that Scarecrow, Arkham Knight, and Joker are right about him, right about the fact that he can't love.
Would that even work though?
What, that he believes that he can't have a normal life?
Yeah, like not making it literal, right? Like he I guess his big fear of not being a normal and just becoming the Joker.
Well, the fear toxin was a great element in the second game, I believe, and that was kind of fun.
In the first game, it was where you had the scene where you like you saw his parents' corpses in like the body bags.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
was
yeah.
in Asylum. Like that was one of the best segments in the game. They used Scarecrow appropriately in that game.
Yeah, I think
What was really cool too is that they had the intro play out again, and it was in reverse. So Joker was taking Batman
and they
into
made
the asylum.
They made it look like the game was glitching, so you were like, "Oh, is my game busted?" And then it's like, "No, that's the game." That was a really good trick.
Yeah.
But the idea that if he wasn't infected with the magic blood, I think is always a good idea. Take away the fantasy stuff, and having the idea of mind control is always a tricky thing. It's like time travel. It's one of those things where you're lying to the audience, or you're not sure about the science or the fantasy of this supposedly physical normal world. And mind control is one of those things where it's like, oh, Charles Xavier can just do anything. He can just tell Phoenix to go fly away. Like there's all kinds of silly things that you say, why didn't he just do this? Why doesn't this happen? And to combine it with some gene problem that's taking over his body and turning him into a psychopath is not as interesting as if it was just all a joke. It was all just one big illusion. And not to say the story should be that way, because I hate the dream ending, but the concept of he's using the fear toxin and it's just a fear toxin. It's making him think he's the Joker, but he's not actually turning into the Joker. That's what it should have probably become. Not a literal...
Yeah, I think I like that much better.
Yeah, you don't want...
Then everything is consistent.
You don't want a literal battle with his own mind and his brain is turning into mush or whatever. It's like, this is... No.
Like, I think it could have been much better when the toxin wouldn't have anything to do with Joker. And it would have just, like, had Batman see himself as the monster. Which is often used well, that, like, Batman's biggest fear is he himself. I think that could have been a really good plot point, actually. That he, like, overcomes the fear of what he created with Batman, and that he accepts
Which
that he
is
is needed and that he can still be a human.
one of the arguments they make about Batman, is that Batman influenced, if not outright created, some of these villains. And that is a good point for Batman to say, maybe I should just stop what I'm doing. And that would have been a fine argument, or a fine conflict to overcome, without having him become the villain or become the bad guy. I think that would have been a little more simpler to play with, and all the guilt he would have carried as a result of that. Like, everything I've been doing has been making the problem worse. So
Yeah, especially since his girl Talia dies.
well, Talia is a bit of a mixed bag. She's a bit crazy herself. So yeah, she obviously reveres Batman and Bruce and calls him beloved and all these things. But she's also wants to control him and dominate him and be in control of Gotham and other things. So it's a strange relationship. I liked her better in the animated series personally, but yeah.
Yeah.
Here's Kyle Rocket. Thanks for the one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Batman becoming the Joker just basically the Batman who laughs? Yes.
Yeah.
You could actually say that, yes.
Because he takes the
That
serum
storyline.
and he goes crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is
But he
nutty
didn't
story.
he didn't stop the transformation with his mind.
Yeah, no. Willpower, yeah.
Also, he's
No, it's
missing
too late.
the Goblin Robins or whatever those are. Those free Robin dog things.
Oh god. Anyway.
He can't have family. The fear that he can't be Batman and a man. That's the conflict of Arkham Knight. Can Batman still be Bruce Wayne? Can he still have a life? Or is he really destined to become a monster like the Joker? That's why I love the idea that Arkham Knight is Jason. Do I love the fact that Jason was never really mentioned until this game? No. Do I think the execution is stellar? Hell no. Do I think the reveal was surprising to literally anyone? Fuck no. But I do believe that Jason being here 100% adds to Arkham Knight. Having to witness his
So he just says like everything that has to do with the Arkham Knight bad, but he likes it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how that makes sense.
And I don't understand how that works. It's like, oh, everything is bad, but I like it.
Yeah.
So I know he's trying to say it's idea, just poor execution, right?
Exactly.
But
I feel like he likes the concept, but doesn't seem to like what's actually there, so it's confusing.
What's the same with what you just said about Batman not being infected? It would have been better if it wasn't a literal thing taking over his brain. So.
But the thing is like, I feel like the only people who would like the Jason thing would be Batman fans. If you're not a Batman fan, like, you're just probably asking, who the hell is Jason?
Yeah, but the problem is also that they tried to hide it in the marketing. Even though, like you say, first of all, the only people that would actually know what's going on is the Batman people. And it's also so obvious. Like, they don't even try to hide it. Like, the first time he appears, calls him old man, which is what Jason always calls him. He does, like, the exact same moves. He knows, like, the weakness in the bat symbol. Like, it's so obvious. And then they hide it anyways.
But Ken, didn't you play the Red Hood DLC?
Yeah,
it's clearly not Arkham Knight.
The 10-minute DLC where you run around, beat enemies, and kill Black Mask in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, we killed Black Mask.
We killed Black Mask in a DLC that lasts 10 minutes and he's just dead. It's like, oh, thanks.
Good riddance.
It's like, bye Black Mask, I guess. We never used you, but thanks.
Yeah, we never used you in Origins, we don't use you in Night.
That's the big thing, that's like my biggest issue with Origins too, and I actually rather like that game. It's like, oh, finally Black Mask gets some attention. It's like, no, it's just Joker again. It's like, for fuck's sake. And then he's in the DLC, it's just like, yes, finally. And then it's like, oh, he's dead. It's like, for fuck's sake. It's like they really want to bully Black Mask for some reason.
Okay.
His death, being completely unable to stop it or even look away, really shows us why Bruce keeps Tim at a distance and ends up locking him in a cage.
You son of a bitch! How dare you!
Having this version of Jason be born from Bruce's failure and the Joker's torment is another brilliant idea. The Arkham Knight is essentially both their creations. He's kind of like their abandoned child, which adds an entire other layer of complexity to one of my favorite DC characters. And he fits in perfectly well with what Scarecrow wants to do, which is prove that this Batman, this savior of Gotham, is just a scared boy. He ain't some legend or hero that the guilty should fear, but a man who failed the ones closest to him and will continue to do so. The Joker reminds us of this every chance he gets, or I guess I should say that Bruce's idea of the Joker reminds him of his own faults, his failures. As the game progresses, it becomes clear that it would be much easier just to let this Joker persona take control, as Bruce gets sicker and sicker and less and...
Yeah, that was kind of...
That's so dumb.
Strange. Oh, no, the transformation. Oh, no, here we go.
Yeah, now he's transforming.
Less like himself, the Joker gets healthier, more demanding. In life, he was determined to get Batman to break his one rule, and now in death, Bruce's image of him is even more determined to prove that the line he swore never to cross is becoming thinner and thinner.
Come on, finish him. Finish him. Look at him. Look at him. Better than the creep who killed your parents. You need to stop him.
Arkham Knight has a plethora of fascinating ideas that it wants to get out there in its main story, in addition to all the side missions, in addition to making an extremely fun AAA action game, in addition to being a satisfying series conclusion that wraps up every loose thread from the previous installments. That's a...
Okay, no, I can't let this go. He says it wraps up all the loose ends from the previous installment and shows the Azrael quest. Fuck you.
Yeah.
The Azrael quest is such an insult.
It comes out of nowhere. It's like, why are you here?
It's so bad. It's so bad. Like, they took they had no idea what they actually planned when they had him do the foreshadowing in City. Like, when you meet him and he does, like, his prophecy, they had no clue where to take this.
They gave him a prophecy? Sad. Why?
Yes, like, he prophesied.
Didn't they also have different writers, too? Or was it the same?
That would explain a lot. Because, like, his prophecy doesn't line up at all. What happens in the game and in the quest.
Well, I know Paul Dini, right? That's the guy. I know he didn't come back for this one.
Explain a lot. I actually don't know if that's or not. I mean, it would make sense if it is.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I remember reading some articles, and it helps you better understand why Arkham Knight is the way it is. It's just...
Yeah, I actually really like the original Sword of Azrael and Nightfall and the Azrael, like the Jean Paul Valley version of Azrael. I think there's another one. I haven't read that, but it's brutal. Like I think in the game or the DLC, it's he swears not to kill, and I'm gonna be the next Batman.
It's like they give you this quest where it's like Batman trains Azrael to be like his apprentice. When Batman leaves, Azrael is gonna be the new protector, and then at the end you get the option to betray Batman or to like betray the Order.
Right.
Which doesn't lead anywhere because it's the final game.
Yeah.
That's also one of my issues. There's like all these side quests with choices, but it doesn't matter because it's the final game. Like none of these choices will lead to anything.
Yeah, I know.
It's just over.
And the comic book is Azrael is pretty much tearing up Gotham with his crazy batarang gun. He's just like slicing people open, and Batman has to go hunt him down and stop him and reclaim the mantle. And you're like, okay, Azrael went nuts. And in this comic, this game, it's like, yeah, you could choose to leave and you can't really leave the Order. Like he's genetically programmed to be a weapon.
He just breaks the sword.
Like he has mind power,
Batman,
okay?
It's like he breaks.
He's just like Batman.
Like Batman, he does like the meme where it's like friendship ended with the Order. Batman is my new friend. It's like okay.
Well, guys, Batman said Martha, and Azrael understood why Batman is friend.
It's basically that. They have the stupid little medallion, and he has the chant, and then he becomes Azrael, and you're like, okay, he's brainwashed, And now I can just not do that. It's like, what? Wait, how do you break that? Like it's been ingrained in your body since you were a kid. How does that work?
Like in this universe, you can use your willpower to overcome brainwashing, genetic.
Again, it's like he uses his big brain to overcome the brainwashing.
I use my programming skills as a coder to adhere to logic and reason as opposed to psychological conditioning since birth. Yeah.
As real destroys the order with facts and logic.
Yeah. I can be a monkey man without you. Ha ha ha. Yeah.
Another example of the far right.
Well, yeah, he has.
Real is a far right symbol.
He has the literal genetics of a gorilla, apparently. So that's why he's so powerful. So it's like, okay, what's with the flaming swords? Symbolic imagery? I don't know.
See, that's the thing with these side missions. Just like this game is so obsessed with trying to end it all that it takes the easy way out. Like what happens with the identity thief? He goes in to rob Lucius Fox, and
that was so bad too.
And then as Batman, you just take him down.
Yeah.
One punch. Two-Face, he's robbing banks again. Just put him down. Who else is left?
He's literally just like a skin for a normal enemy. You can just take him out first and nothing.
Oh, that was so stupid.
That's so
you know what's weird too is that okay, so you know the cloudburst, right? When it detonates and all the city is in gas or whatever, you can still hear sirens of Two-Face robbing banks. Like he's got to keep to a schedule. You cannot stop that guy. He just needs to rob the bank.
It's a busy night. Gotta move. Let's go.
I'll just overcome the gas.
In the air. Are you sure about this? Or need my money?
just use your willpower.
Everyone use the power of the mind. Off we go. Okay.
Ton of shit for Rocksteady to balance, a shitload of spinning plates, a juggling act full of shit that seems impossible to pull off. And do they always pull it off? No, that would be impossible. I think the middle portion of the game suffers the most. The stuff with the Cloudburst, Simon Stagg, Ivy, none of it's bad. I would be lying if I said I truly hated any of it. It's just messy. I don't think we need a city-destroying threat when the city is already evacuated and the main threat is so internal and personal. But for me,
oh yeah, that was another ridiculous thing. It's just we're just gonna evacuate the city.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not even like a story thing. The only reason they did that is because they had the Batmobile as gameplay, and they were like, oh, if we have civilians in the city, there's gonna be players that are gonna try to kill the civilians with the Batmobile. So they said, take all the civilians out. Just take them all out. Instead of like trying to alter the gameplay with the Batmobile, it's like remove all the civilians.
Or just restrict. Like we've done this before. Look at Spider-Man. Yes. You can't punch the civilians. They're like invisible for some reason. That's fine. We understand that. Like
either make it so that you can't run them over because it doesn't let you drive in that direction, or make it that they just get hit.
Probably add a silly explanation for like the tech involved with the Batmobile, like it auto stops when it detects a civilian. I don't know how it would do that, but sure.
Like some AI that stops the Batmobile when it detects civilians or some dumb shit. It's like they would have, but it's like now remove everyone from the entire city.
Just take them all out. I don't know why they would want to come back to the city, but yeah, take them out and let the criminals run around.
It's like what are they even doing? They just drive around in cars and punch.
And it's so boring after you finish the story. There's like nothing to do. It's so empty. It's like I want to be a hero. I want to save people from death, and you've taken that away from me. What? I'm just gonna punch criminals who are just going on their Sunday drive.
One thing that Spider-Man actually did well. It's like you saved civilians. You stopped robberies and stuff like that.
Even Origins had that. Even though it had the same problem, they still had these little markers where like civilians were in need of help, and you go over and stop the criminal.
Yeah, or like in City, the prisoners that actually didn't do anything, that were like
the political prisoners. Yeah,
the political prisoners.
Yeah,
I don't know why they
something like
messed it up
that.
so bad.
I would have loved to seen that, and they just went with the easy solution.
Yeah,
That's what this
it's
game does. It goes with the
it-
easy solution.
Yes, it's just the easy solution. It's like, so we have this Batmobile, and there's gonna be civilians. How do you prevent the players from not running over the civilians? Oh, remove them. Okay.
Okay, how do we make the Batmobile interesting? Make it into a bat tank.
We have with a million fucking tanks in the city that keep respawning.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, but sir, wouldn't he be killing people? Well, the drones
It's
that he
drones.
fights, they're gonna be AI. Yeah,
It's AI.
AI drones. Yeah, so that way he's not killing people. He's just killing robots. They don't have life. I don't know.
The robot tank.
All right, let's try and keep going. I don't know how longer we can go, but let's just see what's in this video.
Me, everything really comes together. Arkham Knight becomes this almost perfect finale in its final act. After Bruce finally figures out what we all knew, after he figures out that Barbara is really alive, after history starts to repeat itself and Tim gets taken by the Scarecrow, Bruce decides to hand himself over in order to save his family. I straight up adore these first-person bits. They aren't just stylish as hell, but completely in service of immersing us into the story and putting us literally in the head of Bruce, which is essential for the entire climax. In this truck, we are helpless. We can't leave. All we can do is move around and inhale some more of Doc Crane's special gas. Each Arkham game has taken us and shown us the birthplace of Batman. We know we have to pay our respects because we are Batman, and Batman is a scared boy kneeled over the lifeless bodies of his parents.
Yeah, but it was actually good
couple. Shame about the kid, though. Poor little Brucey never quite got over it now, did he?
By now in Arkham Knight, we are so sick of the Joker taunting us, promising us that he's going to destroy the city we love.
That's not a good thing when the player becomes sick of the other characters in the game. Not good.
Yeah, especially the villain.
When you have this scene and you're like, "Oh, Joker, go away," it's like that's not good.
Yeah, the villain should be always a threat. Should always be something interesting.
That's the thing that the game suffers also from. It's like, oh, everything you do, it's like it has to have Joker. Like, oh, Joker has to comment on this, and he has to comment on this, and he has to comment.
So long as he's not dictating the tutorial to you, like
that would have been great, honestly.
Yeah, like when you have like Link or something in Zelda, the little fairy running around and pointing at things. It's like, that would be a little weird. Batman, use your grappling hook, or you can get to higher parts. Okay. It's like, no, that wouldn't be fun.
He'll sometimes give you a hint, but yeah.
People, Brucey, come on, 1, 2, 3.
Give him the all 1, 2, 3, the punch kick buttons. Like, okay, thanks.
Press X to jump.
Yeah.
We are so sick of being tricked by him again and again, beating on him, fully aware that he isn't really there again and again. And now he's mocking the people we loved most. So we fight, this time more brutal, more careless. We fight until we have our hands around his neck.
You know you want to.
And he's right. We do. And we did.
Dun, dun, dun.
We are Batman, and now Batman has crossed that line. Yes, it was just in his head, our head, but we still failed. We broke our vow and promise. The Joker is dead, but he beat Batman. How cool is it that we end the Arkham franchise where it all began?
I mean, did he really?
He killed an illusion in his head. That's amazing.
Yeah, like I was about to say, does it count when I kill something I imagine in my head?
Yeah,
he's having hallucinations. It's like, yeah, I killed the guy in my brain. Like, what are you talking about? Who killed who?
Like, he just turns himself into the police.
Yeah. What'd you do, Batman? I killed someone. Where's the body? I
inside my head.
Dying. I imagined killing someone. Me.
Oh boy.
Can't do the time, don't do the crime. Okay, time's up.
The I remember gripping the controller, palms sweaty. I had no idea how this was going to go down. I prayed it wasn't another underwhelming boss battle with some giant creature. After all, this was the end. Which is weird because with...
Yeah, and it's funny because nothing happened. No boss battles at all. Just nothing. It's just a long cutscene.
Tank battles. It's just tanks. Everything in the game is just tank.
Tanks.
It's like this Deathstroke is back. Tank. Arkham Knight boss fight tank. It's like, why? What are you doing?
It's not even a tank. It's like a super shredder that manages to erase concrete within seconds.
It's like some new Lego set, I guess. I don't
know. I finally got you, Batman, and then I don't know. He goes into like a sniper position.
Jumps out of the tank and instantly goes down.
Oh yeah, just Batman one punches him because he was already damaged. How do we fight Arkham Knight? How do we, make a really cool fight scene? Oh, we don't. We just have him in a sniper position.
Yeah,
and then you have to
he sits on 3 gargoyles and snipes you 3 times, and you punch him 3 times, and it's over. Thanks, very good boss design.
I know. It's just again was this game like I don't know. It never tries,
What is Red Hood known for? Oh, he's known for chopping on gargoyles and playing Duck Hunt with Batman. Oh, thanks.
And Deathstroke, I don't know, uses tanks.
What is
the same tank that you fought before?
He's known for driving a new Lego set around. It's like
what is the Riddler known for? Oh, well, he uses that big mecha suit, robot to fight Batman after you solved all of the Riddler trophies and cases and did you Batman? Did you finish all my laps, my race courses? Did you do all that?
My race courses that I built all over Gotham for your Batmobile. It's like
God, it's just awful. It's like why? Why did they include racetracks?
Riddler had too much time in his hand. He binge watched all of Hot Wheels. He was like, I'm gonna make a riddle with racing.
Yeah, that sounds fun. And then the driving is completely I don't know. It's so sluggish. Like there's never. Yeah, I don't know.
And then they make DLC races. It's like why?
Well, I don't mind that. It's just within the story, I'm like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but out of all the things that you could add post-launch, it's like, here have some races. Why? I don't want to play racing games with that. What are you doing?
The problem is they need to add other racers. But yeah.
Superhero stuff, that it's never really going to end. There will never really be any life-altering events, and if there are, they will be undone by the end of the story. Holy shit, that actually happened. Nobody cut the broadcast. Everyone knows now. And it's at this point that we know that anything is possible. We know that we are
powerless, human, afraid.
It's fitting that the final bit of action in the game takes place entirely in Bruce's own mind. It's absolutely positively perfect that Bruce crossed the line and now
perfect.
Okay, so you're telling me the entire conflict happens in his brain? This is all an illusion?
Yes. Yeah, the entire end bit of the game is like
a dream.
His head imagines like an FPS game where he's the shooter and he shoots all the villains. That's.
You even use the bat tank, and it's called the Joker Mobile, right?
Yes.
And then you start killing everyone you see.
Yeah, then it becomes an FPS game, and you're.
Yeah, FPS horror game. Yeah.
Wow, what a great conclusion.
Rocksteady would make a good horror game, but.
It was all a dream. It never happened. Thanks, game.
Yeah, and then Batman says, "I'm Batman," and then he wins.
I'm not afraid, Crane.
Yeah, but that was actually good, though. That was actually good.
No, I like that. It was really cool, but I don't know.
No, Brucey, I'm Batman. It's like, no, Brucey.
And then Scarecrow just has like a panic attack. He's just like he doesn't know what to do. Without fear, life is meaningless. You know.
Also, it's such a weird thing to have like Scarecrow be the one that like unmasks Batman. Like, there's no impact behind it because Scarecrow is like detached from his identity. Like, doesn't really. He's not one of the villains that cares.
Yeah. And I don't know why we go back to
weird.
Arkham Asylum.
Yeah.
Like I was kind of excited when that popped up because I thought, oh, cool, maybe we can play in Arkham Asylum. And no, it's just a cutscene.
Also, I just got a reminder because he talked about the boss fights. It's like we never found out what happened to Clayface. That's also something they never resolved.
Didn't he just die? I thought that was the
I
explanation.
don't know. They never told us. Like, did he die? Maybe. I don't know.
So Batman did kill somebody?
Oh, well.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, so Batman kills Clayface. Does that not count because he's not a human? Like,
I don't know.
Understand.
Yeah. Clayface
like,
tends to bounce
and
back,
if he's alive...
Clay lives matter.
Clayface lives matter. And if he's alive, why wasn't he in this game? Doesn't make sense.
Why wasn't Bane in this game? What the hell did he go?
Apparently, Bane got killed by Arkham Knight in a comic.
What?
They had like a comic where Arkham Knight killed him.
Oh.
Why? That makes no sense.
Off-screen
Yeah,
death.
it's like they kill Bane off screen. It's like, what?
So much fun.
Bad.
Great storytelling there, guys. Side
It's
story.
like, how do we end this game? Kill Bane off screen. It's like, what?
Oh man, this is
All right.
In his mind, we are the Joker, and we start killing everyone. We use that tank to murder instead of to protect. We shoot that annoying little penguin and the man responsible for all those annoying little trophies.
Fun fact, you don't actually have to kill anyone in this segment. Because I actually tried it. Like, you don't actually have to kill anyone, you can just go past them. They even have dialogue for that, which I guess that is neat, but... He makes it out to be like you have to kill everyone and like murder everyone. It's like you don't.
well,
actually...
the Joker mobile, yeah, you have to. But...
Yeah, in the Joker mobile, yes, but when you leave the Joker mobile, you can just walk past everyone. You don't have to kill them. So he's kind of framing that in the sense that you have to. It's wrong.
I don't know. Maybe he's not. He just
maybe he didn't
went
know.
along. Yeah, he didn't know. Like, well, I have a gun and there's a person in front of me.
Well,
like, why wouldn't I shoot it?
It's the same in the prologue as well, where you play like the unnamed police officer. You don't have to shoot anyone there either.
Yeah. But I'm like, you know what? I want to shoot somebody.
I want to kill some innocent people.
I want to kill innocent people as a cop.
In my head.
That's the male fantasy. That's the male fantasy.
Joker is Batman's Tyler Durden.
Tyler Durden, yeah.
All right.
Trophies. The game is actively encouraging you to do all the things that Batman swore not to do, and the scary part is it's fun. It's freeing. The restraints have been taken off us, off Bruce. He is now the Joker, and the Joker does not give a single fuck.
I think it's a bit concerning that HiTop thinks it's free and he gets to murder people. It's like, what?
Like, yes, finally, the game I was here
And
for.
he's just like, oh, we are Joker. It's like, no, I'm playing the game.
Yeah, this is from a really big fanboy of Batman. He's like, I get to be the Joker now as Batman. Like, what? That's good.
He sits there killing.
Yeah, I get to murder people.
No,
now I'm the Punisher. It's like, I don't know. Like, it's just weird. It's like, yeah, it's fun, but I'm like,
I don't understand how he gets into this so much.
Like, it's not as fun as Batman. Like, I like punching people. I like sneaking around.
It's
trying
a
to
really generic FPS segment. It's like literally just for this part. It's like you can move and you can shoot. That's the gameplay.
This is the same argument we had with the previous video with Gingaman. You get so immersed in the thing you like that you don't think critically, and you're just encompassed by the illusion of the media. You're like, oh wow, I wasn't expecting this, therefore it's awesome. It's like, well, okay, it's unexpected, and it's as a result that's a surprise, and you like surprises, that's fine. But what you're actually doing is kind of silly, and it's all a dream.
I guess.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because
I guess you got me with the Joker blood turning people into Joker because I definitely didn't think.
Yeah, exactly. Didn't see that stupid idea coming by. Wow, how dumb this is. Okay, let's keep going with that. Yeah.
Well, it's funny when you mention that because that is a lot of players' reaction to this game. They just go into it going, "Wow, that was so crazy! It was like I've never seen that before in a video game." And then maybe a year or two passes, and you look back on this game, and it doesn't have that same initial impact.
I did check out, especially like the later parts of like Let's Plays and stuff. And it is really bizarre because like my experience was that I liked everything, even Urchin's parts. But then I played this game, and even in my first playthrough, I was like, something is off. It's such weird plot points, and nothing is getting resolved, and it's like, where's the characters from City? Why is Bane dead off screen? Like all this stuff. It's like,
does
I don't know.
Does HiTop have a conclusion here? Because we're almost out of time on this segment. Is there like a certain point in the video where he makes a point that you want to?
I think he wraps up in the last portion of this.
Oh, right here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or does he? Now this is where Arkham Knight gets insane. Even more insane. We switch back to first person, but the tables have turned. The Joker is now being tormented by Batman. Bruce let the Joker persona take control. Let us take control of the Joker so that he could feel the effects of Crane's toxin. So that he would be vulnerable like Bruce has the entire game. It's so cool that this segment turns into straight first person horror. We finally get to see how the hundreds and hundreds of goons we stealthily took out felt. But what does a monster like the Joker fear?
You're afraid of being forgotten. And you will be forgotten, Joker. Because of me.
We take back control of Batman and get this iconic line.
I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman.
We are once again Batman, and Batman does not need the Joker.
I need you.
But you know what's even crazier than all of that? Scarecrow wins. Bruce may have beaten the Joker, locked him away in his own mind forever, but he could not stop Scarecrow. The world has seen that Batman is just a billionaire rich boy, a man that has a family. But he's still just a man, and criminals don't fear a man. So, he gives it up.
Look after him, Jim. Look after them all.
He gives it all up, not only to protect the family he never thought he could have, but because Gotham needs a Batman. It always will. But Bruce can no longer be the Batman he was.
Gotham needs something more, something worse to defend her. She needs a new myth. A legend more powerful than I can be right now. A legend that can only rise from the ashes of the Batman.
And Bruce has to become that. He has to give up everything in order to be the hero his city needs. It's a completely tragic end to the Arkham franchise, an ending that's perfectly fitting of the Batman legend. Bruce's family gets to live, they get to love, but Bruce no longer has the luxury of that. He is no longer Bruce. Arkham Knight isn't about how the Batman died, it's about how Bruce Wayne died. Bruce Wayne is dead. Bruce Wayne is dead so that no child ever has to witness what he witnessed. No child in Gotham will ever have to feel the pain.
Yeah. Oh boy.
What did you think?
Because he mentioned it there at the end where Batman says that Gotham needs something worse. And then the game doesn't do anything. It makes a cliffhanger ending of something that looks like Batman, and that's the end.
Yeah.
Nothing more. Like,
and I never understood Joker's fear. Like, is that his? Because that's the thing. Is it his interpretation of Joker's fear, or is it actual? Like, how does the Joker fear anything when he doesn't care about it?
But it's also not the real Joker, right? He's just imagining it in his head, so it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, yeah, if it's an imagination or if it actually, is
Then
Bruce.
it means that then it's the same thing
Then
like
it's
with
just-
Star Wars with the Han Solo scene in Rise of Skywalker. It's just like Batman is thinking this about Joker in his head. It's not actually Joker saying this.
Okay, guys. Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much for your commentary. It's time to bring on Mark. And
Yeah,
that
thank
was
you so much, man.
that was a good video. I'm glad we covered that. We usually would never have done that. And I know HiTop's a big fanboy of Batman. He's Batman, and this happens, and oh my God, and it's like, okay, calm down. So glad we covered it. Thank you so much for your input. I don't know if we're going to be on later with you guys, but I hope to see you soon if we could. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope the stream goes well.
All right, great.
Have a nice rest of this. Yeah.
Thanks,
Take care.
Thanks, Eric.
See you later.
Okay, Mark. Oh boy, what have you got for us today? This is something I never wanted to cover, but you got your say. So what are we doing now?
Well, basically it's Noralities, so you can be ready for the craziness. But it's basically she's trying to review Kiki's delivery service, and apparently she wants to tie in that a lot of people have burnt out during the COVID lockdowns.
Okay.
And it caused a lot of more, like it tripled the depression statistics basically globally. And she's trying to tie in that, like, when you see like Kiki's like being burned out from her work, even though like she doesn't really like have any of that crap because like it only lasts for like a day, so like can you really call that a burnout? Not really. And yeah, I just do not agree with like her depiction of this fiction. And I actually rewatched this movie. It's been a while since I first saw it, but it's just a really weird interpretation.
So this is Kiki's Delivery Service, more relevant than ever by Noralities. Is there a particular point in the video you wanted to focus on that you want to...
I think there's like chapters, but I can't see it in the watch together. So it can go to 14 minutes.
Okay, let me just
14
zoom
minutes,
ahead there. There we go. Almost. Okay.
Yeah, this is the one. Yeah.
All right, let's go. Noralities, guys. If you guys don't know Noralities, she's got some opinions that may not be acceptable to most people, but you know, what can we say? She's
and art that we shouldn't talk about.
she has the degrees that we do not possess, so therefore,
yeah,
she has
not yet
knowledge that yet. All right, let's go.
And then she couldn't do it anymore. Kiki is burnt out. In the film, Ursula helpfully lays out everything about creative and work burnout in plain English and how to fix it. Burnout is your body reaching its limit and forcing itself to take a break. If you try to push through it, you're only going to make it worse, and the only way to recover is to rest. Remove yourself from the situation and take time off from work. Which is great in theory and does end up ultimately working for Kiki in the film. In practice, however, it's not that simple. Burnout is the emotional, mental, and physical exhaustion caused by prolonged or repeated periods of stress. It is a very real, very persistent problem in the workplace. For example, the video game industry has an enormous problem with burnout in their employees due to extended, unsustainable periods of crunch enforced in order to meet deadlines. The same is true for the animation industry. Periods of crunch are an expected part of any job, but they're supposed to be temporary periods and not carry on for months on end.
She obviously does not know her industry or industries very well. I talk to people in animation as well as gaming all the time, and it's pretty much go, go, go. There's no slowdown. You're constantly pushing.
So like this is like well known much before you pursue this career.
Exactly. Yeah.
They knew what they were going for.
They knew exactly what they were getting into. I've seen classical animators. I've seen 3D animators. They know that they are, I guess the 3D animators at a time, like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, once you do something, you have to wait because the computers are locked up. for rendering, but that's about it. Even then, it takes time. So yeah, you're not working physically, but you still are monitoring that render to make sure it's baking properly, not crashing.
Yeah.
So other than that, no, it's constant. You are constantly working.
Yeah, but like as like a background for like this story point, because like we don't really want to go through the entire video.
Right.
Kiki is basically like is a witch, and their tradition is that like they have to go to like a random town and pursue people to like can they get like a work to do for them. And like Kiki decides to do like a delivery service for a bakery, and she's like promising to she's doing too many promises, and like she can't like handle all of them. Like she gets invited to a party and like she's totally late, and there's like a storm coming, and like she can't make the delivery right. She gets sick, and it only lasts like one day when like she's like really down, and like she starts to like stop believing in her magic. Like not like she has like doubts. That's all. And that's when like I think like, a few days when she can't use magic, and all of a sudden like she gets the magic back because like she gets really frustrated. I think like she has to save the boy character. He's like kind of like a boyfriend character almost.
Yeah, and her magic ability is to fly with her broomstick, I believe. So she loses that ability for a bit, and then she finds a purpose why to do so. And I mean, that's pretty much the story. So it's
yes,
straightforward. It's pretty good.
But I can't really like call this depression, because depression doesn't like go away after 2 days.
No. This is like I wouldn't say writer's block. You're just tired. You're like, I need a break.
Yes. Done. Exhausted. Definitely exhausted.
Yeah. So little different. Maybe if she watched other animations or other Japanese anime, maybe there might be a more specific condition. Like I'm thinking of what's that sensei story where he's always depressed.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Zetsubosto. I can't remember the pronunciation of the word, where it's everything is like all the characters are nuts, and he's just so broken all the time. Trying to deal with all that crap. He's always on the verge. Like stuff like that. That would be more accurate to comparing the slowdown of 2020 and economics and going outside and having to do all this crap just to get into the door of another building. Like nowadays, I don't know if you guys are aware, but you have to get passports to eat at a public food court or enter a building, at least in Ontario or Canada rather. So yeah, it's getting kind of silly. That'll just add to the stress. So anyway.
I was thinking like Welcome to NHK. Like I don't know if you have seen that series. Like I think it's like covers like an otaku, but like really he's just incredibly depressed, and like he doesn't know what the fuck he should do with his life. Like I feel like that's a much better depiction of depression than Kiki's delivery service, but that might be just me.
There it was. Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. There we go.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was before the story with the vampire guy has that crazy girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I remember those. Very well done. Anyway, let's keep going.
Creative burnout is a common problem among artists as well, although it's usually referred to as art block.
No, it's not. That's two different things. I know for a fact those are two different things. When you have a writer's block or artistic block, or you just don't feel like it, there's other reasons for that outside of being tired and drained. There's other things that are preventing you, because art is no different than building a wall. The difference is you're activating other parts of your brain and your imagination and a certain skill set. But you're still making a thing, and you have to go through the procedures and the steps of how to hold your pencil, how to visualize, and how to write things down and draw them out. Yeah. So creative endeavors like writing isn't like, oh, I can't write a sentence anymore. I don't know how to put the sentences together that are any good, because you're doubting your own value. You're saying you're being hypercritical when you have to take that hat off and put back your writer's hat and just be fully creative and just have fun and just go crazy. So, little difference, I think.
When you reach a point where you've been working so hard and creating so much that eventually the well just runs dry.
Yeah, no, I disagree.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, writers have so many ideas, and sometimes they don't have enough time in the day to live and do their creative stuff. So, and there's lots of ways to prevent stuff where you run out of ideas or whatever. It's called stopping while you're hot. So you have all these ideas, and you're like, oh my God, I got 50 ideas. And you do one idea that day, and then you write the other ones down very quickly, and then you stop. And you wake up the next morning, and you're like, what was I talking about yesterday? Oh yeah, I wrote them down. Let's do that one. And then you just keep going, and then you stop.
Yeah, it's like, well, like most of these people who do creative work, they could just like not spend it with at least a day or two with like that craft that they are working on, and like the next day they're going to like have like ideas again, like of what they want to accomplish. They're gonna have like a fresh start again.
And it's not just creative work; it's any job where you have to
really
organize your time, and this is priority item. This is a 2-week thing, etc. So, yep, it's just managing your time.
Even if you sit down at your desk to work, you can't make anything. Recently, pandemic burnout has completely exacerbated this already existing problem in frontline and healthcare workers, that it's no wonder that they're retiring
only
early
frontline
or
and
considering
healthcare
quitting
workers.
altogether.
Okay.
The European Union is required by law to have at least 4 weeks of paid vacation.
That is a lie. That is a lie. I'm in the EU, as you can see, in the central. It's a lie. We get 3 weeks of vacation, and that's it. That's about it. And it's actually 20 days. So depending on like how many childs you have, you get like plus 1 day.
Right.
And your occupation and the job level that you're at. If you're like higher up, then you will get more days. But standard, it's like you get 20 days plus like the holidays that you may have, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. It's different for private sector stuff depending on what the sector is, but yeah, seniority does tend to get you more days off, more weeks off, and it's you know, I used to have this argument with a lot of HR people at my jobs. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, I should be getting 3 weeks off. Why you only give 2? Oh, you have to do this and jump through this hoop, and you have to be with us for 2 years, and all that. It's like, what? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that happened to me. Like it's changed to a new workplace this May, and I only got like 15. That's it. That's for the entire year.
Yeah. The joys of the contract. Yeah, I have to figure it out.
But I love that, like, she's just pulling this out of her ass that, like,
in the EU, you get like 28 days of free
like holidays. Like, fuck you. Like, every country has its own laws for, like, how many days you get as, like, holiday.
Yeah, every region of every country, every province, every city, every sector, it's all different. It's all custom.
This is like this view that like, oh, on the other side of the ocean, it's so much better.
Yeah, I just have
Only I could be in the EU.
I just have to talk to HR and they'll sort that out. It's like, no, they'll tell you, no, you're not getting those 2 weeks. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, you can't do anything. Like, what? Isn't it legally? Nope. You want to sue us? Go ahead. You're not going to get anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, first of all, like the boss is going to like have a meeting with you and like tell you that, like, okay, fuck off then if you want a vacation.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, those are the breaks, guys.
Yet, 1 in 4 Americans does not have a single paid day off. Japan, practically speaking, is just as bad. They, on average, give workers more time off, but in practice, they still only take the same amount of time off as Americans.
All right, so we're talking about the work ethic of Japan and the culture surrounding.
Exactly.
They are very, very different than, let's say, Russia. And I know that story because when Spirits Within, which was that Square movie that took so long to come out, everyone kept getting burnout. They get tired of the management, and it was a Japanese style working, and they kept hiring people outside of Japan, and they didn't know how to adapt to their techniques of work. and they just kept churning more people out, and that's why it took so long.
Was that the Final Fantasy movie?
Yeah, Spirits Within. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That crappy video or a crappy movie that was amazing.
Video.
Well,
you're not even calling it a movie.
There's barely a story there. It's kind of funny, but yeah, that's if you read the story of how it came to be and why it took so long to make, and switching studios and switching departments and all the churn, it's pretty sad. But they didn't realize how to handle their workers, so that's what happens. And then they went bankrupt, and then Enix bought them out. So that's great.
Also, they are comparing like the United States to Japan, and like
that's not
just like such a different like ratio of like people, because like I feel like Japan is like more homogenized on like how they have their work ethics.
Not only that,
at least, yeah. But USA is like very divisive.
This is
like I think every state has its own.
Oh, for sure, the states are specifically unique, and we're talking about certain sectors. Like I thought we were talking about animation or some sort of artistic endeavor. Very different in every state. Very different in every city. So whatever studios, whatever city will have their own culture and their own ways of doing things. So what it was like 10 years ago is not the same as it is for independent studios these days.
Yeah.
It's just as bad. They, on average, give workers more time off, but in practice, they still only take the same amount of time off as Americans. Burnout, in essence, harkens back to the old adage that you cannot pour from an empty cup. So, Kiki is obviously burnt out from working too hard. That makes sense, but I don't think that's the entirety of the problem here. And what's interesting is that Kiki is able to perfectly articulate the feeling of something that she probably doesn't even have a word for. Depression.
This is not the same.
Even without knowing exactly what it was or what causes it, humans have been aware of depression for a very long time. Hippocrates described it as melancholia, and the term depression wouldn't be codified until around the 1950s and 70s. In comparison to other mental illnesses like OCD or ADHD, depression is probably the most recognized and least stigmatized for a couple of reasons. First of all, there are several common variants, like postpartum or seasonal depression, which only occur during specific times or after specific events. And this means that, unlike some other mental illnesses, a person doesn't need to be
Yeah, but those things have to do with environmental factors, not necessarily psychological factors, so...
Definitely. And like, for Kiki's perspective, like, we clearly see in the first 5 minutes of the movie that like she has loving parents, they care about her, they like trying to train her best of their abilities for the adult life that she's gonna live. And it just wouldn't make much sense that like she suddenly feels depressed when she enters this new environment.
Yeah, and we know it's not depression, so
yes,
maybe she's just using that as a springboard to talk about depression, about 2020 or whatever. But a lot of people I talk to, they're sort of disappointed, but they're not depressed. Their lifestyles have changed, but they're not like, I don't feel motivated. It's like, no, they're motivated. They just have nowhere to go. So they're just sort of saving money and sitting back and trying to make the most of it, which is a lot different than having a police state and being unable to buy bread anymore, or having bread lines or anything like that. That would be depressing.
Yeah.
So bit of a difference when you can still go to the grocery store and buy all the food you want.
Clinically depressed to have experienced a depressive episode or period at some point in their life. And depressive episodes can be triggered by traumatic events like the loss of a loved one.
Sure.
Depression rates and diagnoses have been on the rise for the last several years, partially because if it's less stigmatized, more people are seeking help, meaning more people are able to be diagnosed. But also, somewhat unsurprisingly, depression rates have tripled since the pandemic. According to one study, before the pandemic, 8.5 of US adults reported being depressed, and that number has now risen to 27.8%.
I wonder if they lock people up to their own homes
Well, that's what
for 2 months. Is it gonna cause depression or not?
Well, with the states are all unique, and each state has their own way of dealing with COVID. And when we look to the highest rates of infection and freedom, it's still the states. Like, they are just running around, going to baseball games.
Oh yeah.
So it's how many people are depressed that are being reported, and how many people just don't give a shit. And it's always looking to the states and going, yeah, they don't give a shit. They some of them do, some of them get the shot, some of them really don't want it. But compared to Canada, compared to Europe, they are just like, screw whatever the doctors say. I'm going out and having a good time. So
yeah, God bless them for that.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure there are some individuals that are really hypersensitive and scared, and they go through all these weird mood swings. But the majority of people, at least what I've seen since March of this year, have been Americans going out, not giving a shit, and living their lives as best they can. Because obviously not everything's open. Some stores are still pretty scared. I think all restaurants are still pretty strict. You can still go out and eat and have a good time in certain places, in certain states, in certain cities, but they still wear the masks, because restaurants just want to be as friendly and accessible as possible, so they will follow the rules for that state. But God bless America. They're doing what they want, which hopefully the rest of the world will follow suit the next few months. So we don't know.
I hope. I really fucking hope. Because it's really bothering when an authority figure tells you that this is not how you should live.
I know. Denmark.
They just constantly try to keep you in that mindset. They just won't let you live.
I just saw Denmark this week has fully opened up, I think, and and Ontario has now started their passports for just traveling, not abroad, but within their own city. So I have to go get a passport and get some shots, and just to go to a restaurant now, go to a food court, do whatever in public. So, other parts of the world are opening up, other parts of the world are closing down. And our daily, at least on the province, our daily reportings have been in the 500 to 700 range, which is not bad. It's pretty low compared to last year, which is the 2,000, 3,000 range. So, yeah, it's fourth wave, I think. So
fourth wave, yes. Yeah. And then we have Australia. That is better not talk about.
Yeah. Okay.
Post-pandemic, a lot more people are going to have a first-hand experience with having a depressive episode. Cool. Yeah, no, that's fine. Can't imagine how that happened.
What?
Oh god, she's trying to blame Trump.
What?
Because she was sarcastically, she's probably trying to say oh, of course, because if the US didn't take any actions, then COVID wouldn't have happened, and no depressed people would have appeared on the statistics as much.
Well, if it wasn't for Trump's Operation Warp Speed, we wouldn't have had any booster shots to begin with, at least this quickly. So,
yeah, it's they don't really think about it.
Yeah, but all those people who are bitching at others who don't get the shot, it's where do you think the shot came from so quickly? And why?
Yes, that's the other thing that they entirely flipped their opinion on the vaccine once Trump was out of office. It's just it's pretty much if Trump would endorse the vaccine still as a big scale, they would be anti-vaxxers right away.
Yeah. Anyway.
About halfway through the film, there are several signs that show that Kiki is experiencing a depressive episode.
No, she's waiting for customers.
You can actually see the switch happen in real time. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you can guess the scene that I'm talking about. After Kiki lands and takes a moment to collect herself, you can see her put on her professional work face. Just like her mom told her to smile so that she makes a good impression. She manages to mostly brush off the comment about the food being wet, but you can see the shock at how ungrateful this girl is after knowing the lengths that she went to bring this pie to her, knowing that it would make her late for her own party. But even then, Kiki is a professional and she asks for the receipt, and then this is the nail in the coffin. And then she goes home, in the rain, and hides under the blanket. And after this, Kiki clearly displays several different signs of depression, including mood swings, irritability.
No, she had that from day one. Like, she arrives to the city, she gets approached by the boy character. I can't remember the name. And then the first reaction she has is that, like, fuck off, I know where to go, I don't need your help. Like, the guy is like politely approaches this girl, and like he just wants to meet this girl and like be friends. And then like she's like refusing. That's like happens like 3 scenes over.
Right.
And then the 4th one, like they finally get together. But
yeah, I don't know what flavor of depression causes mood swings, but when I had depression, I felt nothing. Like, it was a void of emotion. Like, you feel nothing. You go through this weird zombie-like state, and you're not sure how to react, and you're not sure of anything. I guess you could have mood swings, but it's different for everyone? I don't know. So, it's different from my experience. I could be wrong. There could be other flavors. Correct me if I don't know any better. I'm sure Wisp will correct me, because Wisp knows a lot more about this topic. But no, you feel nothing. You feel like a dead man walking around.
Yeah.
So if she's feeling something, she's just sad. So, oh boy.
Self-isolating, exhaustion, loss of appetite, listlessness, and the loss of interest in activities that were previously enjoyable. Okay, so even with depression becoming a more widely understood issue, there's still this common misconception that depression is just being sad or lazy or not trying hard enough.
Exactly, you're right.
But that's not what it's like at all. It's more like you start slowly becoming numb to everything.
Yeah, exactly.
The things you enjoyed and the people you liked hanging out with start to not make you happy anymore. And that's because your brain is not doing its job of producing enough serotonin that's literally preventing your ability to feel happiness. So you may start to feel very, very tired, and everyday tasks start to require Herculean levels of effort, so you just stop taking care of yourself.
I wouldn't go that far. I think that's describing burnout. Depression is you just feel nothing. And you sort of like, you question yourself, what am I doing? Why am I going through the motions? What's so important to me anymore? And it's really about finding your purpose to do your daily tasks, what you want out of life, and what works for you. Like, what do you want? That's the simple thing. What she just described there was, I don't want to do my daily tasks. That sounds like burnout. Because when I was going to school and I had depression, I was still going to class. I wasn't as interested in the topics, but I could still go to class. I could still listen. I could still write stuff down.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Not as efficiently though.
Yeah. Everything. Your energy level is very low, but you still can operate. You're not like, no, life is meaningless. What am I doing? No, you feel nothing, and that you get no feedback from the stuff you actually want to do. So it may start off as sadness, but it goes in this weird sort of null zone of emotion, where whether you're like, you don't eat, like you don't feel hungry, you don't feel happy or sad. So there's nothing. That's
significant weight loss gap as well.
Yeah, exactly.
You stop eating, you stop trying. You may start sleeping a lot or self-isolating. One day could feel like the world is ending, and the next day you could feel nothing at all.
Yeah, I think even sleeping was difficult because you just sort of said, why am I sleeping? Like, everything does not feel right. Your hormones are off. Everything does not click as it used to. So, yeah.
Part of it was very dehumanizing, like you're broken. Like the joy of living has been put away on a very high shelf that you can see from afar, but that you can't quite remember what it was like and is completely out of your reach. Depression makes it very easy to just slip away. It tells you that it'll never get better. It's always going to feel this way. But that's because it's a fucking liar. And I don't know who needs to hear this today, but you are going to be fine. For Kiki, losing her magic...
Or you jump off a bridge. There's lots of things that could happen to you when you're depressed. So...
I want to be the Noralities to be the negotiator for like a suicide attack.
Yeah. I feel depressed. You'll be fine. Just wait.
I want to jump off a building. You're just gonna be fine.
People have killed themselves over depression. Yes, it has happened. They overdose, they slit their wrists, you name it. So, yeah, they need to... what works really well? Exercise. Because your body activates, you're pumping blood through your system, you're feeling it, you're getting tired, you're getting stressed, and you go, oh, yeah, this is what it means to be alive. You have to stress your body.
Exactly, that's like kind of like what plays into that. Like, oh no, like so many depressed people have to like sudden lockdowns for like over a year. It's because like people have been taken away the easier fact that like they could exercise.
Yeah,
most of the world you couldn't even like go out to even have like a walk without any of these distances and masks to wear. So like people don't even want to like go out to spend time because it just reminds them what a miserable place it is right now.
Well, it's also the fact that there are going to be cops, or I don't know who's going to be the authority figure in all these public events, because you can't police the entire
they did it here, like at least in Budapest. They had like the military and the police going around with guns to ensure that everyone was wearing masks on the streets. Like that was like the first day it started to go in full effect.
Jeez.
And it was like that for 7 months.
Not the greatest environment to be in public.
No.
Jeez. We haven't had that yet, but we have had some protests, but they never turned violent.
Luckily, it's off since May, but like 7 months like that, jeez, man.
Yeah, it is tiring. It does get on your nerves a bit. Luckily, grocery stores are still open, sales are still happening, coupons can still be clipped, so you can still get home and save money. So, yeah, there's that.
Means that she can't fly or talk to Gigi anymore. But despite that, at the very end of the film, she saves Tombo's life, gets her magic back, and can understand Gigi again.
Kiki, can you hear me? Gigi! She's just yeah, that's all.
And everything goes back to the way...
Gotta love those dubs, huh? Meow.
I remember that it was just a regular cat, like...
Yeah, I know. They gotta screw everything over in the dubs. That's ridiculous.
Way it was, but now she's stronger for it.
Or now she's normal.
Yes.
I don't think depression makes you stronger. I think it makes you weaker.
Like maybe you will be more experienced, so the next time it comes, you know exactly like how you can get rid of it. But it's every time I believe it's different, so like it's going to be a challenge to get over it.
Yeah, it's definitely not a highlight of your life, so no. Oh boy, I think I'd rather have a really happy, elated experience than a really depressing one.
Yeah,
and I'll be stronger for being happier, I think. But mental health, how does that work? I don't know.
Well, here's the expert.
Oh yeah, the art teacher or whoever the hell. She's gonna teach me how to paint and make me feel better. Okay.
Except that doesn't happen, because in the original Japanese dub and in the new edited dub, Gigi doesn't say anything. Kiki can fly again, but she is never able to talk to Gigi again.
No, wait a second.
There was like no purpose for the cat to say anything there.
Yeah.
Like, what is the cat gonna say?
The cat, the cat recognizes her and goes to be with her, but that's the end of the movie. We don't need to have a conversation with the cat anymore. We get what's happening in the film. She gets her magic back. She can talk to the cat again. We don't have to literally see it or hear it. That's so... Like, come on. It's just the dub. It's just the dub doing its own stupid shit. Oh my God, Noralities. You're not that dumb. Come on. You're weird, but you're not dumb. Or that dumb.
Well, Kiki can now fly with the, but can't talk to cats anymore.
Yeah,
what the fuck?
And if she's trying to say she's stronger as a result of being supposedly depressed, how is losing the ability to talk to a cat make her stronger when it was a thing she used to be able to do? That would make her weaker.
Well, sacrifices have to be made.
Yes, I can fly faster now, but I can't talk to animals anymore. It's like, what? How does that
I'm
work?
gonna give back my skill points to talk to cat. Instead, I'm gonna put it somewhere else.
I min-maxed into flying skills. I was, not a high enough level. I had to level up. I had to complete a quest line to save someone's life. Okay.
And he understands that and accepts that. Miyazaki has gone on record saying that Gigi represents the immature part of herself, and being not able to talk to him anymore is part of her transition into adulthood. And
okay, so it has nothing to do with her powers, it's just her transition to adulthood.
Yes, just as like any normal viewer would have interpreted this scene.
Isn't that what Miyazaki films are all about? Kids going into an adult scenario and then having to grow up?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, we watched that a few days ago, in fact. So.
Yes. I think like Porco Rosso isn't about that because it's like a old veteran pilot doing stuff.
Yeah, well, you have to really, I mean, once you get into Porco Rosso, like that's probably I would say their best version of
oh yeah, like those scenes with like the flashbacks, that was like beautiful.
Yeah, I think if anyone likes Miyazaki films, Porco Rosso is probably your best bet.
And Italian, then it's just a must.
Well, yeah, of course. I was always thinking Red Baron just because of the story.
Oh yeah,
the nature of the story. Yeah, but yeah, the Italian nature is cool, or the Italian background is nice too. Okay.
I think that's valid as the authorial intent, but I also don't think I agree.
Okay.
You don't agree with the guy who made the
yeah, I don't like his interpretation. Mine is better. Like, okay, that's fine.
Wasn't there a video about this as well? That like the guy clearly tells like what this movie is about, and then they are like, well, this. I think I know, like the Luca, like that recent Pixar movie or Disney movie. That like those two children are gay lovers actually. Oh,
I want her to do a video on Luca. I really want to see her bizarre take on homosexuality and how beautiful it is. And even though you don't believe it, I know you believe it in your heart or some bullshit. You're like, no Noralities. No, we don't. Something crazy. I'd love to hear that. Anyway.
The thing about depression is that there is no cure. It's not something that...
Yeah, it's called time and exercise and sleep and good food and some good drugs. There's plenty of drugs out there. So, yeah, there is a cure. It's just not instantaneous, but it takes a few days. You'll be great. Geez, Noralities, read a book. Something.
That can be fixed. It's something that has to be worked on and managed, but it doesn't go away.
Yes, it does. What are you talking? What the hell? What? It's a state of mind. You either are or you aren't. And when it goes away, now I'm depressed. Now I know what to do.
Yeah.
What is wrong with her? Is she like making shit up as we go? Like, what is... I don't get it.
Depressants work for some people and they don't for others.
Depends on the drug, depends on the dosage, depends on how often you take it, etc., etc. It's like there's all kinds of factors. Exercise, lighting, friends, family, stress, you name it. There's all sorts of factors.
And for a lot of the steps for dealing with depression are preventative measures by managing your own self-care. All this to say...
Play a video game.
Primitive measures.
Play The Sims. Oh, he's depressed in The Sims. What should I do? Put him to bed. He's better now. Oh. Take a shower. Oh,
yeah. Being better does not mean that you're fixed. Let
me try this logically. So I've gotten over my depression, but I'm still depressed. Huh. Okay.
How could that be? But I thought like I just need to play The Sims.
We've cured you of cancer, but you still have it. Like, what? No. What does that mean?
At the end of the film, Kiki were still able to talk to Gigi. It would be like nothing had ever happened at all.
No, honey. No, it makes... What kind of bizarre logic is that? If she recovered 100%, nothing would have happened. It's like, no, she went through it all. She experienced... You think going through strife and conflict is just... no, nothing matters. It's fine because everything's fine now. It's like, no. Stories aren't about just everything's fine at the end. That'd be dumb. What kind of journey do you think Miyazaki wants us to take us on? Just forget the past? It didn't matter.
Kill it if you have to.
Yeah, kill the cat. Who cares? He's pointless anyway. I can't talk to him.
And it's way too close to the trope of a magical cure being the solution for a mental illness.
I mean, come on. Like, beer is always...
Beer is amazing. You know, when I have a beer, I don't know about you, when I have a beer, I'm like bulletproof. Nothing bothers me.
Exactly.
Except...
I enter like heaven.
Except wine. When I have wine with... then I'm fucked. Yeah, then I'm totally... then there's a problem. Beer by itself, and then a beer after that is even better. That's even tastier. But you know, I don't know. There are liquid solutions to many of your problems. All right, here's JS. Thanks for the tip. Wow, I can't believe that story had a plot. Can you imagine? Yeah, wow, she had a problem to overcome. How did that happen? Oh, but it can't go back to 100% the way it was. It's like, no kidding. Wow, what in life ever does that? I don't know. Gee. Thanks, Noralities, for that great observation. That's great.
Sure, maybe for Kiki, this depressive period in her life was a one-time thing, which would be understandable considering that her support system was completely removed and she had to deal with everything happening all at once. But even then, she's still different now. She's learned a lot, but she's not the same. Part of herself has been permanently
Oh my
altered,
god.
And that's something she...
You mean she grew as a character? Wow.
It's called character development.
How did Miyazaki do that? It's like he's a wizard or something. He's figured this masterful thing in humanity that just puts in his fictional world. And whoa, she grew.
She was proposed to like the challenge that like almost no one in that town liked her. And then suddenly she has to face a challenge. She has to regain her powers to fly and save the boy. And the entire town likes him now. What a surprise.
You mean she went
and
through
now
conflict.
It's a different person.
Yeah. She had to rise to the challenge and solve a problem, and she should make the choice to do so. Whoa.
Yeah, it's like we have like the scene from The New Hope where like Luke sees in front of him that like Obi-Wan dies, and then he's like at the table and he's like, oh, I don't know how to go on anymore. And like that would be his state for the rest of the movie.
Yeah.
If it was written by Noralities.
Oh God, you can imagine if she did TLJ, like, oh.
Just
how worse can we make Luke? How much? Let's make him just completely depressed. He kills himself.
Luke talking to cats.
I can't talk to cats anymore. Why am I living? I want to kill myself. I'll start by slicing my arms off. Like, okay. Oh God.
Has to accept about herself and continue to manage in the future. Getting her magic back doesn't fix her. It's just a sign that she's on the path to recovery.
Really?
As I revisit this film for the billionth time, I found myself strangely struck by a
billionth
scene in the
time.
opening in a way
I mean,
that had
it's
never
okay,
happened.
but it's not that good.
Yeah, maybe the second. It's not very exciting either. It's pretty straightforward. It's fun. It's nice. It's cute. But out of all the Miyazaki films, like compared to Laputa or Secret of Blue Water. It's pretty basic.
Oh yeah, Secret of Blue Water was supposed to be a Miyazaki. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it felt like one.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like think a female hero and her problems, and yeah, no, there's all kinds of great anime out there. The old 80s, 90s style. That,
yes,
are still cool. So Kiki's fine. It's nothing spectacular though.
Just before Kiki leaves home, she shows off her new dress to her dad, and he remarks about how much she's grown up. And in response, Kiki asks him to lift her up like when she was little, and with some effort, he manages to twirl her around and then pull her into a hug. There is a poem written by an unknown author called The Last Time, and it basically says this. One day will be the last day you ever pick up your child again, and when that happens, you won't have even realized it. So cherish the moments you have now, because there is a limited amount of them.
So
that just means that you haven't worked out enough. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, we went from depression to, hey, when you're a parent, appreciate your kids when they're babies because they're cute and cuddly, because then they'll grow up to bitch and moan and argue with you. It's like, yeah, thank you, Noralities, for these life lessons. Can we focus on the topic? That'd be great. Okay.
The last time, Kiki isn't moving back. The seaside town is her home now.
Okay.
And
yes, that was like the purpose of the entire
and new
movie.
Should be celebrated, but it's also a little bit sad.
Why is it sad? Why?
Kiki's delivery service has always been.
No, that was like the point of the movie, that like every witch has to move out from their parents at that age. Yeah. And she's exactly doing that. She's doing service for this town. She's doing exactly what the tradition demands to do. And like she accomplished the task. So like why would she move back? Even though like she's supposed to stay there for like a year or two, I believe.
Yeah.
And then return
to the
witch place.
There's always the conflict I don't like of an accident's about to happen, like a guy's falling off a building, or I always like, oh, if that accident never happened, then they wouldn't have actualized their potential or this or that. I always prefer it if it's something they choose where there is no conflict, there is no problem. They choose to go into conflict. They choose to sign up for something or go to some place. That's where I like to see an active protagonist challenge themselves. Whereas this is like she's just depressed. She's hanging out with this guy she kind of likes. And, I'll try and save his life because he was being a goof. So it's like, yeah, it's fine. The conflict's fine. It's just nothing spectacular. So just me criticizing the story. It's fine.
Near and dear to my heart, and I'm so glad I finally got to talk about it.
Okay.
I'm honestly surprised at how unsettlingly relevant the themes of this film are right now in the wake of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't planning on this to be topical at all, but blame linear time, I guess.
Okay.
I think
Cosmos.
films like this do only get better with age as the audience grows further and further away from not only the period it was made in, but also the period it was set in. Frankly, I love everything about this film, and honestly, I didn't even get to the half of it. The backgrounds, the music, the clothing, the women of all ages and body types living their best lives. Hell yeah! These
only the
amazing
women.
background
The
characters
women's.
with matching cat and dog shirts. I want those for me. The atmosphere is just so comforting, and as someone who notoriously hates cities, I would switch places with Kiki or Ursula in a heartbeat. I had a really good time reading the book, and yes, I did purchase the Japanese version purely for aesthetic purposes. Plus, I really wanted to see the original illustrations. I am weak for old books. I think I'd like to actually...
I'm so cool with books and art books and old anime.
So quirky.
I love it. I would go and live in this world if I could. I love it so... Okay, we get it. You like the story. Okay. Jeez, want to see my collection? Like, I have all these episodes. Like, oh, good lord, we don't care. You're a fangirl.
All
we get
the
it.
releases of Neon Genesis Evangelion.
with the commentary track, and I watch it every year on my birthday. Okay, we get it. You're right. Jesus.
do something similar with Howl's Moving Castle someday.
Oh,
Although
ruin
that
Please,
would
no.
ruin that one for us. Why don't you? Yeah.
being a very different video. You know how I said Kiki's Delivery Service was a perfect choice for a Ghibli adaptation? Howl's Moving Castle wasn't.
What?
Like, they're both good, but they're extremely different.
Yeah, they're amazing. What? Howl's Moving Castle is brilliant. It's
Why is that a bad thing?
It's-
Like how they adapt to the book. Why is that
it's
a bad thing?
like look at Spirited Away. It's very, I would say, not the same level of Japanese influence, but it's very close. Like the level of fiction or mythology, the animation's fantastic. The mysticism is pretty on point. It's great. Like I love Howl's Moving Castle. It's great.
Personally, I haven't seen that one in a long while.
Oh yeah, it's been a while.
I just remember like a part of the ending, like maybe like over a decade ago. Might rewatch it soon.
Oh yeah, all these wonderful Miyazaki films are great. So, especially when you have younger family members to watch them with.
Yes.
Calms them down. Holy shit.
I haven't had those for like a while now. So
Yeah. Well, they watch a lot of other weird shit from like Korea and all the crazy boy bands. And like, oh my
yes.
God, I can't take anymore. Stop with the dancing. Jesus. But
Stop dancing.
why are you dancing? Okay. We got 20. Oh, less than. Yeah, okay. We're almost done. Gee, we're fast, Mark. Jeez. More time for Wisp, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you to my
We're done.
patrons.
Woohoo.
Joska, I'm so disappointed in you. You're supporting this god awful channel. You're officially not the best JoJo anymore.
Yeah. Michael Lipster. Someone named Red. Someone named Kate. Anyway, that was Noralities. The quicker the better. Fantastic stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Can't take too much of her. She's kind of, I wouldn't say egotistical, but she doesn't realize she has this bizarre.
She has that vibe, definitely. Like it feels like she's like trying to like go down with that, but like it just really feels deep down like she has this egotistical like demeanor about her.
I'm smart, and if only you watched it like this, and this is what you would see. Like, thanks, thank you.
Well, but I don't agree what the creator has said about the movie. Like, okay.
Yeah, I know.
Why is your interpretation is better than the other one? Oh, because it's about COVID depression.
Yeah. That's what you want to know. Yeah, Kiki's Delivery Service is all about being depressed. Like, yeah, sure. I'm so sure she was depressed. Exactly. Yeah. Within 24 hours, she resolves her own problems by saving a kid's life. Like, okay. That happens all the time. Yeah. You're depressed, save a kid's life, you get better, no problem. Yeah, okay. Anyway. that was good because it was quick. Made me feel better, at least. I'm no longer.
Yeah, like it's better to like let this one go, so it doesn't need to turn into like a 4-hour video.
That is a good point, because anything where we spend more than an hour or two with Noralities is either going to turn into a fetish or some diatribe about men or art that only she can perceive, or the sizes of heads and body type. Like, oh God. Why are you talking about this?
Yeah.
So, anyway, we can stop right now if you're happy, Mark, and we can bring on Wisp, because Wisp needs,
Yeah, this needs a lot more time for this.
All right, I'll summon Wisp and call you a good night. I don't know if you're going to be on later, but if I can try, I will try to get everyone. I only have a limit of 10, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But,
well, it depends on like what's gonna be up. But if I'm available and there's room, then sure.
Alrighty. Okay. Well, thanks so much, Mark, for your time.
Have a good time.
All right. Thanks. Wisp, come on board. If you're there, buddy. Anytime. Let me just move on over to the next video.
Hello.
Hello, Wisp. How we doing?
I had just watched that.
Yeah, Noralities is a tough watch. That's true.
Yeah, so not good anymore.
Well, yeah.
God, he's so wrong about depression. It's painful.
I know. I don't know all the details because I did do some research on it, but it's like, honey, were you ever depressed?
I think she has. So this is my personal interpretation of everything she's saying and how she's interpreting things and how she reacts to things and all her sexuality obsession. I think she has borderline personality disorder. There are depressive symptoms in that. It's a permanent thing. And I believe she is projecting that onto other things and thinks it's just depression, which it is not.
Yeah.
But what really threw me over the edge, and I'm pretty sure it would throw people over the actual edge, and I think I was at that. Well, that didn't do it, but I can imagine it happens to people if you do it in the right moment. No, she said, "Oh, things will get better." If that's your way to cheer someone up who's depressed, that's what makes people jump when you tell them that. Especially after that, she says, "There is no cure."
It's like, thanks.
So,
thanks.
It's gonna get. There's no cure, but it's gonna get better. What?
So if it's gonna get better, that means there's a solution, right?
Yeah. So just short version. It's not a serotonin issue per se. So most depression is life problems that you can't solve, that your brain is just exhausted from, and you need rest. And after that, you have to work out because your brain lacks oxygen and blood sugar. And when you get your circulation going, you refuel that. You pump up that fuel again.
Yeah,
and then you can do some more stuff.
That's what I recommended. I did it myself. It helped out immensely, and it really makes a change. So, yeah, working out is good in general, but it's always good when you're really depressed or not feeling anything.
Also, before you take any weird pills that a alleged therapist is prescribing you, you do blood work. You check your blood levels. You check for any organic issues that are wrong. You don't just take antidepressants. That's a really stupid idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, cyber, no, I will never do that. Don't worry.
All right, let's get on with our video coverage here. This is by Matthewmatosis. What's the video about, and where are we starting in it?
All right. So Matthewmatosis does. This is a positive video from all the insanity we usually get. I've mentioned the channel a couple times. You said you didn't know him, and I think Matthew does very good video game reviews. He knows the most obscure games imaginable. If there's 5 minutes left at the end, maybe we can take a peek at the beginning of his Death Stranding review, because he figured out the genre of it. I think he's given the most fair review of The Last of Us 2 you can give. He focuses on the gameplay for the most part with that. And even that is not a very, very good score. Yeah, and in this one is mainly about Breath of the Wild, in which I share most of his criticism. There's only, I think, 1 or 2 bits where I disagree with, but that is probably just something he missed or didn't deem too relevant, because it's really, he covers a lot, and his style is basically he's very calm, and everything flows into the next topic. It's a very fluent watch if you do it, naturally. So I would, if you like this, the bits we're gonna look over, I would personally highly recommend you check out his channel, and this video in particular hasn't quite broken the 1 million views mark, which to my very surprise, because of much lesser videos about Breath of the Wild have done that, and I think he is very, very undersubbed and underrated. My idea was to just watch the first 5, maybe at max 10 minutes, to get a feel for how he does things, and what his approach for his main points about Breath of the Wild are.
All right.
And he focuses where he goes and where the point we're going to jump to later on, which is around the 39-minute mark, is how everything goes into immersion, how you keep that up, and how you sustain that, and the I'm spoiling okay, already.
Well, let's get started. Before we get started, here is JS though. He says Matt absolutely destroyed Dark Souls 2, starting the H-Bomber guy versus Mauler drama. Wow, that's really old drama. So I'm assuming Matthew did some Dark Souls 2 analysis that wasn't very positive, I'm assuming.
He has it somewhere. I've seen it, but so long ago I forgot.
Okay.
What's in it?
All right. Anyway, we just start from here. This is good.
Yeah, just from the start.
Okay,
let's go right from the start.
A Link to the Past cast a long shadow over the Zelda series, and with good reason. It's a great game. Its central hook is well fleshed out, it's packed with enjoyable dungeons, filled with brand new items for Link to utilise, it places those items in dungeons so as to reveal them at an even pace, its sparse story imparts a feeling of epicness as you advance, it's got a memorable soundtrack, nice visuals, it's about as close to inarguably great as any game has ever gotten. In fact, it was so great it became the Zelda template for the following 20 years, but in spite of all its positive qualities, it's not a perfect embodiment of what made the original Legend of Zelda so enchanting. A Link to the Past isn't a linear game, but it does start out as one. The opening moments show how priorities had shifted, with players being railroaded into a story sequence at Hyrule Castle. From there, the first 3 dungeons must be completed in order, only after arriving in the Dark World is it possible to progress non-linearly. Even at that point, it may technically be completable in various orders, but the environment is full of roadblocks which gate progress until certain items are acquired. Famously inspired by Shigeru Miyamoto's memories of a forest near his childhood home, the original Legend of Zelda had a clear goal: allow players to experience the joy of exploration. This goal is so core to its design it takes only 1 second for it to come into focus. The moment the first screen appears, you're confronted with 4 choices, each one leading to different outcomes. Keep in mind, Nintendo could have easily started the game with a few linear screens, and we know, based on what they've said about World 1-1 and Super Mario Bros., that a player's first impression was a big deal to them, even at the time. Zelda could have started in a dead end with an empty screen to learn movement, one to give Link a sword, and one to introduce enemies before emerging into the world proper, but instead you have to choose. The very first thing you do in The Legend of Zelda, before you even press a button on the controller, is make a decision about which way to explore. And so, many years later, Zelda, restored to original form, reawakens at the Shrine of Resurrection. By which I mean Link. These days, it would be an exceptionally bold move for a big budget game to plop the player in the middle of a field, so the Shrine acts as a short introduction, setting up the story and doling out the most basic of tutorials. Kept to a minimum, this intro is completed in only 3 minutes, after which you find yourself standing on the already iconic cliff deciding where to go next. Breath of the Wild summed up in one word would be freedom. It sounds obvious, but the level of commitment to this principle is what makes it remarkable. When Destroy Ganon appears after clearing the Great Plateau, that might as well be the designers emblazoning the game's philosophy on screen. Freedom taken to such a logical extreme, you're told where to find the final boss right out of the tutorial. Apart from those opening moments on the Great Plateau, everything in Breath of the Wild is optional for completion. This alone is a huge shift, but more impressive is the ways that freedom has been built into smaller mechanics and situations, spirit orbs being a clear example. Heart pieces are such an ancient tradition, it was hard to imagine them undergoing any kind of significant change. Maybe spirit orbs were just introduced on a whim, but if we view it in terms of freedom, it now makes perfect sense. Spirit orbs nudge the dial away from less freedom towards more freedom. Now you get to choose, hearts or stamina. A small decision, but when repeated it can have serious ramifications without getting bogged down in number crunching or jargon. Low heart challenge runs make more sense than ever in Breath of the Wild because giving up a heart grants you something else in return. That's freedom. Another example is cooking.
So if you are not familiar, you climb around a lot in Breath of the Wild. That's what you need the stamina for. Well, most games. And you essentially, the more familiar you get with the game, the more you want to increase your stamina instead of your heart, especially as you get better with combat. And the Great Plateau, the tutorial area, essentially, that you have to complete before you are left out into the full world, you can complete in any order as well. Like there's 4 shrines there that you have to go to get your basic abilities. And the first time I played it, I think the second one I went to was the so just by accident, because I was exploring around, was the one in the ice area where the first thing you do is freeze. So you have to find out how to survive the cold until you get to the peak of the mountain, which is quite a long way. There's several ways on how to do it. You can either learn to cook or rather figure out how to cook the chilies, or you can just eat them, which gives you a buff for a very short time. Cooking makes it longer. Or you can find the warm the warm tunic that just makes you immune to this low level of cold. And in regards to this is a thing for later. And my main critique about Breath of the Wild is you have 120 of these shrines in the game. They're very small dungeons.
120.
120. And I think that they are too much. I think this was a design choice. For there are usually 1 or 2 rooms and very simple puzzles. There is, personally, I'd say at maximum 10, maybe 20 good ones that are really engaging. Some of them are in the desert with the electricity puzzles. Other than that, they are mostly just drivel. There are a few combat shrines. They are entertaining for in the beginning of the game. But overall, I think this was a design choice because this was a very early title for the Switch. And Nintendo probably wasn't sure how the Switch would actually be used, how the standby function would affect the game or the console. And you can just hit the home button or the whichever it is. I always have it in the dock, so I don't actually remember. And it won't eat away at the battery. So you could have had bigger dungeons and still feel accomplishment. I have a feeling this was a design choice in order to give commuters some ability to play while they're on their way to work or back from school or work to home, where you can just do this little dungeon here and then the train is at my station, to have a feeling of accomplishment. Overall, I think it's a detriment to the game in the long run and for replayability, because it gets a bit annoying in a replay, because these dungeons are on a really almost pointless level of difficulty in regards to their puzzles. Yes, Zelda games are for kids. I'd say 8 years and up, maybe 6 years and up, depending on the Zelda game. However, I think Breath of the Wild in most dungeons is just too easy, too simple. Same goes with the Koroks. They have Matthew also addresses this. They're little spirits that you can find. You can lift a rock, and there's one under it. There's at almost every mountain peak, there's a rock. You lift it up, you find the Korok. The Korok gives you his little seed. When you have enough seeds, you can buy an inventory upgrade, new inventory slot. And there's certain other ways where they are like little hidden mini games where you shoot at balloons, where you find a little acorn in a tree that you shoot out, and that's where the Korok was hiding. jumping over free fences with your horse, like doing a little stunt, all of these little things. And when I had my first playthrough of Breath of the Wild, I think I clocked out at something around 52% completion. And I thought, well, that's not much. Where are the other 48%? And it only then dawned upon me, because I thought I had found, I don't know, I don't remember the exact number anymore. Something 350, 400 Korok seeds, and I thought that's quite a lot. I must have found almost all of them, because I had all the inventory upgrades, and I was still finding Korok seeds, and I wasn't at the next full 100. So I thought maybe the next 100 would be all of them. In reality, the game has 900 of these. 900. These fucking things are everywhere. And they are everywhere so that the casual player will come across enough of them. That's okay. And I think the game could even keep as many as that. It can keep its 900 Koroks. What would have helped the game, however, would be if... because what the game does is, you find a Korok, and the game pauses, zooms in on the Korok in a tiny cutscene. The Korok says its line, you press A, and the game continues. So you get the Korok seed and the game continues. This always breaks the... what's the word?
Flow?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Exactly. It breaks the game flow. Like you're on your horse jumping across things, and then the game freezes just to show you the Korok. And it's just I would say either put in an option into the game where you can completely shut that off, that this little cutscene happens, or at least that per type of mini game, of these mini environmental puzzles. The first time you do a puzzle type, you get a little cutscene. But every subsequent time you do the same type of puzzle, you don't get the cutscene, you just get the Korok seed. That would help the game a lot, because, as I said, there's 900 of these. And most people don't get to, as a friend told me back then, I never checked it up. A friend told me that most people clock out after their first playthrough at something like 26 to 30% at maximum. I got to over 50%. And I thought, I must have missed so much. But I didn't. I just missed Koroks. I just missed fucking Koroks. And when you have so much of that, kind of breaks the flow. Kind of makes you not want to find these guys anymore at some point.
It kind of sounds like New Vegas. When you play New Vegas, you know what you have to do. But there's so many obstacles in the way, and there's so many side quests, but you can just go straight to House. You can go straight to this, but you have to know how to get to him first. There's, get through the gates and pay the fee or hack the Securitron and whatever. But it encourages you to discover more, because then you get stronger physically in points. Whereas with this game, there's no stats. It's just heart containers, stamina, and item space, inventory.
Yeah.
And are there skills like weapon techniques you can learn, at least, like sword moves or something like that?
In Breath of the Wild?
Yeah.
No, you can do everything from the start.
Yeah.
You have a few special moves like dodge roll, dodge jump, block with which you can deflect incoming projectiles. And if you time the dodge jump correctly, you can also go into some bullet time super attack thing. Then you have the classic whirl attack with your sword. With every weapon, that is. You have different weapons, but you don't have special attack combos or anything with each weapon. It's just the same. It's more like, so you have to remember for that. It is a rather I'd say for its simplicity, the combat system. Sorry, I'm looking for words so much. The combat system kind of marries being simple with having variety through its tools, not through it's a complicated or complex combat system. It just has a basic set of moves, but with the amount of weapons you have enough variety because the weapons have their distinct purposes. You can play into the direction you personally prefer with that. There's no kind of skill tree or anything. What stands out are magic weapons that do elemental damage, and wands that throw some fireballs or lightning or some such. Though they're more like puzzle tools almost, or for special enemies. In general, the game keeps very basic. Same goes with the arrows, by the way. And as Matthew will also note, because this is one of the big things important about Breath of the Wild, certain things don't work in all environments. Like, you don't want to use a bomb arrow. So first off, a bomb arrow doesn't work in rain. You shoot it and it makes boop, falls to the ground. On a volcano, you don't want to light a bomb arrow because it explodes while you knock it, because it's too hot. All these little things play into the game. And once you master the battle system, most enemies are absolutely no threat to you. There is one type of enemy, and this was very surprising to me, and as you go through the story, you will encounter at least one of these enemies. That's the Lionel, which you can completely walk past, and probably you should as you start the game, because you do not have enough weapons to do enough damage to it, because the weapons break. Those are they're quite surprising, because they have a move set, and we can skip to a time code for that later, where you can see an example of that. That can be, I would equate them to, and I mean this I mean this completely seriously, not in any ironic, joking way. They're on the level of Dark Souls enemies. They have a move set as varied as Link. They can charge. They're like big lion tours. So that, like, imagine a mix of a horse and a lion, and they can charge you. They can stomp the ground to knock you down. They can jump you. They can jump away to get distance, and they jump quite far. Spit fireballs in quick succession, and they're big ones, not these tiny light bulb ones, really big ones. They have different ways to spit them. They have great weapons with reach, shields. Some of them have bows as well. I think most of them, with which they can shoot elemental arrows as well, not just directly at you. But if you hide behind a rock or a wall, and they know you are hiding there because they saw you, they're very intelligent enemies. They will shoot at you in a parabol way that the arrow comes from above. These guys are mean, and they are fun to fight. But once you master the battle system, the combat system, you can beat them without taking a scratch, just like in Dark Souls, if you're really good. However, the game is not as punishing as Dark Souls. There is no healing second or something like that, where you can't do anything. You can just activate the menu and eat all the apples you have, like in an Elder Scrolls game, and then you're healed. But that's where the kids game level comes in. That's that. The critique here that I would add to Matthew to the Spirit Orbs is that this is really all you get from the shrines. You do not get anything else, not past the tutorial. And that is a bit I don't know if depressing is the right word. It's just a bit unfulfilling, I would say. Because what in this game, you get all the tools that Link has in the tutorial area. And you are not let out before you have them. In all other games, you have this very, I'd say it's a light Metroid style. You find a new special item in a dungeon, and now you can go new places. And you can backtrack somewhat. In Breath of the Wild, you have all the tools that you can have at your disposal after the tutorial is done. I would have liked some first less dungeons, bigger ones, bigger ones and more meaningful ones, where you can get permanent upgrades or new tools, if just for fun and not for puzzle solving. And since Breath of the Wild does add convenience, quality of life items in the game, mostly in the form of armor pieces that give you climbing bonuses or make you impervious to elements, and some such. Those are the most important ones. And you just keep switching between your gear for whatever you need to do, or whatever's coming up, to the point where the elements, the heat and cold, which is what you're dealing with the most, become almost irrelevant. I mitigated the ice area almost completely by just running around with a fire sword or a fire rod, because the fire weapons also make it, they emanate heat. So you can stay in the snow while still in your cold climbing gear. That's mainly my critique about the main design choices of Breath of the Wild. That's the Koroks and the abundance of dungeons that are, what's the word? Not repetitive, but they feel pointless. And many of them come up in just random places. When you discover one that is hidden in a place where that's kind of a reward for exploring around, which is what you do most of the game, that's cool. But it's just too many. That it's just everywhere. You can't go 10 meters without stumbling across another shrine.
Okay, so was that Matt's opinion as well? Like, does he say that, or is he?
Let's say there are overlaps to that. He doesn't see it as big of a problem as I do. He mentions these issues.
Okay. Is that somewhere in the video here, or where do we go?
Yes, it's at. I made a note somewhere here with timestamps I had. But I just go to I just keep continuing to the 10-minute mark, and then we jump to the 39.
Okay.
Many games have taken a stab at this over the years, but it's often a case of gathering ingredients for a prescribed recipe, which is then chosen from a list. Instead, Link is free to select any 5 items which seem to make sense and toss them into a pot. Go off script and you'll always be accommodated by a sensible result, allowing for player-driven discovery by not punishing trial and error too heavily. Again, freedom. Almost everything in Breath of the Wild makes sense when you view it through this lens, so rather than belabor the point, instead we're going to focus on the ways it stresses this philosophy, where it was pushed aside, where it shines and where it fails. Being a step up from previous Zelda tutorials is faint praise, but the Great Plateau is so well disguised you might not even realise it is one until it's over. Oftentimes tutorials seem like a sort of learning tax you have to pay before you get to experience the game proper. Breath of the Wild avoids that problem by turning lesson time into a miniature version of the real thing. Many features such as horses and towns are stripped out, probably so first timers aren't overwhelmed and to save some discoveries for later, but the core appeal is present immediately. Even though the first objective is to activate a tower, the Temple of Time is placed in plain view, distracting players just moments into the first quest. It's an early indication that you're free to look around and do whatever you want whenever you feel like. Once the tower's up, it's off to 4 starter shrines in any order. Of course, it's nice that you're trusted to experiment, explore, talk to the old man, pay attention and figure some things out for yourself, but the real accomplishment is that non-linearity built into the very beginning. Since it's impossible to rush Ganon right out of the gate, it might be fair to call the Great Plateau a compromise, but at least it's a compromise which is true to the non-linear spirit of the game as a whole. It's during these early moments where the full functionality of the Sheikah Slate is introduced. By themselves, these generalized tools represent a clear step towards more engaging puzzle design, since having multifaceted recurring abilities should make solutions less obvious. However, this is undermined by how compact and isolated shrines are. In puzzles, there's the signal and there's the noise. In other words, there are elements which are necessary for the puzzle's completion, and there's everything else. Shrines are almost all signal, no noise, which is a clean, perfect way of designing them, but if this game is anything to go by, there is such a thing as too perfect. It may sound like a cheap trick, but adding some noise is actually desirable, as demonstrated by one of the more difficult shrines. Here, the player is intended to use cryonas so a metal box can stay elevated enough for electricity to pass through. Before this point, the player has to activate this node by completing a circuit through the water. Notice, the water isn't necessary for this part of the puzzle to work, it could just as easily have been built on the ground. By submerging it instead, what they've done is made the water in this room less conspicuous. Having used it once, you're tempted to cross it off your mental checklist, when there's no real reason why that should be the case. It's just a bad puzzle-solving habit which deserves to be punished. Other facets of the environment can play a role as well. In a traditional dungeon, the walls might be that of a cave patched with moss, so a wooden platform wouldn't...
So why that water was extended to that point is to make it a tiny bit less obvious to use the cryonis, the create ice block, further down the path. If you just had the opening where you should fit in the ice block, it would be too simple. So the dungeon is made to be looking a tiny bit more natural. That's the noise part of this that he's talking about.
Immediately burn me down. There could be a stream flowing through a room which didn't serve any particular purpose, or runs into another room in the same dungeon where it does serve a purpose. Not to mention a central gimmick which, at its best, might complicate every puzzle within that dungeon. Noise isn't about hiding puzzle elements, it's just about getting players to really think about what they're looking at. There needs to be plenty of wrong answers for the right answer to feel meaningful. Whatever gains were made by the more generalized magnetism, cryonis and stasis runes this time around was cancelled out by how streamlined puzzle environments have become. To their credit, shrines can be broken in various ways, another example of the freedom philosophy. Earlier Zelda puzzles were about making the player feel smart, or in other words, the coveted eureka moment. To that end, they were rigidly designed to accept only one answer, although of course there are some exceptions and glitches. If you approach shrines with that mentality, they offer more or less the same thing, but Breath of the Wild allows you to view them another way, as a problem to be overcome by whatever means you can manage. At a glance, this might seem to be poor design. After all, the goal of a level designer is to guide the player through a specific experience. Nintendo have, as usual, done a great job of that, maybe too good a job, which means following the intended path is an easy course of action. Breaking shrines often removes some of the busy work involved in moving puzzle pieces around, but it also usually takes more ingenuity, not less. It's rare to see this kind of open-endedness in puzzle design, and it seems to have struck a good balance between laying out a challenge while also allowing players enough freedom to forge their own, more interesting path. One quibble with this setup is that lateral thinking has identical rewards to the standard approach. Motivation can be broken into two broad categories, intrinsic and extrinsic. The spirit orb at the end of each shrine is an extrinsic reward. You obtain something concrete. Solving a shrine the wrong way, as some kind of weird challenge to yourself, is an intrinsic reward. You gain nothing but a feeling of satisfaction that originates internally. Maybe it's just a simple desire to break the rules, or to flex your intellect over those Sheikah monks, or maybe you just want to see what's possible within the constraints of the system. Getting the most from shrines relies on that kind of intrinsic motivation, since either way you're receiving the same extrinsic rewards for your efforts, a spirit orb and a chest. This formula of predictable reward plus unpredictable reward seems like a winning one. Players know there's always at least a spirit orb, and hopefully the other thing will be good too. Unfortunately, it often isn't. At best, you'll find a new piece of armor with some unique benefit, but it's questionable whether that needed to be shackled to equipment. On the one hand, clothing sets tie into the temperature gauge. This adds a nice coating of reality which enhances exploration by making the world both more believable and more mechanically rich. At an early point during my first playthrough, I was about to die from hypothermia until I tried equipping a fire sword which saved my life. It's telling that I still remember that moment even after over 100 hours of gameplay. Another way this is put to use is the Ice Cube side mission, where moving between shaded areas becomes a necessity. That said, for the most part, once you get the right clothing, environmental temperatures pose nothing more than an annoyance, which is overcome by opening the menu.
Yeah, this is the thing I mentioned before. The these sets are, in my opinion, too easy to get, and they remove the main thread of the environment, as well as remove any necessity on your part to plan your adventure, where you're going next. You can just run straight towards where you want to run to. This is where I think that, despite the very young audience the game is intended for, that preparation element could have been a little bit stronger or kept stronger in the game, because you're just switching around in the inventory, which also has a tiny design flaw, where you can only switch left and right with the stick, so you go only page by page by page. You can't instantly switch the categories. So if you want to get to your from your armor to your cooked food, you have to get through, in this case, 6 or 7 pages of unprepared food. And that is annoying. They could have just put this on a shoulder button or something. And to my memory, that wasn't the case, because the shoulder buttons, at least the R1 and L1, they switched the whole menu to another page. I'm pretty sure I tried this a couple times. There is no button to switch that. If anyone wants to correct me on that, please do, because this is one of the minor inconveniences that makes me not want to replay the game, because they didn't put enough effort in the inventory. Like, they could have they could have had the extra pages as scrolling down as well. That would have done had the same effect on the category, but it would have made it still easier to switch the categories.
Yeah, it seems like a very big oversight to not have tabs. You can just go from category to category, as opposed to going through every page of one section
before you get to the next category. Yeah. So there are tabs, but you have no button to switch the tabs.
Yeah. What's the point? It's not a tab.
It's a tiny annoyance, and I'm really surprised that after so many years, decades of UI design, and in-house Nintendo puts a lot of effort into that, especially after the great strides that Rareware did with Donkey Kong Country in regards to UI design. I'm just surprised. If you don't know what Donkey Kong Country did, the whole series for that matter, is it removed all unnecessary scores from the screen, which means that for most of the game, you don't have any game scores on the game. You don't know how many bananas you have, how many lives you have. Whether you have can take another hit is indicated by your Kong partner being there to switch with, and your banana counter only appears when you gather bananas. And if for 2 seconds you don't gather bananas, it's gone again. If you get an extra life, it's shown as the counter increases, and then it goes out of the screen again, so that you can completely concentrate on the screen. That's great UI design. You only have for video games. You only have on the screen what's important. A similar such development is in certain first-person shooters, that you have indicators on the weapon that show you how much ammunition does this weapon still have, instead of having scores on the screen.
Right.
Dead Space did a similar thing in addition with the health bar, where you have these holo indicators on the spine of the armor.
Great design.
Those are great additions. And Nintendo, why did you fuck up this tiny bit?
Okay, so you wanted it to jump to 37 or 39? What was it?
39. So the only thing he mentions after this part, in this early part, is a little critique that is very nice for he basically says struggle is fundamental to play. That the inconveniences are important, especially in these games. So a little hint to the games journalists here. Video games are not for games journalists, apparently. Yeah, but yeah, let's jump to 39. That is the main point I'd like to talk about.
All right.
What's that? That's
too far.
Still 40. Damn.
There we go.
Yeah, that looks good.
Immense. At its best, when resources are low, Breath of the Wild imparts a sense that everything could be useful, from the grass to the trees to the rocks. Many games suffer from a sense that most of what you see is just set dressing, cardboard cutouts that cause collisions but little else. Rather than being solely decoration, these are all gameplay objects to one degree or another, which might just be the defining feature of an already fascinating game. Stasis and Magnesis are brilliant inclusions because they take objects which would otherwise be irrelevant thanks to their mass and turn them into more toys to play with. Beside that physics system sits its equally important chemistry equivalent, which has been described by its developers as a state calculator with elements like fire creating zones of state-changing behavior. This simple explanation belies just how complex a problem that is, but the end result looks effortless. The first time you drop an apple next to a campfire and watch as it transmogrifies into a baked apple, you can't help but wonder why every game doesn't already work this way. Everything around us carries the potential to change state if the conditions are right. That's just as much a fact of life as gravity, but until now, games have been far more concerned with the latter than the former. This might seem like Breath of the Wild's greatest revelation, but Zelda had actually been building toward this longer than anyone realized. Ocarina of Time's torches could burn spiderwebs, which seems meager now, but was genuinely impressive at release. Back in the Wind Waker days, Shigeru Miyamoto used to repeat a phrase to the development team which seems especially relevant now. He would say, "Zelda is a game that values reality over realism." The distinction is this: crafting graphics that look increasingly like real life is realism, whereas making an experience feel real, no matter what it looks like, is reality. Of course, realism and reality can coexist to some degree. Breath of the Wild pushes way more polygons than Ocarina of Time, but it clearly opts for simplified visuals compared to its contemporaries. It may not literally copy Impressionist styles the way Skyward Sword did, but in a sense it's still the computer game equivalent of Impressionism. At first glance, the art direction might seem like an unremarkable middle ground between previous installments, but it's actually a crucial component. State changes call for more assets, which becomes more practical when polygon counts are reasonable and textures more simplistic. Other components benefit too. Real life doesn't have wind trails, but games have no sense of touch, so an exaggerated visual effect compensates, allowing the air to become a fully fledged gameplay mechanic. Focus on realism and lightning will strike without warning, but with an impressionist approach it can spark metal objects first, becoming yet another new toy. If the goal was some sense of reality, then it's a
the clip he showed wasn't that helpful. What happens when there's rain with thunder is metal objects, including your armor that you wear. Do you have metal armor? Do you have a sword? They will start to sparkle with electric charge, which indicates that lightning's gonna strike on the metal. So better take off the metal.
I know.
The same is true for enemies. But this is nothing that happens in real life.
He was referring.
This is a UI, basically a UI indicator within the game world.
Yeah, but he's talking about the art style of Impressionism, or at least in relation to Wind Waker, and that is a very minimalist style of depicting objects, which is fine. And I don't think that's the same thing in Breath of the Wild. Now, if we're talking about Impressionism,
oh no, it's in a very 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 reduced way.
Right.
It keeps that. It's not the big cartoonish way. It tries to depict a more realistic looking world, but it keeps some of these if you want to say cartoonish elements.
Right. So you're talking about effects or particle effects or little flares of detail. That is not Impressionism. Impressionism is a whole style of artwork which has little elements of detail, but it could be in multiple styles of Impressionism. You have very detailed looking big pictures, or you have very plain looking somber tones or pastels or realistic depictions of life or a bridge or this or that. So I'm not quite sure what he's getting at.
Yeah, I can agree that maybe that was not the best choice of words. That can be argued. The relevant point is the quote by Miyamoto of, where was it?
Reality versus realism.
Yeah, reality over realism. And I think this is an important thing for many other games we see today that break their immersion because of failed direction. The reality, the part of reality is also the how do things work within the game. Are things, when I do certain things, I expect something to happen because of how real world physics work or how real world logic works. And so I can, even in a cartoonish game like Wind Waker, expect certain reactions from the world or from actions that I do. Like I cut the grass, so it and then it's cut, or I hit the chicken and it's annoyed and tries to run away. In Breath of the Wild and many other games, this goes many steps further. In the environmental effects, everything has the weather system. If I cut a tree down, it will roll around. Will not just lie there as a log. I can pick up. It may roll around. I can put the whole forest to fire, and as I can see the wind, I know where it travels. Will the fire go to the enemy camp? I get the baked apples, for example, as this very simple version thing. I can manipulate where lightning strikes. He brings up a very nice example where he throws a metal sword to an enemy, and the enemy picks it up during a thunderstorm so that the enemy gets hit by the lightning. So this is this is a bit complicated way of killing an enemy, but it's something possible, something you can think up and guess, can I try this? Is the game intelligent enough, realistic enough and consistent enough within its own rules to make that? And this is mainly detached from how photorealistic does it look. And the counterexample I bring to that is something we covered quite often on the Smudcast by now. Maybe not the best example, but we've talked quite a lot about The Last of Us 2, which is a mostly realistic game. With the addition of the cordyceps virus within its own logic. It's just an adaptation of what we have in the real world, just applied to it now works on humans. There you get the fantastical element. What we mucked about a lot is the character Abby. That doesn't work, that can't work in that world if that world operates by the same rules of physics as ours. She is a magical character because she can only be as muscly and build up if she's not an actual woman. Maybe she's not even an actual human. That's where the immersion breaks, because the internal logic of the world doesn't add up by what we know about that world. I don't know about any other weird magical things that go on in The Last of Us world. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Where it bears on who knows quite a lot more about the topic of workout, and it's anyone. I think most people can deduct that with the workout schedule it doesn't work, with the nutrition level it doesn't work, with the lack of steroids it doesn't work. This character can simply not exist. It's not believable. In magical worlds like the Zelda series, we still have internal rules that it follows, even though there are some cartoonish elements to them, some fantastical elements to them. We can accept that because from the get-go, we can see it as a magical world. just as I often bring it up, Asura's Wrath is a high-level science fiction world that it borders on magic. And we have demigod-like cyborgs fight each other, jump to the moon in Dragon Ball manner, and we can accept that there because it's a highly magical world that still follows its own rules. So we can accept the weird things going on there. Same with the wacky stuff in Xenoblade 2. We know from the get-go, okay, there are weird things going on here. We start the world exists in a cloud sea. You live on a stone-like dragon thing where you have your little house on, and you salvage stuff from the cloud sea. And then there's these other wacky characters, and it goes on and on. That's where we can accept characters looking odd or seemingly out of place, but it makes sense within the rules of that world, of that game. And games like The Last of Us 2 break that. Games like the Breath of the Wild don't. That's the main point that I wanted to get to here. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I have to actually see the complexity of these elements. Like seeing the gravity control of those objects reminds me of Half-Life 2 and how that sort of influenced gaming, where everything.
Oh, well, that's your quasi-magical tools for puzzle solving in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, let's make these dungeons very complicated and allow lots of puzzles, which is mostly what Zelda has always been. It's always been a series of block puzzles and switches and this and that. So that's fine.
The little ideas like you can so if you don't have fire arrows, you can make a fire,
right?
Hold your arrow into it, and that doesn't give you the superpower of a fire arrow, but it gives you an arrow that is on fire with which you can light up things that are far away.
Yeah,
like the shield of an enemy, or a tree.
We kind of like take
that's the logic part.
We take away the Metroidvania aspects of Zelda, which it was known for. Like you get the hook shot, and you can go other places. You get the hammer, you can knock down objects to pass by. So it takes away that element of doing things in a certain order to account for this open world reality, which you can use fire to change the state of objects. The same with water or wind or whatever, I'm assuming. So it does allow for freedom, but it loses the gameplay necessity to go to those areas. It's like you don't need to do like as you said, you only did half the game roughly before you passed it. So
no, I didn't do half the game. I did all the relevant things in the game.
Oh, really?
I did everything that is. If you only do all the core things of the game, you clock out at probably 10% or something.
Oh, really?
Because of how the completion value counts. Like every main quest, that's the 4 main dungeons, that count as I think 1% point, and you have the final boss. It's probably another percent point. And then every shrine is point something. And then you have the 900 Koroks, which make up the most of this percentage, if I remember correctly. So even if you have all the armor and upgraded it all, and did all the shrines, and did all the dungeons, you will not clock out at over 60%.
Well, this is the problem I have then, because
that's just Nintendo fucking up the completion counter. That only shows up after you beat Ganon once.
Right. So compared to that with New Vegas, which is another big open world game, for example, doing a quest for Cassidy, she wants you to go find her father's destroyed or lost caravan, and it brings you all the way over to the other end of the map. And the reason why you want to do that is because it goes right through Vegas and it goes right through other parts and other places to explore, but because you want to help that character out. She has a certain special value to you as a gamer or as a companion. You like her around, you like her gameplay options. You say, okay, this is a story element, and it develops more history. of what happens to her, and then it connects to or New Vegas. It goes. You have to go into the town to solve one of her problems. So it's a subplot that is worked into the main story, or at least the main setting, and it encourages you to explore. So that's where I see a relevant element of storytelling connecting with gameplay and connecting with map exploration, which is not your Metroidvania. Obviously, you need health and equipment and weapons and all that stuff to survive in those areas, but it's balanced enough that you don't need to always focus on plasma weapons, or you could be a melee build because it's an RPG. You have that freedom. So I like when they're custom designed, not for the virtue of having a fun puzzle to solve, or a block puzzle or a 3D puzzle, whatever you want to call those dungeons, but because there is narrative reason. They're giving you, yes, there could even be puzzles to solve too, but they're giving you a character to identify with their plight, with their problems, with their backstories, and it allows you to learn more about that person or that character with a voice actor. So it's connecting you with many things. With the Zelda games, there's no voice acting.
Well, Breath of the Wild has some of it, but not a lot. But I would add that too as criticism. There is no point to go to any of the shrines other than the shrine is there. There's no need to go there. There's no story need.
Compare that to, let's say, a simple game like Genshin Impact, and you compare Genshin Impact to Breath of the Wild because it's big world to explore and all, what have you. The characters in there will say, I need to go over there on the map to get a thing, and you're like, okay, let's go together.
Oh, that's just a few character quests.
Yeah, exactly.
For the most part, Genshin Impact is similar to Breath of the Wild in that you, when you first play it, you just run across the map and open all the chests, beat some enemies up to get another chest, do a little mini quest to get or mini challenge rather, to get another chest, and so on. It's in that sense it's the same. It's just faster paced because it doesn't have the downtimes of, oh, I go into this shrine, I have a loading screen, I do a mini puzzle, I have a little sequence that always looks the same, I have another loading screen, I'm outside again, I go to the next shrine. Genshin Impact is just chest, next chest, next chest, next chest. It's a constant game flow. You can do that when you start a game. You can do that for several days without pause, and you won't have cleared everything.
Right, but there's not unlocks, but there's elements of the town that get changed. Like you're always going back to the town and meeting a new character or opening a new door. Like
if you do the quests, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
If you do the character quests. When I played Genshin the first time, I was just running around the map without pause because I just there's another. Okay, I'll do another. I can see another one. I didn't even after 2 days of playing Genshin Impact and having cleared most of the Mondstadt area, I hadn't done a single quest. I didn't know the game had quests. I'm honest with you. I didn't know the game had quests. I thought this is what the game was.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I got to the town and talked with a bunch of friends and said, okay, I cleared most of it. Oh, didn't you do any quests? What? There are quests? Where are the quests? And then I did quests.
Well, yeah, I think the human or the social element of stories have to work, and obviously Zelda's a bit of a dark horse in that because it's always been about the exploration, and going to open world I think is a great idea. It's to what degree?
But in a way it was open world as much as the systems allowed that it was on.
That's true.
I remember my first Zelda game was Link's Awakening on the Game Boy, and that is an open world. Completely. Yeah, you also move from screen to screen, but you can go everywhere as much as the tools you have allow you.
Well, that's what I mean by
roadblocks, but mainly you can go anywhere that you want.
Yeah, once you realize that it's blocked off, then it's a Metroidvania, and you have to get the proper tool to get past a certain area. So it's smart in that capacity with on the Super Nintendo, how it started off that concept. But even with the original NES, I think it was the same idea. So
yeah, Yeah. Anyway, the focus here with this video is that I think Matthew stumbled upon something very crucial and important that is often forgotten in game design nowadays, or at least in the West, it's a lot glossed over. That what Miyamoto he defines here as realism is, at its core, photorealistic graphics. It looks real. And that is not as important as he says, it feels real, which is where the reality aspect comes in. Is there internal consistency within the world? And once the game loses the internal consistency, the same goes for a show on TV or a movie. Once it loses consistency, for example, plot holes or contradictions, or just inexplicable things that just don't make sense, the immersion breaks. And this is what must not happen in a good game or in a good show, in any piece of media. Unless you deliberately want to do that this is part of what you want to make. But in that sense, even Deadpool makes sense as he breaks the fourth wall, because that has consistency with him. This is where I criticize the SJW creators we muck about so much nowadays, that are everywhere and that just make bad quality media because they value their ideology over what Miyamoto calls here reality. Which is the internal consistency. They're not going for realism either. They're going for ideology over reality. Same problem. That's mainly just what I wanted to take from this because, maybe we can remember this a bit more often.
Okay, that's great. I haven't played the game. I do have a brother who has a Switch.
It's very chill.
It looks like a very relaxing game you could pick up and come by and play for an hour a bit and take off later. So, I don't know. I'm stuck playing Mario Kart with my niece and nephew, or at least my niece. So,
when you get the time, get Breath of the Wild. It's just nice and very chill and creative. You can do some nonsense there and still feel okay, or just sneak around a mountain slope under a full moon. The breeze goes through the grass, and it's just a wonderful scene. And then some super laser bombs you away out of nowhere. It's great.
A super laser. Okay. All right. Well, it's almost time for our next video. Let's see what we have next. Okay, we have Mike Testa, Mr. Meaty, Nickelodeon's Weirdest Show. Thank you very much for your time there, Wisp. We might see you later tonight unless you're asleep. And if you're asleep, no problem. Thank you very much.
No, we'll see.
Yeah, we never know. I don't know.
This is fun today, except the Noralities thing. That was painful.
That was irksome. Yeah. So Mark has his own sense of comedy that he brings out. Thank you, Mark. But
some people are masochists.
Mark, Mark was getting riled up yesterday. I was like, holy shit, Mark is really getting pissed off at Maggie May Fish. This usually never happens.
Well, so did you.
Well, I had other reasons, but that was literally the worst Maggie May Fish video I've seen. So when Mark is pissed, I'm like, oh, this is bad.
I had a massive headache too, by the way. So
I know.
It was a worldwide phenomenon.
Okay, let's get Mike is up next. Let's get Mike.
All right, then have a good time.
Thank you, Wisp. All righty. All right, let me swap to the next video.
So have you ever something kind of old? Hello, so have you ever been watching?
Hello there, Mike. How's it going?
Hey, going good. I'm glad to get to meet the man who's made all those schizoid-like rants on Super Chats.
Oh, yeah. No, that was fun. You went from super chatting to doing memes, and now you're taking... Yeah, you're
Bye,
taking
man.
part in a weird sort of quasi Smudcast, quasi Smud Talk thing. So thank you for coming on.
Thank you, Smith.
Okay, so what do we have here? This is, I believe, a Quinton Reviews video. We're not doing all of it because it's kind of big, but what's it about?
Basically, Quentin talks about the show called Mr. Meaty. It's a show I grew up with as a kid, and he basically talks about this one. He talks about this one episode where it's basically about how do I put this? It's an episode where one of the characters, Parker, in that show, eats a burger that happens to make you into a woman.
Oh.
And basically, he calls it the trans burger, unfortunately.
Oh boy. Okay.
Plus, I picked this video so you could get the funniest quote you're gonna hear from this dumbass.
Well, yeah.
I mean, genius.
Yeah, we try to weed these videos out so we don't have to watch them, but it's really up to randomly people voting. So in this case, we can pick on whatever you guys want to do. So Mike, where should we start to watch this? You show me.
Let's see here. Let's start at the 9. Well, just get the intro out of the way for a second, and then we cut to 9.
All right, let's go.
Piece of media that came out before you were born or when you were really young, only for there to be some strange moment that you realize you've seen before. A sort of half memory from your early childhood that you always presume to be a nightmare or an act of your imagination. And you're left there, sort of overwhelmed.
So that's scenes from Sleepy Hollow, I think?
Pretty much, he showed scenes from
bunch of random movies, yeah.
He shows a bunch of random clips. Hold on, let me speed it up a little. Get it up to, let's see here. He gets, I think, let's see, what's this one? Oh yeah, this is the show.
Okay. I've never seen this show, so I don't know what it's about.
I know it's terrible, but I fucking love it for how batshit it is. So weird.
Great, okay.
I'm not big about trying to prove something, so really when it comes to thinking about Mr. Meaty, I wonder if my cynicism has been poorly placed and if it's something that deserves to be reevaluated. Basically, I went into this video with my full intentions being to find some charm in Mr. Meaty. Did I accomplish that goal? Well, we're about to find out. But first, a big thanks to today's sponsor, who helped me along this philosophical quest.
Don't jack yourself off too often,
wireless
Quentin.
Earbuds
You're not that deep. You're not that deep, Quentin. You're about as deep.
He had a philosophical moment with earbuds, I'm sure, yeah.
You're that deep. You're about as deep as all the people who died from the thing you worship, Quentin.
All right, let's skip ahead.
Phrases which she usually mispronounces, much like a real child, but she's voiced by an adult man, which can create a very strange atmosphere to the segments.
Okay.
You took the people! There's bees in there!
You now have a computer virus. I've been informed that Nanaland, quote, hits different when you're high, which, yeah, that tracks.
Okay.
One has to presume that the higher-ups at Nickelodeon realized that Shannon and Hopely were better at making content that was borderline surreal than actually good for preschoolers, which probably explains why their next project was so tonally different from their first. Mr. Meaty also originally premiered as a series of shorts, which were featured online and in between different episodes during regular Nickelodeon broadcasts. For those who didn't watch Nick at the time, it was pretty common back then for whole skits and even shorts to be aired during commercial breaks. For instance, from what I remember, the SpongeBob Campfire song actually premiered this way, airing quite a while before that episode actually premiered. Anyway, so here's the setup for these shorts. Josh and Parker are two fast food workers in their town mall, and are also horny teenagers. Josh often spends his time trying to impress girls at the mall so he can get their numbers, and Parker usually spends his time eating or goofing off. Other notable characters include Edward R. Carney, the rotting elderly founder who the pair defrost from stasis in one of the original shorts, and Mr. Wink, the franchise's manager who looks so much like a mean-spirited caricature of Neil Cicierega that it actually kind of scares me. I watched a lot of these original shorts in preparation for this video, but one in particular kind of made me twitch in a certain way that pretty thoroughly explains how I remember this show. Now, a quick disclaimer, and I never thought this would be something I'd have to say on this channel, but content warning, cannibalism. Okay, so Josh is manning the cash register and meets a cute goth girl who kind of gets a weird kink out of the bloody, gross nature of the restaurant. Hoping to get her number, he invites her to the back where Parker is working. However, the floor has recently been greased with pig's fat, and she slips and accidentally slams her hand into the deep fryer. She leaves it in for a strangely long amount of time, and when she pulls it out, it is burnt, charred, and black. Josh insists that that sort of thing happens all the time, and to prove it, Parker does the exact same thing. As he pulls his hand out, he declares that it also makes for a good snack, and begins eating the flesh off of his own bones. Goth Girl thinks this is metal,
see why
also begins eating
you could see why I loved the show as a kid.
This is crazy. Holy crap. Yeah.
I honestly disagree with Quentin where he said, it's made for, preteens or teenagers. No, I fucking watched this when I was like 4. Shit was funny. It's better you watch the weird shit than you do as an adult, because then when you watch it as an adult, it's like, what the fuck is this garbage?
Well, yeah, Nickelodeon was... I never got Nickelodeon where I was, but I did know there were weird shows on it that...
More than Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network was like the play it safe thing, except for Courage. That one was another home hitter.
I think they had, was it Adult Swim later on?
Adult Swim.
Was it Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon? I can't remember which station that was.
Network was Adult Swim. They had run-ups like Oral, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, and... what? And C-Lab 2021. Like, those were the good shows. Then Adult Swim just kind of became crap nowadays. Where, they almost try too hard with the absurdist humor, so it's kind of comes off so forced.
Yeah, it really depends on the time period. Like, this is the 90s, like late 90s, I think.
This show came out like 2005.
Oh, really? Okay. Wow. That's even later than I thought. Jeez. Okay. Weird stuff.
Off of her own bones. Josh says that he suddenly isn't. Alright, there you go. That's Mr. Meaty. Video over. The idea that it convinced some corporate insider to greenlight a show for children is pretty funny, but it actually makes total sense when you consider who it was supposed to appeal to. You see, unlike Nanoland, Mr. Meaty was designed for older kids and younger teenagers. Tweenagers too old to watch Nicktoons, but still old enough to be tuning into the station.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like I said, I'm an example of, I think Quentin's wrong in this set.
Fuck is calling Mass Effect 3 incredible? It's a dumbass piece of shit. There's a reason why it is considered the fucking worst in the trilogy.
Jesus fuck. Who is this? I presume.
Hey, Shiney. Thanks for bombing into my Mike Testa presentation of a cartoon I never heard of called Mr. Meaty.
I just look. All I saw was, is anyone joining us for the Mass Effect video? I was like, oh, fuck it.
I mean, I'll gladly stay for the Mass Effect. if you want.
Well, that's up to Tadros.
It's not Mass Effect now. I'll wait. Sorry, I came a bit too early.
Thank you, Shiny. We'll talk to you later. Okay.
Well,
okay.
I guess what can I say? Weird shit happens. When
Shiny is very, very excited about space stuff. So you mentioned that he gets all riled up. So anyway, back to Mr. Meaty.
The somewhat response to things like Robot Chicken or Family Guy, and indeed, many have argued that Adult Swim is the kind of place where it really deserved to end up. But despite Nick having its own late-night block just for this age group, Mr. Meaty was typically aired much earlier in the day, often on Saturday mornings alongside the very shows it was trying to act in contrast to. This is generally the audience that seems to remember it most. 6 to 10-year-olds who caught the show super early in the day, and not the older, rebellious tweens that it was actively designed for. In fact, I have a theory that Mr. Meaty was actually designed almost to be a late-night twist on SpongeBob SquarePants, the station's most popular show then and today. You see, SpongeBob is encoded with this brand of humor that you really only start to understand.
Oh God, it's encoded with humor. Okay, here we go.
Okay, I missed that. What's it called? I fucking watched this earlier to prepare for it, and now it's like, you have to, how do I put it? It's like whenever you guys watch this stuff, you notice it more than me, but it's like, every time I hear these people talk, it's just buzzing. It's just, there's no actual words coming out.
Well, I probably bet that Quentin is not using it in the same way. He's just using a verb and describing the concept of humor, as opposed to it being humor encoded for a cartoon designed for kids to make them laugh.
Yeah, I'm sure people my age use the word encoded for comedy.
Yeah,
back when I was laugh.
The comedian is slapstick encoding his jokes or something. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess you could say that.
Wouldn't call it the late night if you can't. Wait a minute, you can't even call it late night if it aired early in the day. That's a blatant fucking lie.
Yeah, some of the Adult Swim stuff was on at like 9 or 10 at night, sometimes even later, depending on broadcastings in certain countries or certain provinces, at least in Canada. So, some people didn't watch it at all. I never heard about these shows. So,
understand you've grown up in the working class. That being how the show covers the fast food industry in a semi-positive but entirely sardonic light, positing that SpongeBob's dream job is what most would call a depressing dead-end hellhole that they desperately want to escape from. As I've pointed out before, the character of Squidward is supposed to exist to point out this contradiction, but the show still usually takes SpongeBob's point of view in convincing the audience of some great magic about the Krusty Krab. Mr. Meaty is the direct opposite, usually going out of its way to make the titular restaurant seem like a disgusting, festering hellhole that serves inedible and semi-conscious food stuff. And what's ironic is that at least one vegetarian group apparently tried to boycott the show, which doesn't make sense to me. Mr. Meaty...
yes, it does, because they will boycott whatever they don't like on principle. They don't actually have to watch the show. And
they could make all the bullshit up, and the TV production studios will buy that shit.
Yeah, and when you're talking about shows that make things look bad in a certain light, like even McDonald's would be like, yeah, it's a great show, because we don't do that. We're McDonald's. We're awesome. And that's like a way to let off steam, like, oh yeah, this is a big parody of what it means to work at a fast food joint. We don't do that. We're awesome. So they want parody. They want other forms of entertainment or content or media that says, hey, look at fast food. It's bad. So long as you're not looking at us, because we're doing our own thing and we're awesome. It's when you get Super Size Me, that's when they get scared, because it's a documentary thing that may or not be true. You're not sure exactly.
Even though I'm going to say most of them aren't true, because, fun fact, not really, I'm not a fan of documentaries, because I can somewhat see them as being bullshit at times.
It depends. Yeah, I think Super Size Me is a good example of being kind of bullshitty because the way he was eating and how and the lack of exercise and all sorts of other factors that cause his weight gain. But even as a result of that, McDonald's and other food places started being more sensitive about their clients and reporting how many calories things are. I remember we have a food chain called Harvey's and Swiss Chalet here in Canada, and they're owned by the same company. So they will have calories written on everything you order. And if you have a condiment or, extra cheese or whatever, it'll tell you how many more calories you're adding to your meat or your plate. So it's good that these things exist. And, McDonald's, Pepsi, Coke, these companies aren't going away just because someone made a satirical puppet show cartoon or whatever you want to call this. So it's not a big deal.
Very much
He has
not a big deal.
done more for the vegetarian cause than any other TV show in the last century. When I would watch SpongeBob, I constantly wished that I could eat a Krabby Patty. When I watched Mr. Meaty, I didn't even want to be in the same room as any of the food they served, or even the characters, really. So I've had a few discussions about this show with friends at this point, and they all tend to typically move pretty quickly in the exact same direction. Which episodes do you immediately remember, and what were the weirdest parts of those episodes? So instead of beating around the bush, from here on out, we're gonna be doing just that. Starting us off is Parkerina, an episode about a burger that makes you trans.
Okay.
Mr. Meaty predicted
Already.
the Impossible Burger. So in
Whoa!
What was that? Fucking what? Fucking Mr. Meaty predicted the Impossible Burger.
How do you relate a magical burger that turns you into another gender in comparison to a vegetarian burger? Why would you?
Why would you compare it to a vegetarian burger? So mostly estrogen.
How would you make how is that funny? I
think he's just trying to do that. Oh, you crazy old Quentin trying to act like, he's not crazier than the people he claims to be crazier.
I don't know. I think his sense of comedy is just not working for me.
To think I thought this dumbass was funny at one point.
I think after we saw the one video where he had one good joke, which is self-deprecating humor about the fan mail telling him to kill himself, I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny.
We just got a letter. We just got another death threat.
That was like, I like it. That's good. You're not taking yourself too seriously there, Quentin. Like, oh.
And then back to just him having a mental breakdown over Blue's Clues of Steve left that day. This is
Blue's Clues.
This is the most. This scene.
It's strange to have a grown man talk about his childhood and the shows in such detail, like he was just there watching it. Like, do you really remember all those episodes of He-Man and the plots and the characters? I barely recall what was going on in those shows. There's maybe one or two that stuck out that really standed out, and that is like when Excalibur was fighting the Sword of Omen in Thundercats. Like, that was memorable. Like, what was that about? And they were flying through the air. Okay, fine, one or two episodes, but other than that, I'd have to rewatch them. I couldn't tell you. So long ago.
I'd still watch I would rather watch the Filmation Thundercats. Is it Filmation?
I don't really.
I think. No, but what's it called? I'd rather watch the OG, just about anything, compared to what's shown nowadays. Because I hate to say it, at least back when I was a kid, they were experimental still.
Yeah, they didn't know if they would work, and it's really a bet to say, hey, will a bunch of medieval warriors with technology and robots that happen to be anthropomorphic animals like cats work? You're like, well, if you have a dude with a magical sword that's fighting this flying mummy who keeps losing every week, yeah, it might work. You got this really fast-moving cheetah girl. You got this guy with nunchucks who's the mechanic, and then you have this telekinetic dude, and you have these two kids that play tricks. It's like, what the hell is this show? It makes no sense.
I'd rather watch that shit because, I hate to break it to people who like cartoons, but we're back in the 60s era of, corporate sludge of, oh, hey, here's the same thing. Did you like Teen Titans Go? Well, what about Amazing Teen Titans?
Oh.
Teen Titans Go. Amazing World Gumball is it's a pass because it's actually funny. And it's a bit more stylistic with what it's using. Every other show is just the same carbon copy of, hey, here's this thing, you're dumb, so we're going to flash bright, flashing colors in front of your eyes, because why not? It's not like there are people with epilepsy.
I thought that would have been figured out in the 90s when it happened with the Pokemon episode.
Porygon Night episode.
Yeah.
When thousands of Japanese kids sent to the fucking hospital. Lovely.
Amazing. Yeah. Thanks, Japan, for rooting that out. And then 30 years
and
later.
then replacing the one Pokemon that didn't fucking cause it. I'm so glad, Japan.
Yeah. The Pokemon that has electrical flashes. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone knows Porygon can make lightning come out of him and not Pikachu.
All right.
The story, the Mr. Meaty company designs an experimental burger for girls that is packed full of hormones and helps them mature into adulthood. Parker, an obsessive eater, begins snacking on these and slurping down the secret hormone sauce, until he suddenly begins feeling horrendous pain. As Josh takes him into the restaurant, Parker's body suddenly reacts to the hormones in the trans burger and transforms him into a woman, in a sequence resembling something out of Jekyll and Hyde.
Holy shit.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, I'm not, because it would be totally wrong to check out your best friend.
Josh decides to weaponize the situation, sending...
Quentin, you're one to talk about weaponizing.
How are you... What is he... He's a guy in the back frying burgers. What is he weaponizing against?
No, I think it's because his friend ate the forced estrogen pills for kids. I guess that's... Because after all, that's not a bad idea either. With the whole... let's give your kids burgers. That'll
his idea of weaponizing this effect is to make his friend look good. Like go to the store and get him a dress and get him makeup. That's weaponizing. What, Quinton? What are you talking about? Who is he fighting? What's happening?
He's fighting. No, Smud. You know who he's fighting? The man. Because that was not shit. No.
I don't. I don't get it. Quinton, what is happening in your brain?
You see, when Quentin does weird shit, it's not funny. When I do weird shit, it's actually funny because you kind of question what the hell goes on for my...
Well, yeah, this is just a big... Quentin, I think you missed the concept of weaponizing something. Anyway, let's see how this works.
Plus, he's one to talk about weaponization. He's kind of on that train there.
Park Arena to spy on the other women of the mall to figure out why they've all been so cold to him. Parker is shocked to discover that the other girls immediately accept her, and she begins to feel conflicted about the mission.
Look, Josh, I am just getting comfortable with this whole girl thing, okay? I don't need your pressure right now. Look, the girls are being so nice to me, okay? I mean, look at this. Look at this fabulous outfit. Oh.
But upon actually completing her spying task, Parkerina enters the girls' bathroom and discovers the secret truth. All women are communists.
Hello, comrade.
Natasha.
All women are communists.
What the hell? Whoa, where did this come from? What an amazing show. Holy crap, I love it.
Fucking, I knew I was gonna get this reaction.
That's amazing.
Apparently all women are communists. According to Quentin here. That's not what I fucking thought when I was a kid. Yeah, sure. That according to Quentin, I should be thinking all women are communists by this fucking scene. All because she said comrade.
This is amazing. I love this. Oh, holy crap!
She's just a branch. She's from another fucking country. Of course she's gonna say comrade.
The stroke.
You have different ways to talk to each other, you robot.
The stroke of genius for the writers to go, okay, we're gonna make it so gross. The guy turns into a girl, and then he discovers the secret of women. They're all a bunch of communists.
They're all out to get Josh.
If this was done like today, it would probably not get greenlit. But
no, it would fucking fall. No, it would be greenlit, but it would have an agenda. This episode would be, as Quentin would say, in the right term, not in the term he said, but they would weaponize this shit.
Okay, let's keep going. This is great.
He also learns that Josh is known by the women of the mall as a user, someone who dates women exclusively to get something from them, such as free popcorn or borrowed hair products. Parkerina, enraged by this, marches with the women to confront Josh, but then untransitions as the burgers he ate begin to wear off. The women, enraged, begin attacking Josh as Parker hides in the freezer. Parker waits out the storm, and when he emerges, he finds that the women have forced his friend to eat the trans burger.
Please stop calling it
Just
that.
call me Jocelyn.
Hey, baby.
Why are guys such jerks?
Just ignore him.
Now, what's fun about this one is that while it wasn't uncommon for shows on Nick to do the whole what's it like to be a girl trope, they usually used magic or disguises or whatever. Mr. Meaty is the only show I've seen that just told its audience there are hormones you can take that will make you into a girl, and to then go on to make that seem like a very positive thing. And immediately, I think this reminds us of how episodes like this were clearly written for a more intelligent audience in mind.
Hey, pause it. No, Quentin, no, that's not what the show is about. The hell are you talking about? Intelligent audience. This is made for kids, you weirdo. God.
Yeah, I think the writers are trying to make it funny. I think that's it.
It's funny. It's haha, man turns into woman. Isn't it funny that he's wearing a dress? Haha. It's just, no, why does he get these ideas of, well, you see, it's okay to fuck up your kids at this age. Who cares if they're gonna have little birdie baby burns for the rest of their lives?
It kind of starts with, we have puppets. What can we do with these puppets? Well, we could change their hats. We could let's change their hair and make them look like a girl. Like, yeah, let's do that. Let's write a story around that. Okay, great.
Then there's Quentin, and then there's just Quentin of, nope, they're trans.
Yeah. Thanks, Quentin. Great interpretation. Glad we got you on the critique side of things.
I'm glad you're such a big brain intelligent.
Yeah, I'm glad you figured out that mystery. It's working out for you.
Intelligent for sure. Let's jump around to episode 10B of season 1. So Parker and Josh are very eager to get their hands on the next big video game console, the Game Craze 720. However, despite camping out at the front of the line, their spots are stolen by Josh's older brother, and they're left bruised and demeaned. Missing out on their chance to get the hip new console before it sells out, Parker argues that all they have to do is time travel into the future, where the console will be more readily available and probably cheaper, and he builds a machine that can make a time portal to take them there. However, once they get to their final destination, they realize they've traveled too far. Instead of just moving a few months into the future, they discover that they have arrived in the year 2676, where the world has been taken over by baboons and the mall is littered with the corpses of humans, cannibalized by the new rulers of Earth. This is actually probably my favorite puppetry in the entire show. The baboons are way more creative and energetic than the cynical teenagers in the rest of the program, and there's a lot of fun subversion that I actually remember finding pretty funny at the time. I think this is the only episode I actually remember enjoying.
But there is a subversion, but I don't think you're gonna like it.
Sorry, what?
No, I was just making a joke because he said, there's a subversion, and I just have to make the funny joke of, there is a subversion, Quentin. The human race is fucking dead.
Yeah. Hey, they have these new baboon puppets. They look cool. It's like, yes, they do. Thank you, Quinton. Yeah. Okay.
Enjoying rather than being mesmerized by. It's a lot of fun if you can find it online. To jump back into the outwardly upsetting, let's look at Season 1, Episode 2A, Schnazola. One of the interchangeable female mall girls, Ashley Steinberg, has come down with a ghastly zit on her nose, and she proclaims that any person who can make a for sure perfect zit cream will surely become rich and famous overnight. Josh, overhearing this, proclaims that he has such a cream, and he enlists Parker to help form a mixture that will eradicate her unwanted nose visitor. Parker uses the radioactive fuel rod of the Mr. Meaty microwave to mix their serum, and when applied to Ashley's face, it does actually destroy the zit, and her nose falls off.
Josh, is that my nose? Oh no!
Suddenly promising that they can reapply her nose without any issues, the two prepare to do surgery in the back of the Mr. Meaty kitchen. However, just when they're ready to glue the nose back on, Parker accidentally knocks it onto the grill, and then into the deep fryer, and then into a container of bacon bits.
Oh no! Actually, that looks delicious.
In the panic over what has happened, the two accidentally knock it onto the floor, where it is stolen and eaten by the restaurant's occupant rat. Panicking over how to satiate Ashley, they decide to attach a sausage to her face, causing her to have a breakdown. However, they tell her that beauty is on the inside, and that trends are made by confidence. And soon enough, Meat Nose has become the biggest new craze at the mall, despite the food literally beginning to rot within the first few days. In Season 1, Episode 9A,
So that, he just mentioned, like, he just gives us the rundown without any commentary. It's like, Quinton, thanks. This is a show where stuff happens. Like, thanks.
No, like, I was contemplating on showing the other one, and I think I wanted to use this one mainly for the communist line.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. Here's Tyler Preston. Thanks for the 5. You need an IQ of 200 to understand the genius of Mr. Meaty. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone knows you have to have that good old IQ for this show, because after all, it's on. Everyone knows Mr. Meaty is on par with Rick and Morty.
That's way ahead of its time, yeah.
Explore a new machine at the Mr. Meaty restaurant, which is designed to grow more meat for burgers artificially. However, Parker realizes that if one simply adds DNA to the mixture, the machine can now be used to grow sentient life. After Josh breaks up with another girl because she isn't hot enough for him, they gather the DNA of all the women in the mall and some of Josh's DNA and use the machine to grow the perfect woman, only for her to literally turn out to be a sentient blob of rotting meat. The other mall tenants bully the woman until Josh declares that he still loves her, kissing her in an act of tolerance, although her lips fall off in the process. The two then have a long liaison with Josh head over heels, only to discover that she has been cheating on him with other hunks of meat. Josh is defeated, but has learned his lesson. Never play God. Every episode we've talked about so far is pretty weird, and many of you probably remember these. However, one episode seems to undeniably represent the legacy of the program more than any other. Season 1, Episode 3B, Mooch Master P, aka The tapeworm episode.
Oh boy.
After Josh brings in a homemade sandwich to the restaurant so he can have some actually good food, Parker intrudes and asks to have a bite. Josh says no, but Parker takes a bite anyways and eats almost the whole thing. Infuriated, Josh declares that Parker is a moocher and tells him to go mooch somewhere else. Parker does just that and begins eating the food of patrons all around the mall, taking anything in without stopping to think. Parker soon declares himself the mooch master and is so ahead of the game that he steals a burger Josh is preparing while it's still raw and uncooked. Parker soon tries to eat more food, but discovers that it all disappears before he can.
It's the world.
No matter what it is, no matter what he tries, all the food he tries to eat vanishes in front of his eyes. Josh decides to film Parker as this happens, and then slows the video down. This reveals something that would haunt the dreams of many children who saw this episode. A tapeworm.
It's an enemy stand. It's a fucking tapeworm that uses the world.
It moves so quickly. It goes up his esophagus and just takes it from what the?
It's literally fucking. It's like JoJo, but with puppets.
It's like boom. I didn't feel anything. Oh God.
The moocher has become the moochie, buddy. You got a tapeworm, buddy. Must have been that raw burger you ate.
A tapeworm? However, Josh constructs a plan to get the tapeworm out. He sets a sausage out on a fishing line, causing...
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, that's still weird. They manage to get the worm out of him and into a steel cage, and a Steve Irwin parody pays them to let him keep it, as he allows the worm to go down his throat and into his stomach. And, that's the tapeworm segment. Roughly 2 minutes of an episode that every person my age probably remembers. Now, you may have noticed that all of the episodes we've talked about today come from the first season. That's because after the first 10 episodes, Nickelodeon started to clearly regret the show. The Baboon time travel episode aired in December 2006, but it wasn't until May 2009 that the final episode aired. The network carried such regret for this program that it took them 3 years to finish airing it after it was presumably cancelled. And even though there are a lot of other episodes that most die-hard meatheads probably adore, I think the show is mostly interesting as a cultural analysis of the impact it had on its audience. Thus, I don't really see a point in going into any of the season 2 episodes. Alright, so let's cut
it's
to
not
the
a review.
chase.
Yeah.
But that Quentin, you're being Quentin, then you're not even actually reviewing the show. You only did season 1 then. Get back here, you fucking deadbeat.
He just listed them. It's like this happens in this episode. Here's another one, and here's another one.
I love it how these people get on fucking Mahler's case of, you're just summarizing the thing. Well, what do you do then, huh? Oh, okay, let's watch you do it. Just no. Just you. Let's see what your review is, Quentin. I hope you're happy, mister.
Yeah, it's not that much of an analysis. You're just describing it's weird. This happens and it's weird. It's like, yeah, that's the show. It's supposed to be weird. Is that bad? Is it good? Why? How? I don't know. You tell me.
Also, from the chat there, from 54NS, the Wormdo! Just a comment. I had to read it.
I gotcha.
I said at the start of this video that it was my goal to walk away from this with some greater respect or admiration for this little puppet show. Is that what ended up happening? Well, as the Magic Conch would say, no. You see,
God.
I was ready for this show to be edgy, I was ready for it to be weird or surreal, but what I wasn't preparing for was it to be boring. Sure, there's a lot of episodes that are shocking and gross and probably messed me up as a kid, but it feels like for every one of those, there's 5 episodes that are just not even worth talking about. Like Tater Turf, an episode where Josh gets into a dance competition. What is this, fucking rocket power? There are essentially 32 individual episodes that were made for Nickelodeon, and I only remember a select few from my childhood. I went into this presuming that this meant that I only saw the episodes that I remembered, because I figured the rest of the show would be just as memorable, and thus I would remember them. But I eventually realized that wouldn't make any sense. Mr. Meaty is one of those shows where each segment is 11 minutes long, and a half-hour episode is actually 2 shorter episodes aired in one block. And what I discovered over the course of this video is that I never remembered 2 episodes in a row. If I remembered episode 1B, then I didn't remember episode 1A. If I remembered episode 2A, then I didn't remember episode 2B. That doesn't make any sense, unless I watched both parts and I ended up just forgetting anything that wasn't outwardly weird or upsetting.
Yeah, that means you forgot. Yes, Quentin. Okay. You forgot them.
Yes, you forgot.
It's...
Well, good Quentin. He's, just come on, man. Everyone knows Quentin's getting the Alzheimer's nowadays.
Yeah.
You can't really remember.
Quentin, this is called normal. You don't remember everything for many reasons. That's fine.
Most of what you remember as a kid, it starts to fade away like a VHS tape. Yeah. It just starts to... It gets more and more foggy as you try to remember.
Yeah, it's like they release an episode with another episode, and I don't really remember certain episodes. It's like, and... It's like they release an episode once a week. I only remember certain episodes. Yeah? What's your point?
And go on.
Some of them you remember for certain reasons, some of them you don't. It's just that's life. Thank you, Quentin. What a great observation, Quentin. Just
What a very great observation. Also, I have but this to say for Quentin. Okay, I'm waiting for the punchline.
Yeah, some chapters of a book I remember, and some of them I don't. Some episodes of Star Trek I remember, and some of them it's like we keep going on and on.
Turning on an episode of Mr. Meaty was basically a roulette wheel between being completely and utterly traumatized and being kind of bored until the next thing came on. So while I know that the proverbial hot take everyone expects is, if the show had aired on Adult Swim it would have been a hit, I don't think that's the case. Because even if it had ended up seen by the right target audience, it's my personal belief that a colossal, soul-shattering failure is the most interesting thing Mr. Meaty could possibly have proved to be. Otherwise, it would have just been another mindless half hour of TV that I wouldn't even remember the title of a decade and a half later. Call it challenging, call it bizarre, but an unsung classic Mr. Meaty is not. Okay, so in just a moment, I have 2 big announcements about the future of this channel.
Oh, here we go. It's always the future of this channel. Blah, 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 blah.
Future of this Quentin, you ready for the future? Let me tell you the future here. I'm gonna sit you down. I'm gonna sit your ugly mug down. Get all the for all. You know what your future is? You ready for this? You ready? Just come close. There is no future for you. Your future is being a loser who constantly calls other people creepy when you're more creepy than them, even if they were to be creepy. You're just a fucking loser, Quentin. I hate to be an asshole, but it's the sad.
What is this T-shirt? Ketchup with Jesus tomatoes? What the?
Wait. Actually, hold on. I can't see the part. Let me just see here. Let me wait. Catch your ketchup with Jesus tomato. Yeah, that's another thing. He tries to be funny. Sadly, it's not working. Also, do you like Garfield? Because he has all these goddamn Garfields. And by the way, I counted that. What's called? He has a VoidCon thing where he has like Cosmonaut and all the other classics that you guys probably love. I mean, who wouldn't love Cosmonaut after saying Winnie the Pooh is more beloved than Joel? I mean, wouldn't you want to watch this cringy guy? I mean, genius.
I understand that he's making I don't know, an audience talking about childhood stuff, and I don't know what else he does, but so far what we've seen of him is mostly just stuff about cartoons and kids shows. from 10, 20 years ago, and you're like, okay, that's your thing. I get it. Are you going to keep doing that? Is that all you do? Is just talk about stuff from your childhood and reminisce about the good old days?
He has a video with Worthy Kids where he talks about your favorite word that you can't pronounce, Rankenbass.
Frankenfast?
Rankenbass.
Frankenbass.
They're the old stop motion cartoons, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Oh yeah,
and all that.
Claymation's Christmas. Yeah, I remember that.
Although it is unfortunate to hear that Worthy Kids is just as cringe as Quentin. I actually like his animations, unfortunately.
Yeah, well. Okay, well, it's odd take. Likes to shill for that. They could even be very good earbuds, but I don't really care because.
Most of those earbuds are crap. Everyone, don't lie to yourself, audience. Don't lie.
Lots of kitschy crap behind him. I don't know what all that junk is.
Yeah, you got. Let's see here. You got SpongeBob from that one Halloween episode. You got. For the 11th time, can you throw this away, Quentin Garfield toy? You got that overstuffed plush of Garfield. Because, remember, he wants you to remember. He will not let you fucking forget that he loves Garfield. Because after all, Garfield is just the greatest thing and not a boring thing after 5 comic strips. The cartoon was better anyway.
Is that like the way that, what's-his-face, Bob likes Super Mario so much? Quentin loves Garfield so much?
There's a reason why it's just, when I see these people, they just damper my love for some of these characters because they remind me, they get generic after a while. And it's just, they get so fucking basic. Each strip of Garfield gets legitimately boring after a while because it's just, it's the same joke over and over. Garfield says something that John can't hear, but it's funny, and John looks like a doofus. I honestly, I like the comic strips where John just looks like a fucking... Well, actually, it's kind of weird with John when he has no Garfield, because it's just a sad, pathetic man like Quentin here. Very, very sad, but somehow funny in a weird manner.
Okay, well, I guess we just get to the end here. He's just talking and talking. Oh God, there we go. All right.
He's got he's got his Nickelodeon reviews there. He's got his I binge iCarly for 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Can we call him like YouTube's man-child? He just watches stuff from his childhood and just keeps reminiscing.
Watching stuff from my childhood, but the thing is, I like to keep some stuff of me just in the background because it's one of those, you come for me as an adult. You don't want to see me when I'm fucking babbling like a retard. Do you not?
Well, there's nothing wrong with a grown man enjoying what he likes. It's just to this level. It's like
this guy is just okay, Quentin. I think we need an intervention here about Garfield.
Yeah, I know you like kids stuff for kids. We get it. It's like, can you talk about things that aren't? I don't know.
Honestly, I like more of the weirder stylistic shows from when I was a kid. Like Klasky Chupa, which he very much hates. He does not like that.
All right, I have really not much more to say about Quentin. I never really watch him. I've seen
but I'll gladly join you on any video if it's.
Okay, well, we don't really watch Quentin aside from what we do catch him on the Smudcast, but it's pretty far removed. He's not too popular a vote. And that's not much to say about him aside from he's not very funny. His topics aren't very interesting. But he's been doing it for so long, so he obviously knows his audience to some degree. And some audience members might be like, whatever happened to to that show I watched 20 years ago. Oh yeah, there's a guy on YouTube that does that. Yeah, that's about
Oh
it.
yeah, there's a guy, and just like said show, he didn't age well,
Yeah.
especially with that Rocco reboot. Which, thanks Joe Murray, I hate it.
Oh dear. Well, I don't know what else to say. Do you got anything else to talk about Quentin here? If not, we could probably start our wonderful Mass Effect video coming up next.
Well, I mean, there's not really much talk about Quentin aside from him being, we've already basically said he's, pathetic man-child loser. What? Not the good man-child. He's more of the where did I go wrong with this child kind of man-child. Also, a bit of a shout out to my dad. Happy birthday, Dad.
Hey, all right, Mike Testa or Mr. Testa, happy birthday.
Thank you, Smudge, for having me. And thank you, Chet, for all your lovely comments.
Yeah, Mike, keep them coming, buddy, because you're doing lots of good stuff in the meme world, and some of it drives us nuts. But that's your flavor of comedy. That's what you're good at. So keep them coming.
Awesome. And so to this, I say goodbye, not Vito knockoff. And to you, have a fun day. Have a fun night.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. Have yourself a good one, too. And I don't know if you're sticking around, but I got to find out what's happening come 8:30, because that's when we got a bunch of people jumping on. And I don't know what's happening. I'll figure it out later. But anyway, thank you so much, Mike.
See you.
Okay. Now we get to start early with our Mass Effect video. See if I can bring it up. And apparently Shiny wants to join in. I don't know. Shiny's a bit overly excited. He wasn't even supposed to be on at that point in time. But let me just get it going. And if Tadros is there, go right ahead.
This is it.
Tadros, come right on.
Hello.
Hey, Tadros. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing good. You?
Oh, we just went through a Quinton Reviews video, so my God.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it.
That is not for everyone. So
all women are communists. I'm okay with that message.
That was brilliant. I thought, if you're gonna have a joke in a story where you eat a food and you turn into a woman and you get to know women and they go into the bathroom, there's a secret entrance, and then you're suddenly in a room talking about communism. Okay, that's brilliant. That's awesome.
Hello, comrades.
Yeah, that was great. So,
okay.
As always, we somehow bring the conversation back to Mass Effect. And what is this video about, aside from the obvious topic?
Oh, it's about, as it explains itself, why Mass Effect is incredible, which he is objectively fucking wrong. And he's gonna... At the beginning, he's talking about setting, which is mostly just music and shit. But then afterwards he talks about gameplay and gameplay, story, and some of the arcs like the Renaka and Tachanka, which I have my own comments on.
Okay, is that
Both
right?
Positive and negative.
Is that right at the start of the video, or where do you want to start this off?
If you want to go to the setting, then you can start it immediately. But if you want to go to the gameplay, like at timestamp 612.
Okay. Let's see here. A little too far. Okay, here we go.
I know we're here now.
This is essentially the best part of the game. You're just charging
Yeah.
into things and blasting them up.
There are only two good things. Actually, I'd say there are three. The first one is the biotic for this, because it's just so fucking fun. And the other one, if you want to use all the guns, which I guess soldier, I forgot what the class was called. And the infiltrator, if you want to skip segments. I used the infiltrator because I got fucking bored and I decided to skip segments. So I just cloak and fucking like like move past all the enemies and like go to the next segment because I just got tired of it. I was like, I want to finish this mission already.
I thought you had to kill enemies in order to pass the next segment, not just run through everything.
Nope. Especially in the Citadel coup, when servers for some reason started to invade the Citadel, I was like, yeah, no, I got bored. I decided to just cloak and like run to the next segment, and they never come after you. It's fucking glorious.
That's awesome. Just run through the game. Like, whoa, what happened? I don't know. Who cares? Usually games that have you kill everything in the room, and then the door magically opens or the cutscene plays. But I did not know that.
I mean, there are very few segments where you have to like kill the enemy. Also, by the way, I'm sorry about Shiny coming in.
Yeah, Shiny's not here yet. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry about him bombing Mike's video because I was just wondering if anyone else would want to join.
Yeah, I know, and he's not here, so what the hell, Shiny?
Not here. I was like, Shiny, what the fuck?
Yeah. Anyway, here's Matthew Valente. Oh my god, that guy was a Christian, so his pints suck. I believe you meant his prints? Like his Jesus t-shirt, I guess? I don't know. That was a weird Quinton thing.
Quentin was a Christian?
I don't know.
You know?
I couldn't tell you. Anyway.
He does have Jesus ketchup. So
Jesus ketchup Heinz, yeah. Anyway. Let's get on with the gameplay here. Because that is at least something that is fun in multiplayer. It's very well balanced. And it works well with other people. I don't know, single player is much to write home about, but I enjoyed playing as a Vanguard. So it was fun for me.
BioWare listened to a lot of the complaints involving gameplay in previous Mass Effect games, and refined them in almost every way. In Mass Effect 1, many of the complaints arose from the player movement and the lack of meatiness or punch to the weapons in melee. In Mass Effect 2, many of the complaints involved cover and how it felt over-essential in combat.
Well, it's a cover shooter, so what are you going to do?
Yeah. No, not only that, he says meaningless punch in Mass Effect 1.
The guns didn't have enough kick to them, but...
You can turn a shotgun into a fucking explosive slug.
Yeah, it depends on the mods you get, and it's only till like the last part of the game where you get the X versions of all the guns, or the mods.
Yeah, but like, they're satisfying as fuck. Like, explosive shotguns all the way.
Yeah, no.
So now I can shit all over Mass Effect 3.
Yes, sir. Hey, Shani, how's it going?
Yep, we're at the Mass Effect 3 this time.
So I don't quite believe this YouTuber when he's saying people complained about the cover shooter being a cover shooter.
Or, what's the watch together? There we go.
Yeah, you got it. Let me just rewind for you, Shani, just see what he has to say. There we go. So we're at 6:26. Can you see that?
I see. 6 minutes 26.
All right, let's get started.
Every way. In Mass Effect 1, many of the complaints arose from the player movement and the lack of meatiness or punch to the weapons in melee.
Okay, so...
I think that a lot of the complaints actually... the weapon. I don't have a problem with the meatiness of the weapons. I had a problem with something like the biotics that didn't have any weight to them at all.
Well,
especially the physics objects.
If you remember, in biotics in Mass Effect 1 were so overpowered, it didn't matter if the enemies had shields or not. You could just lift anything up in the air. And the only thing that slowed you down was your cooldowns. So, aside from that, if you were a soldier and you had immunity, nothing could stop you. So if you had Rex, yourself, and Ashley, you were invincible. So...
That too. And that, and like use the biotics, make them float, and then shoot explosive shotguns, and they fucking fly.
They take off like a rocket. It's hilarious, yeah.
It's the most satisfying.
Well, but that's the thing, that because of the physics in the game are rather backwards, like nothing has any weight to them, and that's the issue with biotics.
Yeah, I guess, but they were like, but then they got kind of nerfed. I guess it's the similar kind of gameplay issue with, like, say, infinite ammo. It's like, oh, it doesn't have that much risk, especially when you.
I don't think there's a problem with infinite ammo.
Neither do I, but I
preferred the cooldown system, because especially since it was different, it helped generate Mass Effect's unique identity. They did it far before fucking Battlefront 2, and yet they retconned it all to say, oh, well, now we have thermal clips. It's like, oh,
clips for the dumbest fucking reason.
These thermal clips pop out of a non-existent port in these guns. Like, they don't even fit in the pistol.
I'll give Andromeda some credit. Andromeda does show some of the guns. Andromeda shows an animation where like it shows you where the thermal clip comes out. Some of them. But Mass Effect 2 and 3 just sissy slap your fucking... It just sissy slap your rifle and a clip just exists.
I think for the big weapons, like the fucking nuke gun and the flamethrower and whatnot, it makes sense for that to have ammo. Keep the ammo with that. Just fucking keep the infinite ammo. Was it with the cooling system? It worked much better.
Well, they did,
especially since it meant that you had to be more careful with how you're using your weapon. You couldn't just use all just spray everywhere forever. You actually had to be more careful of your shots.
Unless you upgrade it to the fucking T, in which case it takes a long time to.
They did have a nice system where everyone had every gun in the first game, so everyone was fully equipped if you wanted to do that. And in the second game, it was now class restricted, which felt kind of silly because now you can only have 2. And then in the third game, they added the weight system, which is a great idea. And everyone can use any gun, but you wouldn't want to because you're too slow. You're too weighed down.
Well, it's not they don't slow you down. It changes the armor recharge. So you recharge less with more weapons.
Yeah, your cooldowns for your skills are also really slow.
So there's once you fall the bar of like minus 200, it doesn't really go anymore.
Yeah.
If you've got a weapon which is insane weight, like one of the shotguns or the snipers, you may as well just go full in. It's like, oh well, I get all the weapons. Yeah. Fuck. In fact, that's my usual strategy. Fuck the weight system. Just get everything.
My usual strategy was play Infiltrator, and when I get bored of a segment, I cloak and fucking skip the segment.
The weapon I love the most out of all Mass Effect, the Crusader. It is a beautiful weapon.
It's
especially shot. It's fantastic for shooting like the shield guys in the face. In fact, even if you don't shoot through the little porthole, it still penetrates the shield pretty well.
Yeah. It's the N7 Crusader is the buckiest buckshot.
And it was fucking free with the deluxe edition of Mass Effect 3. And then Anniversary comes along. Or is it Anniversary? I can't remember the fuck they called it. The Legendary Edition. Then Legendary Edition comes along, and it's like, actually, now you have to pay an insane amount for these weapons. Even though you can buy weapons, which are kind of better, like the Claymore, for like only a few thousand. But no, now you have to pay like 100,000 credits just for one of these weapons. Fucking bullshit as hell. BioWare, you're an idiot.
Well, I actually like the weight system because I like using my biotics as much as possible, which is what you do when you're a Vanguard. You're constantly charging all over the place and replenishing your shields. So I didn't rely on weapons so much because I wanted to punch people in the face. So
the entirety of my credits in Mass Effect 3, when it came to the Legendary Edition, they all went into the fucking N7 weapons. Like I didn't buy anything else. It was just nothing but N7 weapons being spent on the entire game because they cost that fucking much. And I'm still annoyed at it.
All right.
In Mass Effect 2, many of the complaints involved cover and how it felt over-essential in combat.
So that's a good point, but that was kind of the design of a cover system. If you're going to have a cover system, you're going to use it properly. Whereas Mass Effect 1, you could pretty much move around. You still get shot.
The cover system was terrible because in Mass Effect 1, you would stand behind something, and sometimes you'd be in the cover, and sometimes you wouldn't, and because it's up to the some kind of AI to decide if you want to go into cover or not. Whereas in Mass Effect 2 and 3, you have to press a button or sprint into cover, and that'll trigger it.
But they took out
it's a much better system.
They took out the crouching or the prone. No, the only crouching in Mass Effect 2 because you actually cheesed the cover system when they were using it, so that people of any class could just crouch and aim behind cover and not get shot. So they had to take it out. And
I don't think I ever needed to use crouch.
It helps with your aim.
Used crouch and
In fact, I didn't even fucking notice they took it away in 2 and 3 because I never used it.
I never touched it. It looked the moment I touched it and I found like something like that, it's like, okay, I'll just keep.
I thought, when did I ever need this?
It's for aiming with the sniper rifle or assault rifle. You needed to get long range with your shots. So it did help, but I guess they've changed that. I know they fixed a few things in the Legendary Edition so that it's not as difficult for the new players. So they can all get into the game.
The journalists.
The journalist modes, yeah.
In Mass Effect 3, the third-person perspectives of the player and all aspects of gameplay are emphasized and redesigned to make the game feel faster, smoother, and better.
Yeah,
The
it
series' cover
plays
system
like
had been
it's very fun to play aggressive on PC.
Yeah.
I would say that's pretty hands down an improvement.
They nerfed a lot of the fun classes, like the Sentinel in Mass Effect 2 was really fun because you were a tank. And in Mass Effect 3, all it is buffs and slight damage reduction. It's not an actual piece of armor, which I was like, why even have the armor if it's not armor? So
after the first Mass Effect game, I never touched biotics. Like I think they were fun in the first Mass Effect game, but I just preferred soldier in general.
Well, the team
like
combos,
whoever the fuck plays engineer? The engineer is only useful once in the fucking campaign. The DLC,
Omega, yeah.
Omega. It's like you can't do it, Shepard. It's like, yeah, I'm a fucking engineer. This is the one time I get to use it. It's just a button.
But the idea of combination attacks with cross class teammates or players was a really great idea, and it worked out very well in multiplayer, and that's one of the main reasons why I keep playing the multiplayer in Mass Effect 3 is because you could have a team of a guy who's good at disabling shields or a guy who's good at disabling or destroying armor, and there's explosions on the biotic side as well as tech explosions on the tech side, and it's fun. It allows you people to help each other out, and it really shows, let alone the balance of the actual enemies that force you out of cover. And the randomness of playing on Platinum, which is a bit more difficult. So it's a fun system, I thought. Anyway.
So that players no longer needed to slide into cover and hop over objects. Instead, players have a refined sprint capability, combat rolling, and the use of climbable ladders.
You can climb ladders.
Wow.
Could you not climb ladders in the second? Were there any ladders in the second game? I didn't even fucking notice because ladders are that irrelevant.
Well, what they had in
ladders
the first
have nothing
game,
to do with how you play in combat.
when you charge, it's like running, what they call it charging, and you only run for like 2 seconds, and then you're winded, and it takes like a minute to get your bar back. In the second,
Well, you are carrying a lot of weapons. Like you got a grenade launcher, you've got a fucking the
first game,
assault
no.
rifle, pistol, shotgun.
in the first game, everything was snapped to your back, but I guess in the second game with the heavy thing,
That'll be pretty heavy.
yeah, they made the bar not as deplete as quickly, but it's still charging. Like, still call it charging. The third game, they just completely eliminated it. You could just run, just go all over
Just
the
run
place.
forever.
Exactly why I
I
was
saw that
infiltrator.
improvement though.
Well, exactly why I was infiltrating the
Yeah,
last segment.
the one thing I hated that they took away in Mass Effect 3, fucking singularity gun, the black hole gun. I love that. It's perfection. It is better than the Crusader. It is so like thrilling to launch a fucking singularity at a group of enemies and watch them just be engulfed into this black hole.
Yeah, there's only, I think, 1 or 2 levels where they had this gun called the Black Storm in Mass Effect 3, which did something similar, but not
Black
quite the
Storm.
same. But it's the same idea of the black hole gun. But
I don't
yeah,
think they had it at all. I remember they had the nuke launcher in Mass Effect 3.
well, that's the
It's
Cane. The Cane was redesigned in Mass Effect 3, but they did have the singularity gun or the black hole gun in Mass Effect 3. It only pops up twice, I think, unfortunately. Yeah. Not the same. You have to find them.
Randomly as well, I didn't know that you could take over the atlases Like the big mech things in Mass Effect 3. I didn't know you could fucking shoot someone in the face. No, it's not just certain level, because there is a level where you can just walk into one as the engineer's not using it. But in any level, you can, if you smash the glass and kill the guy inside, you can take over the Atlas. I never knew that.
Really?
I accidentally killed him, and then it's like all of a sudden I can get inside. It's like, oh my god, this is amazing! I never knew you could do this.
That was in Jack's level. We have to go rescue the kids of the school, Grissom Academy. And
and this one which is free for you to do. But again, any level in Mass Effect 3, you can do it.
Any level with the big mech boy, the Atlas mech.
Yipper. Okay.
There's refinement or movement. Players could also blind fire their weapons from covered positions, shoot selected armor pieces and limbs.
Was there blind fire? I don't think so. Blind fire is when you have one arm over your cover and you're just pulling the trigger.
It's literally self-described. It's like
I don't think you can
firing
do that.
blind.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Like you can do that in Gears of War. I remember that, but not Mass Effect. You still pop out a little bit.
Left click and just spray without aiming first, but you're not like blind firing. You're still aiming.
Yeah.
Every hip fires and combine biotic and tech powers like never before. Moving and shooting, considered a suicidal maneuver in Mass Effect 2, became a viable option because of the revised melee system and powers available to the player.
Yeah, so those abilities were in multiplayer, the leashing. I think it was the what the hell is that crazy four-eyed species?
Batarian?
Batarian, yeah. There was the Batarian biotic, and they had leash. They could just rip this guy straight at you, which was a better version of pull. And it was really slow, really high cooldown, so it just kept, you can do it over and over and over again. So you're just ripping people across the map. So that was fun. But he's really slow. He doesn't do any rolls. He's a big guy. So
he's a big boy.
He's a big alien boy.
Four-eyed boy.
The versatility of the weapons and their possible upgrades and customization options allowed for an extensive arsenal. But if the player wanted to forego weapons for the most part and focus on having powerful biotics with an incredibly fast recharge, they could do so. With all the changes involving the gameplay around the player, also came a large upgrade to the game's artificial intelligence. Enemies no longer acted as individuals as they did in previous games. Instead, the AI would fight and support each other in units. With smarter enemy AI also came more of enemy variety.
I don't think it was the AI specifically that made them more, made the enemies better. It was more that they had specific roles that would support each other. Like not the way they acted themselves, because the way they would support each other is the engineer would cover them with a turret, or they would like give each other buffs. Like, was this one that gave them buffs, or was that just the turret? Not on the turret.
I think it was the engineer on the next to the shield guy on the right. That guy puts turrets. That's all I know. I think that's
Mass Effect 1, when you're fighting a group of people, there's not much diversity in like the type of enemies, because you've got like a rocket Geth, a regular Geth, a slightly bigger Geth, and a Geth Prime, and then the Armech, whatever the fuck it was called, the four-legged one, and then you've got an even bigger version of that. It's not like a great amount of variety, and they don't support each other at all. They're just kind of there. And I think that's kind of there for Mass Effect 2 at the same time.
Here in Mass Effect 3 is like the only ones I'd say they're actually like at least unique in some way, was the engineer and the fucking ninjas, the godforsaken these shitheads.
The ninjas are annoying. I'll agree.
They're annoying, and it's like even story-wise they're fucking awful. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'll say that I don't have much of an issue with the gameplay of Mass Effect 3. I think it's the best in the series. Again, I would prefer the cooldown system over the ammunition system, but I'll live with it. It's more of the story, because again, Mass Effect is a story-driven video game, And I guess I know the gameplay is very much important in a video game, but if your video game is centered around a story and not like, because Halo, like a big portion of that is multiplayer. Call of Duty, like that's pretty much entirely focused around gameplay. Mass Effect is and should be focused around telling a fantastic story, and that's what it was grounded on. And the problem, which almost everyone has with Mass Effect 3, always has to do with the story elements of how fucking shit it is.
Yeah. And a good example is Mass Effect Andromeda. I think Mass Effect Andromeda, your character being so varied and can fucking jump boost and all that, is like, oh yeah, that's probably the best gameplay.
I would say the only improvement is the jump boost. I think things like favorites, like where you can just pick and mix abilities, it's broken in two ways. It makes the idea of classes pretty much fucking irrelevant, which I don't like at all. Because at least with classes, there's different styles of gameplay, and it forces you down a particular path. You can't just pick the best of each, skill tree. And when it came to the favorites as well, they all had individually timed like cooldowns. So, like where in the other games they were in complete unison, like they would be linked. So you can't just fire off like 20 biotic abilities, and it just made it completely overpowered in Andromeda.
It is
the only improvement, jump. It provides a great amount of mobility, and on a lot of levels, the jump is implemented quite well. Like the map design is specifically built for the ability to jump. That is what I will praise it for in terms of gameplay. I will not praise it in any other fucking field, because the gameplay in Andromeda is a massive setback from Mass Effect 3. It is the worst gameplay.
Fair enough.
In the series.
Fair enough.
See, I've usually heard the opposite argument because of all the inclusions of like melee weapons and customization. So, multiplayer, I don't know. It's very specified to class and more of an upgrade to Mass Effect 3's, but I've never touched the game, so I can't say. So,
yeah, my main point was like, even if Mass Effect Andromeda had the best gameplay, the story was still shit. And
a lot of people's problems with Mass Effect Andromeda go from the absolutely terrible story rather than the gameplay. Though, again, a lot of the criticisms still have to do with things like terrible facial animations, voice acting, gameplay. Still, it's almost everything in that game.
I would put voice acting kind of with storytelling, because like if someone delivers a dialogue badly,
well, no, because one of the things is writing, and the other part is
executing the writing.
Yeah, executing the writing. So that's why I tend to judge them differently. And I have to say, I do fault a lot of the deliveries on the writing and the actor direction, because if you've got like a great director, voice actor director, you can get some fantastic performances because you're directing them how to basically deliver these lines. If they're given no direction, it's fucking terrible, especially when they're given such terrible lines. Like, oh, that guy didn't look happy. Maybe because I shot him in the face. Or, it's like, Ryder, you were dead.
Sorry, my face is tired.
Yeah, it's all over. And it's like the writing as well seems really amateurish. It's such a weird mistake that you see with seeing a lot of amateurs in terms of writing, is they always try and write the story in this weird, like, tongue-in-cheek style. Like, instead of actually characterizing your characters, they only characterize them as being like happy, also maybe not happy-go-lucky, but kind of like just they're cracking jokes all the time, or they're like saying things in like a quirky, sarcastic manner, and that is what Ryder is almost doing to a T.
And like they're going, for some reason they're trying to go the whole like, oh, he's new to this, but yet at the same time everyone fucking relies on him, despite the fact he doesn't know shit about being a Pathfinder.
We need a Pathfinder to find things. Okay, what's special about the Pathfinder, other than they've got an AI to the head, that means that you can't go on these planets. Like, I get that you just need someone to go into these vaults and turn them off, but just fucking can't you just give this to anyone? Like, why is it limited to one person?
Exactly. Like, not only that is like, why is like, for example, oh, do you want this base to be military or science? Like, why are you asking this guy? This guy just isn't even trained for this. He doesn't know shit.
What was the point in the Pathfinders before everything went to shit? Because the plan was pretty much just to settle on these worlds. They didn't need a Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Settle on this world. Okay, we're fine. Okay.
I don't know. I thought the Pathfinder was like find the path to settle, but then you have many people with many.
They don't need the Pathfinder to find the world.
Exactly.
They've already selected the golden worlds that they want. But it just so happens that the golden worlds that we were going to are no longer golden, and we need you to help us, Ryder. You need to go into these temples and
skills. No, and good enough for me.
Yeah,
now lead us.
And it gives respect to Ryder, which he never fucking earns. You know, the respect which Shepard has, like male or female, whatever you're playing, like war hero, soul survivor, whatever. There's still a reason why they have this reverence and why they get so much respect. Because they're a fucking Spectre. They're one of the most accomplished human marines in, fucking Alliance history. There's a reason why when Shepard shows up as the first human Spectre, you know shit's gonna go down.
Yep.
Okay. Let's keep going.
Tall Cerberus mechs, assault troopers, ninja-style shock troopers, Reaperized Cusk of all races, and at times, Geth. The combined refinement of enemy variety.
That's only like one part in the story. What do you mean at times? It's like one of the acts. Arguably that and the fucking the Geth and Quarry and the Krogan act. That's the only really fucking good part of the game.
Yeah.
I would argue against the Renok arc. I have so many issues with it. We'll get there.
Okay.
Variety and player allowed for a fun side offering of co-op multiplayer that was completely optional. A 4-player horde mode that allowed players to play as the many variety of races and experience what it would be like to be them.
That is a pretty fucking good melee.
That's the normal melee. The other one, he slams it on the ground and people go flying.
But I've never played that much multiplayer, so I've never played as any of the other races.
Oh, it's really great.
I did think it would have been fantastic in Mass Effect Andromeda if they allowed you to play like of alien races, because I would totally fucking be a Krogan, or I'd be a Turian.
Yeah. The Geth Prime is probably the most fun I've seen, because he pulls out his hand like Darth Vader and he just sucks the shield power from all the enemies and they get stunned. So all he does, he stands there like a tank. He replenishes his own shields while the guy in front of him just starts melting. He's like, strangling him until he dies. It's great. Great fun for a Geth.
Anyway. Yeah, I haven't played multiplayer. So,
It's fun. Out of all the Mass Effect 3 criticisms, I can't criticize the multiplayer because it's so well balanced. And they did such an extra amount of effort after the game was released. Like every week there was an update for like 4 or 5 months. I can't remember how long, but they just kept pumping out weapon packs and new classes and updates to maps and balancing, and it's so well polished. So that's why I still go back to it.
Yeah.
Wasn't the multiplayer originally going to be its own separate game?
Well, the problem was you have to play... Well, okay, you could play the entire game if you do everything to get the better endings, but it's easier
No, I'm saying that originally, before it got implemented into Mass Effect 3, the Mass Effect multiplayer was intended and designed as a its own separate video game.
Oh, I see what you mean.
It actually played a lot more like Halo.
Well, yeah, it was done by the Montreal studio back in the day, and I don't know if it was supposed to be a separate product, because once they integrated it, it was like, oh, well, we're making the same game. Why are we doing extra work? We'll just use what you've got as a template. We'll make our own classes and create a system for that. Plus, it has its own virtual economy, which I think was always a plan by Casey Hudson to put into his games. So he probably wanted to package it with the main game anyway. But because the whole choice system got reduced to a bunch of numbers, which is the EMS score, they thought, hey, you can get EMS by playing multiplayer. So there you go. Why not? I don't know who made that choice, but it worked out, and I'm glad it's part of the main game because the guys at EA say you have to have multiplayer. So whether that was done before...
Oh, it's because they wanted to do all the microtransactions.
Yep, and whether it was before in planning or after, halfway through, I don't know. But EA would definitely be calling, you must do multiplayer and you must use your existing engine, which was Unreal. So...
and then Andromeda's Foster Frostbite. Another thing, Andromeda's melee was actually pretty weak as hell compared to like Mass Effect 3 especially. Because Mass Effect 3 did fantastic with like the melee. Especially when you're playing the soldier and you've got the Omni Blade.
Yeah.
That is so thrilling. It's fun. It's very satisfying
the animation.
To like do the whole slow motion stab someone in the face.
Yeah, it's
the only issue is that as you're doing it, the enemy which you're locked onto is locked in place. I don't like that as much because it feels a little bit cheaty, but I understand it's a necessary requirement for the animation not to be fucked up.
Yeah, the cinematic property of Shepard, at least for the version for Soldier, is very like, okay, we got to show this off. Whereas in Andromeda, it's just sort of meh.
It's a little Yeah. It's like you're stabbing someone with a tiny little shiv, and you're doing it like 5 times to kill someone.
Right. So not as cinematic, not as impactful.
It's like a pathetic punch, which is funny because I would expect about that from Ryder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pathetic
hey, that's
little
consistent.
baby
I'm fine with that.
bitch.
I did like the Vanguard punch as well as the Engineer punch, which is like this weird sort of gauntlet looking thing, which is kind of dumb. I don't know why the hell. Hey, let's stab someone, or I'll punch them with a big Omni gauntlet. It's like, what are you doing? Just hit them. Stop doing shit.
Punch them.
And then they changed it. This was during multiplayer was releasing updates. I think the Sentinel had a baton or something. I can't remember what it was. Then they switched to 2 Omni Blades, and then they stuck with that. So they played around with some of the heavy melees a bit on all the classes. They finally settled on one. Yeah, fun times.
Whether or not this addition was necessary is debatable, but nevertheless it became a huge hit with a large group of the player base and added hundreds of hours to the game's longevity. BioWare also helped support the multiplayer with a lot of free maps and characters. All of the characters' weapons were attainable through a variety of microtransaction crates that have obviously inspired a trend for many of today's AAA games.
Yeah, I love randomized.
I don't think Mass Effect was exactly what inspired it.
No.
Like, loot boxes were kind of around before Mass Effect 3. In fact, there were other things which inspired Mass Effect 3's loot box system.
Yeah, so...
like the card packs in the shitty EA sports games.
Yeah, the problem with this is it's random. So, they released a new weapon. It takes you like a 2-week thing, if you're lucky to get it, playing every day, to unlock the weapon. And that's like the base version of the weapon. And you have to unlock it again to upgrade it to like 2 or 3 or 4, up to X or 10. So, yeah, you'll get the gun eventually. It'll just suck. So you'll just use your other gun normally. Your Predator pistol or whatever.
But it did not feel as weighted against the player here. Everything felt obtainable.
See, there you go. Like, it took so long to get version 9 of the Geth Pulse. And Carnifex is up to 4.
Then he's saying, also, it felt so attainable while showing a fucking loot box.
Yeah. Play 3 games on silver to get up to 100,000 credits so you can unlock the Spectre 1,000 credit loot box.
Got to have money.
Yeah.
It's attainable with money.
That's if you pass the 10 waves. If you screw up, you only get like a bit of cash and all this other bullshit. And if someone leaves, you don't get the full points either. It's like all these problems with playing the game when someone leaves. But that's every game in multiplayer.
They're little bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could earn more credits based on the level of difficulty that you played. The harder the difficulty, the more credits you would receive. To beat the mode on the hardest difficulty would require all 4 players to use effective teamwork and use their best character that they had mastered. If one person was not pulling their weight, it would most likely result in mission failure.
No, what ends up happening is one guy carries the team.
Yeah.
That's usually all that happens.
I've seen a lot of people like in like gameplays just playing solos and
yeah, they go the infiltrator Edie bot because she has freeze. So she goes invisible, hits freeze, does something, they shatter, repeat, and they usually have a sniper rifle for close range and just shoot them in the head and boom. Cloak, go back, do it again.
You can play as the sex robot.
With the setting and combat covered, there's another aspect of Mass Effect 3 that BioWare need to perfect.
Anderson?
Perfect.
Okay.
Why is this the last thing you come to exactly with the story? Wait, has he talked about the story at all, or is it only like the gameplay?
Nope.
No, the gameplay.
Okay, so he's only talked about the gameplay in a game which the story is the most important part.
Yep. What a genius.
It's incredible.
All right.
You know, this is going to be a bit random. Another problem I had with Mass Effect 2 was the fucking Renegade was always such a joke. Like, it was fun. I know, like, playing Renegade was absolutely hilarious. But there's part of you that wants to be the bad guy, like the legitimate bad guy, not just spouting off one line. It's like, I'm going to cut your balls off and sell them to a Krogan. It's like, it's funny. I like it, but I want to be a real bad guy.
Yeah, and they learned that by looking at Dragon Age 2, which I think came out right before the game. And that had the funny Purple Hawk sort of responses. And then it had the actual evil, villainous responses that was Red Hawk. So, yeah, they sort of...
That would have been better. I would prefer a comedic response, an actual bad response, and the good response.
Yeah, because the good response is kind of a given. It's kind of like, oh, just be nice and just say yes or no. Whereas they played around with the Renegade interrupts because...
Chaotic neutral.
They ended up being comical because you push a guy off a building or, you know, stab a guy in the back with an electric prod, you know, stuff like that. It's like, that's kind of funny. But, you know, would a Renegade really do? No, he just shoot him in the back of the head. He wouldn't give a shit. Like, I'm not going to use a tool. I have a gun. Like, bam. You know, they're not going to putz around. They got stuff to do.
Yeah, Mass Effect 1's Renegade was like kind of a means, like ends justify the means kind of guy, like pragmatic. He was no politics bullshit, while Paragon was more diplomatic. And then Mass Effect 2 Renegade was more comedic, some pragmaticism, a little bit there maybe, but
also
the kind of remained the same.
The morally grey areas that the game makes judgments for you for. Holy shit, I hate that. Yeah. Because it's like, okay, you got to choose between killing all the heretic Geth or brainwashing them. Either way, it's not a... Like, these are not good situations, but the destroy option is considered the Paragon, and the brainwash is considered the Renegade. And it's strange. It really is, because again, whenever I was playing Mass Effect, I was always thinking, okay, what is the long-term good thing to do? Because I was thinking in the first game, when you've got to choose between either like save the council or leave them to die, I was thinking, no, we need all of our ships to fight this thing. We've seen what it can do. It is fucking insane. Unfortunately, you've got to make sacrifices, and that you'll be considered renegade for that. But that doesn't even have any fucking consequences, because it's like you win either way.
You get another council.
Well, it comes down to.
I was thinking like yeah, I would like to save the council. That's something I'd like to do it, but I think there's something's gonna go wrong if I choose that option. Like but no, there's nothing. So may as well just go the Paragon. All right.
Yeah. Mass Effect 3 just kind of like Renegade is pretty much evil. Paragon is idealistic and good. That's Mass Effect 3. It went very black and white. Even in like morally gray like situations, like say the Rannoch arc, it kind of like obviously tells you which one is like, oh, this is the evil decision. Well, this is the good decision.
Yeah, because see, the thing is, when you actually looking at like, say if Rex does die and you've got Reeve, curing the genophage is a really fucking terrible idea. Yeah. But you still get Renegade if you don't do it. Okay.
To be fair,
even though Reeve is he's outwardly stated he wants to invade the galaxy after the war is over. But no, you're Renegade because you thought that maybe it'd be a bad idea.
I'll be fair there, but if Eve or her name is Bakara or Baraka? No, Bakara, right? Eve dies and Reeve is there, then you can convince Mordin with the Paragon option and tell him like, hey Mordin, this is not a good idea. What happens if Reeve...
Wait, is it really the Paragon option though? Because I remember being given I was Renegade because I didn't want Reeve to like have
if you do shoot Mordin, then it's Renegade through and through. I think there is a Paragon option where you Paragon and Renegade dialogue option, both dialogue options where you just convince Mordin and tell him like, yeah, Reeve is insane and he's gonna fuck up everything.
Yeah, like if you don't cure the genophage, that Rex is gonna find out, right? And then you've got the whole scene where you've got to kill him, and like you're forced to do it. you try to talk your way out of it, and then Rex is like, "No, you're not fucking talking your way out of this." You can completely avoid that scene, and it won't lose any like of the was it the whatever point system it was.
EMS.
Like you won't lose it. EMS. That's it. You don't lose any EMS because instead of going through the docking bay, all you do is you just go through the. Go back to the Normandy on the little sky car.
Right.
And you avoid that scene completely. For the rest of the game, Rex is like storming about everywhere trying to find you, and then you just kind of like awkwardly going around him. So, oh shit, it's Rex. He knows.
I'm just imagining he's just not even storming, he's just standing there the entire game.
The Normandy flies away, and Rex is still just sitting there like, I'm gonna fucking get this Shepard piece of shit.
He's gonna come out eventually. Yeah, no. I think one of the things that did frustrate me was like, oh, we're doing this now in the middle of Reaper invasion, or Reaper.
Yeah, Rex, you kind of got. You had one priorities here because even if we don't cure the genophage, you're all gonna die. Like,
yeah, that's my point in the whole like Mass
everyone's gonna die. That's
Mass Effect 3 went and it's like. Biases. So it's like you can't call out Rex and tell him like Rex, like we don't have time for this. We don't even know if it's possible. Like, oh, it's like
but it is possible because we retconned one of the females to survive.
One of the females survived. She came back from the dead. She's Jesus.
Yeah, Mordin can just jury rig a solution within minutes. You're like, I don't think that's possible. Maybe
you think at the very least the cure would be ready before you get to the shroud.
Well, even then, we're talking about we need a dispersal method. It's like, okay, you have a spaceship. Why do you need a tower?
Disperse.
You have multiple flying
machines. I guess the tower is specifically designed to like spread particles or whatever throughout the entire
but the amount of effort it takes to get to the tower and these freaking Reapers there, it's like just
give them all a vaccination. Just
drop it from the air. It's already airborne. You just drop it from the freaking atmosphere. You have a spaceship.
I'll say that you possibly can't drop it on the entire atmosphere from a spaceship, because you have to go over the entire planet. That might take a bit of time.
You have multiple space. This is not a big problem because this is.
Yeah, but all the fleet is focusing on the Reapers. You don't exactly have a fleet ready to just go off and cure the genophage.
This is the problem with most of the
They
scenarios.
could barely spare like a squadron of fighters.
Yeah, that's true. In Mass Effect 2, it's like you have a spaceship, shoot them. It's like you have a spaceship, go there. You have a shuttlecraft, go. Like, why are you walking? They stop this shit. No one does this. No one runs around on a battlefield if you don't have to. There's all these means of transport. You have a tank. Use the. You have a flying tank. Use that. Like, there's all these vehicles. So I found
in the last game, you could airdrop your tank from fucking orbit. It's like, nah, you can't do that anymore. Nah, we don't do that here.
That's illegal.
And that was I love that about the first Mass Effect game. I know a lot of people criticize the makeover, the fact it's like a fat guy in a unicycle, but I love the design of it. I like exploding things with it, it's a pretty sweet idea to like drop like a small APC in from orbit.
Yeah.
But then they just removed that in the second Mass Effect game. It's like, oh, okay.
No, you get this pussy ass fucking
the hammerhead
that gets like shot.
I don't like the hammerhead, especially since it's not even you can't airdrop it in for like missions, or like it doesn't even have use in the story. It's like extra missions.
Yeah.
Whereas the Maker was like a very integral part. It's like, oh, it's a solution to our problem. We need to get down to the planet right now. Drop the Mako.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Let's see what else he's got to say about the conclusion.
Stay with me. We're almost through this.
Anderson's like, I don't want to go through this.
You did good. I'm proud of you.
The conclusion of story arcs and characters. It's a part of the game that BioWare fans and Mass Effect fans cared about greatly. The emotion that this game has in it is something that few games achieve. Mass Effect 3 is the final hurrah for Shepard's story and his legacy.
But that's what a lot of people were really disappointed by. The conclusions that the game gives you. A lot of the conclusions result to a fucking number. Like, oh, you get more EMS. Oh,
here you go, extra credit.
It's $5. I love how the reporter Diana Allers has like more points than a fucking a Krogan battalion, something like that. It's something really retarded.
Diana Allers, fucking, I don't know. She got some shit under that dress.
Kaylee Sanders is like 20 points. The Fifth Fleet is like 10 or something stupid. You're like, what the fuck? The fleet? The fleet is...
When you see a Reaper, throw a woman at it. That's your lesson.
We need more women in this war.
They screwed it up even more in the Legendary Edition because they had to make everything easier to get the better endings. So I don't remember what the numbers were. But it was like, what's his name? What's the Krogan? Grunt is worth more than a Batarian bomber, or no, the Volus bomber, because you can get the Volus bomber fleet or whatever, and he's worth more than that. It's like, what the hell?
Well, then again, it is the Volus, so
Grunt is a bomb. Just throw him.
It is a bomb.
Just launch it.
I am the bomb. That is how you solve a lot of your problems. Throw a Krogan at it.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. Or throw a salt bomb. Those are also...
Get the Volus. Little bitches. No one wants to send a Volus into a combat situation. What are they going to do? Wheeze at them?
There you go.
They're going to throw money at
Reaper's defeated. But yeah, in terms of fucking conclusions, like, I'm sorry. Some people usually say, like, everything was great until the ending. Was like, no, I still... Like, I like Tachanka. Still has his issues. I fucking hated the Rana card because of, like, how blatantly biased it was towards, like, the Geth. Like, it made an active effort to make the Geth look so good that it just made them look like the most vicious motherfuckers I've ever encountered. I was like, you know what? No, I'm not making peace with these. They want Reaper codes, they're dead. Because you can never question the Geth in terms of ramifications of Reaper codes, or whether or not Reapers can use that against them, or like, hey Legion.
Yeah, like you think that would create some issues if they were on
Legion. You promised never to use, the gifts of the old machines.
Yeah, he was ashamed of like having the Reaper code in his system.
And then he's like, let's do it for everyone.
I may be ashamed of it, but fuck it. If I have to live with it, everyone else has to live with it.
Maybe that Legion is just a Twitter account at this point.
He's trolling everyone.
He wants to spread the shame on everyone. So yeah,
it's like was it Harkin in the first game? It's like, oh, you know, if you've got herpes, you may as well spread them around.
Yeah. So like I said, but the game, if you, for example, if you kill the Geth, that's Renegade. If you kill the Quarians, that's Paragon. I'm like, how the fuck is murdering millions of innocent men, women, and children a Paragon? Over an order of one admiral. How's that Paragon? In any way. It's like, at worst, I'd call them both Renegade. Because like...
Well, they created the wonderful world of auto dialogue, so it's still up and down on the wheel, but there's no color at times, and you're like, oh, great. Everything's reduced.
It swings on roundabouts.
There's no difference.
Yeah, there isn't much of a difference, but like I said, well, the only difference is you have Tally if you kill the Geth, so, that's a good difference. By Legion.
Well, yeah, fuck you, Legion. I'm going with Tally.
Yeah, exactly. That and because also
look, okay, Legion may be good boy, and I love Legion to death, but then sometimes you want a bit of that Quarian,
Legion was a good boy in Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 3, Legion became naughty.
They can always make
Legion.
more, okay?
Legion just fucking attacks you.
Yeah.
Dick.
What a dick.
I may be killing your entire species, but I thought there was something between us, man.
It's like...
Not to mention, it's not killing all the Geth. You've still got those Geth primes on the Normandy.
Okay, we can get more. I think he
Wait, what happened to the Geth primes on the Normandy? You think that would cause some trouble if,
Yeah, actually, there is a really good dialogue. If you choose your dialogue right, Shepard just fucking rants on Legion, tells them like the Council is useless, the Krogan nearly didn't help us because the genophage cure, the Quarian started a war, and Legion's like, what's your point? It's like, your stunt nearly fucked everything up just like their stunt did. How the fuck should I trust you, Legion? And Legion couldn't answer, and I love that dialogue. It was my favorite kind of dialogue.
I love that Legion will do a little robot dance in Mass Effect 2.
Yes.
Oh, it's so adorable.
Yes.
Oh, I feel so sad in that mission where he's like, we're not suspicious of each other. Like, where did we go wrong? And I was like, oh, Legion, you were just a little boy. I want to hug you.
Yeah, no, this is one of kind of my frustrations, because at the implication of like the Morning War is like, okay, the Quarians attempted genocide, the Geth committed genocide. It's like, okay, so both fucked up. So both clearly fucked up.
I find it funny that every time they try to open up dialogue, 100% of the time the Quarians attack them. It's like, wait a second, you mean every time you try to say hello, they attacked you? Like, you can't send an email? Oh, attack them now.
No, that's a contradiction, because the Council tried to negotiate with the Geth. The Geth killed anyone who entered the fucking Veil for 300 years, regardless
Very
of whether
peaceful.
or not.
No, the Geth are peaceful. No, the Geth are peaceful.
Oh, okay. They're peacefully joining the Reapers.
They're peaceful pacifists. They're like the Wakandans.
Yeah, they went from the enemy and scourge of the galaxy in Mass Effect 1 to like, no, we're just misunderstood.
We're just good. We're actually good boys.
Yeah,
I'll admit, I like the change, but I will completely agree it contradicts what's established in Mass Effect, like the first game.
Yeah, it contradicts, because like Legion says, yeah, no, we don't want to intend harm. It's like, okay, fine.
Then why the fuck did you kill the fucking diplomats?
I'd say so far consistent that they're isolationists and they don't want anyone to enter. Fine, I'll give that. A bit contrived, but fine.
Well,
but to say like, but Mass Effect 3 completely retcons, like, no, we were actually trying to talk with the Quarians, and Mass Effect 3 is like, Legion, 300 years you killed anyone who enters the fucking Veil.
Very diplomatic.
The Quarians have no reason to believe that you're diplomatic in any way.
Well, the choice made...
You could very politely just tell them to turn around.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That too.
At least give them a warning.
Well,
yeah, I guess don't no warnings. They're like, fuck it, kill it.
The choice made in Mass Effect 2 about rewriting or destroying the Geth made pretty much no difference to any end result. It's just
I think it prevents you from the peace option.
Really?
I don't think so. If you rewrite them, because I heard a lot of people talking about it. I killed the Geth, so I don't know. If you rewrite them, it makes it harder a little bit.
Yeah, it works on a point system which you don't see, where it requires like you to you need Tally and Legion to survive. If Legion doesn't survive, you're fucked. You also need if you rewrite them, that like loses a point. You gain points if you do the 2 missions beforehand. You lose points if you do some other. It's weird.
Yeah.
Or if you side against Legion, it might lose a point. Or no, maybe that just means that he's more likely to die. I don't know.
No. Here, it's basically the argument between Tally and Legion. You have to make them get along.
Right.
You can't side with one over the other.
Either way, there is a point system which is reliant on missions or previous decisions in the last game.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, like I just really, it's like Patrick. At first, I was really interested in the Geth, and then Patrick Weeks, the guy who wrote the arc, was like, "Oh, you made me hate them. Thanks."
It's such an obscure thing. Like you have to have peace, or, like stop the little skirmish in Medbay with Tali and Legion in Mass Effect 2. Like that's 1 point to making sure that you could have peace between the entire species. Like really, like one disagreement. And that's
it's even bigger than that in Mass Effect 2. The difference between them surviving is making sure that they get along fine. Because if you side like with one against the other, that means that their loyalty is just lost.
Yeah, you lose their loyalty. You can regain. Actually, you can regain it.
You can regain it by going into the conversation, but it requires more Paragon points.
Yeah, true.
Like more than you probably have at that.
Well, it's
point.
the same.
Otherwise, you would go to the both of them option.
It's the same with saving Admiral Chorus in Mass Effect 3. It's like, okay, you lost an admiral. Why does that cause the entire war to go to shit? Like, what people die?
I guess because of the whole civilian. Because for some reason, this is again the whole writing shit. It's like, oh yeah, let's make the Quarians dumb. And also, they decided to use the civilian fleet, even though like there doesn't seem to be a reason to. They're using the civilian fleet, so the civilian fleet is like, oh, our admiral of the civilian fleet died. Why the fuck should we continue? Kind of thing.
This might be a little random and out of nowhere, but something which I just want to point out for Mass Effect 3. If you choose like the space option, you still have a mother, like Hannah Shepard. Right. And in the second game, it says that Hannah Shepard wants to like essentially like stay as a captain, especially since it's good to remember her daughter or son or whatever the hell you're playing. And then in like Mass Effect 3, she just becomes an admiral. I guess you did like it just seems weird to me. Like it just suddenly becomes an admiral out of nowhere when she specifically turned down the Admiralty several times to keep commanding a ship. Like she's more like Picard, where Picard doesn't want to get promoted to a fucking admiral. He wants to say captain.
Yeah.
All right.
But no, just make her an admiral for no fucking reason.
Let's see what this guy has to say about the ending. This might take a bit of time, but we only have 8 minutes left before we have to switch. So let's go.
Options and choices made throughout the previous 2 games have consequences here.
Lies.
The characters and multiple side stories that we, the player, had curated over the past 5 years would have their final resolve. There are 2 main story arcs that are
I'm sorry, I do want to do this again, because no, they fucking don't. That's a lie. You have 3 endings, which will change nothing at all.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he's talking about like the
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's not lying. He's wrong.
He's wrong.
Thanks.
I'll give him the
There
benefit
is
of the doubt
no.
of like.
Tell me something in this game which means fucking like consequences to your action.
Oh no,
because if you kill the the fucking what's it called? The Rachni. If you kill the Rachni in the first game, they come back and they get cloned in the third. Oh, fantastic! So my fucking option meant nothing. Oh, it means a few EMS points. Fantastic. Oh, my option, if I save the council or not. Oh, it just gives me more or less EMS points. Oh, fantastic.
I didn't even notice
it's
that.
all fucking EMS points. Well, if you save the council, you'll lose EMS points from the fleet number, but you'll also gain points from the Destiny Ascension.
Oh. Well,
So
okay, that's useless.
yeah, it makes the whole decision pointless. It's so fucking irritating. And there's only like 3 endings which only rely on the fucking EMS points, which change nothing based upon your options, which is why everyone had such a problem with it. And then you have fucking Space Doc coming out with his own video. It's like, oh, well, the ending to Mass Effect 3 is actually genius because there is no option. It's like, no, you shut the fuck up, Space Doc, you're an idiot.
Yeah, another example is Morden in the Genevieve Cure. If Morden dies, nothing changes. Absolutely nothing. You just have a fucking other Solarian named Paddock Wicks, and he just does everything that Morden does.
Even
completely contradicts
like Rex. Like if Rex removes his forces, it's just EMS points. That's all it is. It's all even the consequences in the fucking game. It's all EMS points. For fuck's sake.
All right.
I hate the EMS system.
It's so lazy, yeah.
Okay. Let's see what he has to say about this. Two side story arcs.
Secondary to the main plot that receives their much anticipated conclusions here. The genophage of the Krogan, and the conflict between the Geth and the Quarians.
The Solarian is not your enemy.
These are not side stories. These are part of the main plot. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
The main arc. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's the main story.
He's here to help cure the genophage.
Well, the music in Mass Effect 3 though is fantastic. I will say that.
It's nice.
Dun, 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 dun,
I like the cyberpunk music in Mass Effect 1.
Krogan have always done. Or you can fight the enemy you were born to destroy and win a new future for our children. I choose to fight. Who will join me?
I will.
Imagine
the
if the
genophage of the
dialogue
Krogan was
Shepard just
introduced
says,
in Mass
"Nah,
Effect
I'm
1
out."
and continued in Mass Effect
Not
2.
joining.
It involved an infection implemented into the Krogan by Solarians and Turians to control how fast the Krogan could breed. This was due to their incredible strength, large and fast reproduction cycle, and their aggressive
wait, what?
nature.
No. It had nothing to do with their strength. It had to do with trying to stop them from invading the galaxy and their fast reproduction cycles.
You only
and their
got one
aggressiveness.
thing right, the rest is false.
Well, he got the other two right.
Aggressive,
Yeah. Well, they do have incredible strength. Like these are facts, but the top one is not a reason why. It was just stopping the Krogan from taking over the galaxy. That's all it was.
Yeah. Moving on.
Okay.
Genophage made it to 1 out of every 1,000 Krogan born would live. In Mass Effect 3, depending on what you choose, you can finally cure the Krogan genophage and allow the Krogan to return to full strength under the new leadership of Urdnot Rex and Krogan Eve. The resolution to curing the genophage is something fans waited a long time for.
Really?
And the whole mission is done spectacularly with the music.
No, we didn't.
I don't think I was waiting for. I appreciate it in the game. I like the mission quite a bit. I don't think I was waiting on the edge of my seat for this.
No, I don't think anyone was expecting this to happen. It was
partly because I was thinking, hey, Reapers are invading. Maybe we need to focus on something else.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was like, more or less, we have bargaining chips. This could happen in the future. Not, oh, we're going to cure it. It's like, really? You can do, okay. Okay, I guess we can now. Technology, wow, what amazing stuff.
You can do it while the Reapers are invading and killing like billions of innocent men and women and children.
Like priorities, man, you know.
Anyway, we're almost done with this section. I don't know if we're gonna have time.
Probably would have been it probably would have been a better situation just to like do it in the second game rather than the third, if anything.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have time
been in the second
to cover the rest of this video. We got Chase and Glib. I gotta add them to the chat here. But anything else you wanted to say about Tuchanka and Rannoch and in general? I mean, we already talked about it, so I don't. You want to summarize?
I guess if he's going to talk about the memory shtick, people.
Oh, I keep forgetting that's a thing because it's so fucking pointless and tacked on. The whole
pointless
memory
and
sequence
shoved into your face, and I fucking hate it. And I was like, "This is just to make us hate the Koreans more, isn't it?" Like,
wait. I was talking about the dreams that you get in Mass Effect 3. What were you talking about?
You know, the memory when you're in the Geth.
Yeah, I remember.
I was like, this is so shoved in my face. I hate it. And I was like, it's like, you can't question Legion.
It's actually pretty boring, that whole mission. Because why you get some, like, it expands the history of the conflict. All you're really doing is shooting away these tentacles, like techno tentacles. Quotation marks, delete Reaper code.
The only advancement they did was saying, oh, there were a few Koreans who tried to rebel against a tyrannical government. Besides
that's the only improvement, really.
The only world building. Yeah, Geth still committed genocide and didn't pursue the Koreans beyond the Veil. It's like, okay, so can we question Legion about the genocide part? Or is that, we can't ask that?
I'm surely not all the civilians were, trying to stop the quote.
It's like Patrick Weeks just assumes 99% of all Koreans are guilty and deserve to fucking die.
If the Geth were still like isolationists, kill biotics before they kill us, like they were in the first game, that characterization of what they did to the Koreans with the genocide makes sense. But if you're trying to come up with they're all really diplomatic and they're actually good this entire time, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work at all.
Because then why the fuck would they kill all the innocent civilians? Why would they kill the diplomats?
Even in Mass Effect 2, there was an Asari who mentioned that her own mate died in Rannoch from the Geth. Because the Geth killed everyone. It's like, oh, you can't ask Legion that. It's illegal.
I need to replay the Mass Effect series just to because like when I played it, I was like a dumb teenager going into high school. Like I probably don't appreciate anything about that storyline as much as I could.
To be fair, I played Mass Effect like 2 years ago, and then I had no one to talk to about it because no one talked about it. And then Legendary Edition came,
right?
And I got the opportunity, and now I'm ranting about it, and I love it.
I was late to the party when it came to Mass Effect. Like I never played it when I was like 12 or anything. So I played it when I was like 16 or like 17 during like the sales because of Andromeda was coming out. And like even though I have criticisms of it, I still have a lot of appreciation for like Mass Effect, the series in general. I love the world. I love a lot of the voice acting and a lot of the storylines, even though I have a lot of criticisms of it.
I love the characters. I think that without the characters, I don't think it could have continued. Because, like I said, the plot was not good. But the characters, like, I love Tali, I love Garrus. I didn't like Liara at all.
The characters are really... Even though the stories kind of suffer a lot, especially in, like, 3 or in 2... The character, you're right. The characters are what keep you going because you do really care for characters like Tali or Rex or Grunt or Legion. You maybe not so Caden or Ashley. In fact, I often can't decide which one I want to kill first. Usually it's Ashley because
I'm the opposite.
I've tried romancing Ashley and then she starts doing poetry and I'm like, oh, just. Fuck it, you're dying.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, guys.
That's completely
well, thank you, Tadros, for rambling on about Mass Effect so we didn't get the chance to go through the entire video with you. I know you have a lot to say on the topic, and I know your opinion is very unique amongst all the Mass Effect people I've talked about for your hatred of certain things for good reason. And I always like hearing those reasons. So thank you so much. I'm going to try and get Glib on here. He's around here somewhere. And
Glad you have me.
He did get back to me. So thank you so much. We might be throwing a bunch of other people on. You might be involved in that. But we're at a 10-person limit. So we got to keep going. But thank you so much for your time, Tadros. Thanks for the video. And Shiny, you're still around. So thank you for also popping in for this.
Right. Well, I love a chance to talk about something I care about, like Mass Effect. So I've got a lot to say on the issue.
Okay. So
Thanks for
Chase,
having me. All right.
Yeah, thank you, Tadros. So Chase, nice to finally catch up with you again. I know we haven't had time to chat in a while, but you've been busy. I've been busy. And
No, that's life, and the world's been on fucking fire for the last 2 years, so that'll happen for sure.
yeah, so we gotta try to get our social circle as tight as possible and figure out what's going on and help each other out. But this is the unscripted part of the whole production. I don't know what the hell we're gonna talk
This
about.
was scripted.
Plan.
I'm just going to talk about. Here's the thing, I have a mainly untreated ADHD, so I'm going to bring up just random topics that I kind of want to talk about, or maybe that you guys might find interesting. We're just going to go with it, and as you'll find, as every conversation with me goes, it's at least not very boring. It always goes somewhere at least kind of interesting. But
and then you're gonna brag about your girlfriend for like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm actually kind of salty about the whole Mass Effect thing, because I was dating a girl for 3 years and things were going very well and we were really happy, and I bought her Mass Effect Legendary Edition because I still remember what the games are like, so I wasn't in a huge hurry to play them. And then she just like left. She just all of a sudden was like, "Hey, I know I have like probably like $800 worth of your stuff, but I'll see you guys later."
Oh.
Well, that's the whole scheme, right? You date a guy for like a few years, and then like the moment they give you like Mass Effect, that's it. That's the whole scheme.
Yeah, pretty much.
But then again, like if someone gave me Mass Effect Legendary Edition, I don't think they'd have much else to give me.
Oh, but I was gonna segue in and say, but literally within like a month later, I've already like met a local girl who has like her masters. And,
Chase,
what?
Chase, we don't need to know about your current dating status.
Why'd you ask
like,
about
sure,
my
you can.
girlfriend?
I was making a fucking joke because last time you were on fucking Smudcast, like when I was here, you just started talking about your girlfriend for like 10 minutes out of nowhere because you were too busy bragging about it.
It happens. I'm sorry.
This is the common problem with husbands. Usually not boyfriends, though. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a you thing. It could be. You could just enjoy your life so much. You have to talk about
Chase
it.
likes bragging.
Oh
no, it's just that what I do is just me talking about things that are going on in my life, which usually lines up with things that are kind of cool or happy. And you're such a bitter piece of shit. I'm just kidding. You're such a fucking jealous. Now. Oh,
look, just because I haven't had much luck with women in like a year and a half doesn't mean I'm bitter, you piece of shit.
You guys don't know what Shiny looks like, but let me tell you, he's a good-looking man. I've seen him. I can tell you for a fact, I expected him to be significantly more morbidly obese and more like just greasy.
Jesus.
Just by proxy of being a 3D modeler. That's it. That's just
What?
That's what that occupation
Is
tends
that
to do
because
to
you've had
people.
such a negative experience with people who work in 3D?
No, it's just that
You
anyone who
expect
does
anyone who works in 3D to be this horrible, fat, obese piece of shit.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, actually.
And then you find out I'm a skinny, handsome, attractive.
Yeah, like you don't look like you were hit in the face with a fucking shovel. Like, yeah, you actually can like hold your own. Yeah,
Great
exactly.
standards
No,
there,
he's looking-
Chase. You're not hitting the face with a shovel yet, Shiny. Glad that helmet's working out for you.
Compliment.
Yeah, the helmet protects me pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was going to ask you. So I know everyone here is extremely cool and manly, and way cooler and manlier than me because I play like video games and I watch anime and stuff. Do any of you guys give a shit about Undertale or Deltarune? I'm assuming no, but I had to ask.
No.
Okay. It's pretty old. The first one, Undertale, it's like 2015, I want to say, 2014 even maybe. And it's kind of an RPG with like really interesting story, and the fan base fucking ruined it because it's like a bunch of 9-year-olds that want to like pair the characters and say that all of them are like transgender or something. Like it's a very odd community.
That's like every fan base though. Like you've seen Ruby, Jesus
True.
Christ.
That is true. Every time people are like, "Oh yeah, this entire fan base is cringe," it's like I can't really think of a fan base that isn't cringe except for like Klonoa or like really really obscure games that have like maybe 300 fans total that like, are still alive.
There's always some part of a fan base, like no matter how big or how extreme, But there's always that one part which just kind of seems to ruin it. Like, you go to Rick and Morty, or in fact, even Halo. Halo was renowned for having like fucking pieces of shit in multiplayer who like read through their mics, or like
Dude, I
Team
fucking
Fortress
loved
2.
when it came to
amount of
PC.
kids.
I love when it came to PC and people were like, "Oh, we got to bring the toxicity back," and people were using their Xbox Live avatars and stuff on Steam. It was so nostalgic. That was such a good time back when like Halo 3, Halo Reach came out, at least for me, because I'm fucking 31. So what that meant for me was that me and all of my friends in college played it. Like every fucking night, we would just get like really disgustingly cheap alcohol and just scream at our TVs and throw controllers at each other. It was like so much fun. I guess for some other people that might be like Smash Bros, where they're like, I'm mad that my anime character didn't beat your anime character. I guess that's kind of what Smash is now. I don't know.
Just throwing characters against each other.
Like, I don't know if it's just me, but I used to really be into Smash, like the original one, and then Melee, and then when the Wii one came out, Brawl, I was like, yeah, I mean, there were issues with it, but it was still like, yeah, the newest iteration of Smash. And then the Wii U one came out, and everything after that, I just haven't been able to give a shit. Like, I'm 31, I don't think I have.
I'm still surprised anyone bought the Wii U.
Yeah, me too. I'm surprised I bought one.
I'm surprised that there's one just sitting underneath my TV behind me. But
I mean, it's really good to upscale Wii games, you know? So it's not all lost. It's pretty okay.
It's got Mass Effect 3 on it, just not on the DLCs.
Fucking true. I love all the weird games they put on the Wii U. They're just like
okay. Now, actually, we'll say this though. One part which I do like about the Wii U, specifically with Mass Effect, is that it has all your abilities on the touchscreen.
Okay,
which is pretty fucking useful.
Mm-hmm. Also, sorry, I'm finishing up some ice cream. How are you guys doing?
Get shit out of your fucking mouth, Chase. Why are you eating? We're trying to have a conversation here, and you're just
the most
shoveling your
chaotic
mouth
you've
full
had.
of ice cream.
It's really good, alright? Yeah, it's gonna fucking
What
melt,
flavor?
Shiny. What the fuck do you want me to do? It's gonna melt!
But ice cream's good when it melts.
It's not when it's on my fucking lap. Not when it's on my lap or my keyboard or my whatever.
Then put it in a
I
fucking
just did laundry,
bowl.
Shiny. Are you trying to fucking kill me? I don't know.
What
Strawberry
flavor ice
shine.
cream is it? And maybe I'll forgive you.
Strawberry.
Strawberries.
Strawberry swirl, or it's just strawberry?
Sorry. I'm not sure if you understood what I said. Strawberry.
Anyway, fan bases.
Fan bases. They're
This
all
is the
fucking
shit.
horrible. Whether
There's always
there a
some
single
part
good
of it.
fan base? Tell me if there's a single good fan base. I want to hear it.
No, you always have.
Every fan base I think of, like Ruby has like the insane shippers, or
That's
Team Fortress 2 is just full of kids who
I would
scream
say-
on their mics all day.
I would say check out the Babylon 5 fan base. They're pretty good.
The what?
Babylon 5. It's a show by J. Michael Straczynski. It was a sci-fi show.
It's like not Deep Space Nine, but it was actually Deep Space. Deep Space Nine is actually not Babylon 5, I suppose.
Babylon 5.
Yeah, it's probably
I've definitely heard that.
the best science
So I'm like,
fiction
oh, yeah.
TV show I've ever seen. So
Really? What would you argue that like Firefly is better?
Firefly's fun.
Works, I mean.
It's not as it's
know.
like what 11 episodes or something like
Can
that.
you? I have a question. Can you guys sell me on Firefly? 'Cause
Sure.
I want to watch it, but
I've only seen it once, and like I really enjoyed it though. I'm not like the biggest fan, but I definitely recommend a watch.
Firefly is
I
like
personally leave out Serenity because it's like people might hate me for this because it's not that great of a story. Though I do understand why, because they were cramming everything they wanted to do into one movie because they didn't have like the rest of the show that they wanted.
Yeah, the character of the captain is like a gray morality, so he's neither good nor bad. And Josh wanted to write like I think was it 14 characters within the first season, and that was like way too many casting, way too expensive to get that going. So he cut it down to like 7 or 8, and there's all these characters running around doing things of their own plots. But it's a fun space opera, and it's just a bunch of guys trying to get by in a spaceship, doing odd jobs and delivering stuff. And sometimes they're bounty hunting, sometimes they're doing this or that. So
sounds a little bit like TNG mixed with Cowboy Bebop, just from that synopsis.
It's 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 kind of. I was thinking of Bebop, and I was thinking of it is very close to that. You're right.
Yeah, I saw the thing you had posted, the trailer. I don't know if I'm excited for that or not.
I didn't watch it yet. I just saw the trailer because someone mentioned it to me. I wanted to watch it, but I've been streaming for 5 hours now. So
one thing. Oh, and you would, but it would get content ID matched like immediately.
Exactly.
Because the song itself, I don't think would do that. The seatbelts, I don't think they copyright their content. But
they do.
It's I gotta say, and I want you to keep this in mind when you watch it, and anyone else who's like listening to this. The Cowboy Bebop opening tank, the animated one, looks really stylish. The way the characters run across this screen, they have this very confident gait to their to just the way that they like dig their feet in when they run. There's a lot of very like kind of strong, confident motions. And then in the process of them trying to do that live action and replicate that, they have this sort of movement style where it's like when they're shooting the gun at the camera and they do, it kicks back naturally as it would. They're not really shooting a gun, so they're having to go, and move it up. But they do it in such a degree of measurement, like a degree of movement that's so measured and intentional that it almost looks kind of uncanny. It's not like, bam, I shot a gun. It's like, I'm tilting a gun upward now. And then whenever people were running, they were just kind of doing like a light jog and they look kind of like fatter than they were. Like, it made them look like they were like, oh, fuck, I'm so heavy. I was just watching it and I was just like, this looks off.
Yeah.
And, I mean, John, what's the name of the guy that's like John Cho or some shit? What's his name?
Oh, no.
John Woo.
No. John, oh, sorry. What's his name?
I don't even remember, but that guy, we know who he is. He looks so fucking bad.
Yes.
Because he looks like Spike, but Spike's like approaching his 60s.
He's almost in his 50s, so you're not too far off. And the problem with Spike...
well, that was a little harsh of me then.
The problem with Spike is, first off, he's a very attractive anime character, as most anime characters tend to be. So you have to find a pretty boy.
Yes.
He's tall. Mm-hmm. He's Jewish, okay? So
his hair is... Wait, is he Jewish?
Well, yeah, Spike Spiegel, yeah, of course. So,
I didn't know Spiegel had like a Jewish connotation.
Oh, yeah.
I just know about the Goldsteins and all that shit.
So he's tall and thin and like 6'2" or whatever. And he knows Jeet Kune Do, which is an odd combination for a tall guy. So you have to say, okay.
What's an odd combination?
Jeet Kune Do, which is
Jeet Kune Do, yeah, the martial
very
arts
specific to looking at a small man compared to a tall man. And he has a certain swagger about, like, all the characters have a certain swagger about them. And I made a comment about that on the poster, even the comic book. They're making a comic book based off the Netflix show, and it doesn't
that sounds bad.
It doesn't feel like the way that they stand and they sit is very specific. Faye's got a certain bounce to her. Jet's got a certain weight.
So I'm assuming that we can safely conclude, because I haven't asked, that you're a fan of the original Cowboy Bebop anime?
It is my favorite anime.
It's a fucking good one. I would definitely encourage you, if you like Cowboy Bebop, and I say this all the fucking time on any EFAP or like any adjacent stream, definitely check out Monster. It's on YouTube entirely for free, sub or the dub.
Yep.
Sub is better though, of course.
I watched all of it. It's fantastic. Monster is brilliant.
Good. Glad you enjoy
it's
it.
Long
yeah, I always imagine Chase as a sub.
Shut the fuck up.
Sub is the best.
Have a Switch, you piece of shit. It's 2021. It's not even gay anymore. Sorry, you're saying, Smud?
Yeah, no, Monster used to be my favorite anime. Then I thought about it. I was like, you know what? Monster is really, really slow. And for what
I like
trying
slow.
to be...
That's my personal preference. I like long... Also, hi, Gleb. I like long, chew the fat, take in the fucking scenery. Let's have this long fucking shot where nothing, just really static shot, just to unnerve the fuck out of you. Evangelion has a lot of that too. And while I largely hated the way that the end of Evangelion ended, I really like just those moments where he just is like in his mech and he's about to die, and it just hard cuts to him just in his hospital bed staring up at the ceiling, and just like 30 seconds of silence. You just hear birds outside. I love moments where it's just long pauses.
Well,
you got to use that silence.
That works with the horror of Monster because it's such a creepy vibe, and you're like, what is creepy about it? There's no monsters like visual monsters. It's just the psychology of the scenario. With Bebop, everything is just bouncing at you. Everything's on point.
True.
And then the next episode, all of a sudden it's a cop drama. And all of a sudden it's now a roller coaster and they're riding on a train. Like, it's always entertaining without being wordy. And they do
I'm
have...
gonna post some. I'm gonna post some pictures of like some of the art of Monster in the chat, so that Glib and Shiny aren't entirely lost.
Yeah, no, there's Johan,
there's a very
Doctor,
unsettling, fucking almost uncanny, super realistic kind of like nature to it, and it's a psychological horror. So it's like, it's very it's very, very moody. I fucking love it. This is actually kind of a big spoiler if like you if you know what to look for. The one I just posted. God, that's the tiniest picture in the world.
Yeah.
Thanks Google Images.
That one's great.
Yeah, no, it's Monster's great. Cowboy, yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? If I want to watch an anime, I'm not always going to take on a fucking 72 episode series to just sit down and plop down with a friend. Sometimes it's fun to just put on Death Note, put on fucking Cowboy Bebop, put on like My Love Story or like something kind of lighthearted.
If you're
by the way, My Love Story, definitely watch that one, even if you don't like romantic comedies. It's like genuinely the most heartwarming fucking thing I've ever seen. The comedy's absolutely on point, like very well written.
Oh yeah, if you're trying to get someone into anime or just like, I watch Cowboy Bebop, what's that? And you'll show it to them, and there's going to be something
Netflix,
they pick up on. They go, oh yeah, I get that. That's cool.
And people are so unimaginably fucking lazy. People are so unimaginably lazy when it comes to accessibility of media. Like if you tell them you have to download Crunchyroll or the Funimation app or something like that in order to watch this, they'll go, nah, fuck yourself. I'm not going to do it. They'll be like, oh yeah, maybe one day, maybe. But like, if it's on Netflix, everyone will fucking watch that because it's Netflix. It's so central to all of our living rooms, you know?
Well, because it's like a click away from
yes
watching. Whereas if you have to download a whole other fucking app, it's like, that's an effort.
Yeah, also this is really...
Especially for something which you don't particularly, you're not really invested in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like if someone said, "Hey, look, I'd love to play a game with you," and like you don't really care about the look of the game, but it's like 30 megabytes, it's like like 30 gigabytes, and then it's like $30 on top of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, there's some really fucking good games that require a VR headset and motion controllers, like leap motion wands or whatever the fuck you want to call them. But most people are going to be like, yeah, I mean, I'll play it at like a friend's place who already owns VR, but like I'm not going to drop like $400+ to get like a Quest 2 and yada yada, you know?
Oh, it's like $300.
Yeah. I mean, presumably we're going to be getting like the Quest Pro.
Okay, let's be real. Who gets a Quest to be individual? You're not going to need the... Look, you plug it into the fucking computer. Be a man. Have a PC.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I got one. I got a Quest 2 for my ex, and it was kind of cool to be able to use it like standalone, but it just decimated the fuck out of like every texture.
If you played like Robot Recall on PC is incredibly fun. The graphics are pretty good. Like the AI, not too bad either.
True. I have seen the graphics.
The fact that they've crunched everything down for the Quest version, for the graphics, or the AI will sometimes just walk off of fucking buildings because they're that dumb.
Isn't the Quest 2 basically just like a pretty souped up phone designated specifically for like, you know, having a gyro and tracking?
It's good for like Beat Saber because the graphics don't really matter too much on Beat Saber.
Sure.
That's pretty much all I'll use the Quest 2 for if I'm not connected to my PC. Basically, but if I'm playing any other game, I'll connect them to the PC.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's some things where it's just like you just want to load up YouTube and you want to be like, because there's really something to be said about. I'm like a supremacist when it comes to VR, so it's just like I really like having like I have an Index, even though I'm probably gonna have to like replace one of the fucking lenses.
Mr. Index knuckle controllers.
Dude, I promise you, in like a year, I'm gonna like regret ever investing the money on an Index. I don't know, like it's fine. It's just like who's like one of the people that was an early adopter for like Tesla or some shit. It's like, oh, look at you can play fucking Mario Kart on your your car's navigation screen now. Wish I'd waited to get that. But yeah, no, it's there's so many things about just Cowboy Bebop where it's like, oh, it's, you know, hovers around what, 25, 30 episodes. But then if you want to tell someone, oh yeah, you have to watch Monster. Oh, how long is it? Oh, it's like 72 episodes and there's a lot of fucking, it's like, maybe if I'm like 60 and I want to just do the mini equivalent of like winding down with a good book, sure. But like not while I'm still young.
Yeah, so that's why you have to say, do you like murder mysteries? Do you like reading novels?
Right.
It would fit. And I love that. And for the most time, like I'd say about 15 years, I'd say Monster was my favorite. And then I stopped and thought about it. It's like, you know what? I can't just pick up Monster Anywhere. I have to follow it like a book.
Such a specific tone. Even Evangelion is like more accessible because it's just so much shorter. It's like what, like 23, 24 in the
I
episodes
don't
of the
think
first
the
season?
length is the issue because there's really long anime that.
It's the fucking pacing. Yeah, it's everything else.
Yeah. So pacing, tone,
it's the guy
style.
who made it, really.
Even the creepy music at the end is not for everyone. It's like all kinds of things.
Yeah. But there's some shows that are absolutely worth downloading.
Oh, yes.
Crunchyroll, as shitty as it is, but like My Love Story is just it's got to be like 2014.
I thought everyone hated Crunchyroll.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, they're it's almost like if you could make a company run by a bunch of smug lefty YouTubers, like far lefty.
Yeah.
And just like they I mean, the other part is that apparently like I had a friend tell me that Horrible Subs, which is the sort of brand of like, you know, people who, I guess it's just a rip of Crunchyroll's translations. They just call it Horrible Subs as like a fucking jab. Like, fuck you, your translations are really basic. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to talk about anime, by the way, if you guys don't give a shit, because I know probably only like me and I know probably Smud and I are like the only people that actually
you'd be glad to know Glib is like a huge fan of Bebop.
Okay,
I like
yeah,
Bebop.
let's hear it.
I mean,
Oh,
I just don't think that there's a lot of good Western media that's being generated, and every time that I hear about a new anime or manga, it's like, oh, okay, well, here's another take. Here's another take.
Sure.
So, that sounds great. You know.
Have you seen Outlaw Star?
I've seen a little bit of Outlaw Star. I'm not
that one has a heavy space Western vibe.
Yep.
Sorry to cut off.
But
I just
that's
wanted to
old,
ask.
right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
that
it's
is
old.
I like vintage anime, obviously, but what I spend most of my time when it comes to media, if it's not media that's related to a project I want to work on creatively, it's mostly just mining the archives at this point and trying to find things that I
Sure.
missed or rewatching
Mhm.
these, because I don't really like anything that's coming out to the point where I don't even feel like watching it to review it or whatever, or to say how it's
Yeah.
done, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
when I hear about anime, I'm like, oh, that's another thing to put on a list that it's like my Steam wish list. I'm never gonna get
Exactly.
to
Yeah.
Caves of Kud or whatever, and even if I bought it, I wouldn't play it, but I want to. You know, it's one of those things. So
Sure.
for me, sorting out through a lot of the different anime, and there's a lot of problems where anime will be produced really well, and then there'll be like a key ingredient missing that could make it really good. Well, there was one that I just watched that I don't remember what it was called, something protocol or something. There's like rogue AI or going around. Everything's brown. I don't remember what it's called. But it was like nonsensical. Everything was well made. It had an interesting aesthetic. The main character is this detective girl that has like cat hair and eyeshadow.
Ergo Proxy.
Yeah, Ergo Proxy. That's what it's called.
Ergo Proxy. Right.
Just
right.
all these names that translate out of Japanese to English.
Ergo Proxy kind of sucked, if I remember correctly.
Yep,
like,
you're right.
Right. Because it didn't, I couldn't
was
follow
it
along.
just Smud? Was it like basically just kind of a flashy, like sort of like you enjoyed the environments, or like what was redeeming about it? Because I've seen people like rave about it. It's like cyberpunk or something. They said.
It's post-apocalyptic, so everyone lives in domes, and every dome they go to is different, and it's like a social experiment. So, which is like, oh, that's Fallout, and you're right.
Cool concept.
And the problem is the main character becomes the main villain, and you're like, oh, that's stupid.
Is that interesting, or is it just kind of like whatever? It's boring.
No, it's stupid.
Okay.
But it has a song by Radiohead. It's amazing. So therefore, it's great.
Well, shit, I'll have to check it out now. Fuck. How can I not?
When you're watching it, you're not really getting a linear story that's progressing in a familiar format. You're watching it and it's jumping from place to place.
It just
and
feels
it's all
super
moody.
out of order. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm also like, another thing I think is that I really enjoy subs, and I have yet to find a dub that I watched of anime that was great. That was like, wow, this is good, because a lot of the Funimation dubs that I see and previous ones, I think so you look at like Ocean Dub or you look at other dubs and you go, okay, they're trying to do something, but it's a bunch of voice actors playing a bunch of different roles out of the roster, and Funimation is kind of the same way. Like, it's the same people they reuse over and over again.
Did you think DBZ or Ocean had the better dub? Or sorry, Funimation or Ocean for the DBZ dub?
I think I'm so particular that like I feel like
depends on the individual character.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why like I was thinking about Bebop and I was like, I don't like the dub at all. I don't think
Really?
I don't like Spike's character as Steve Blum. That's I think how people got really attached to Steve Blum as
Well, of course.
Spike.
That's all he does now. He just does like Spike Spiegel 2.0 with every other fucking character.
That's right.
Or
yeah.
he'll do sort of a more vocal fry Zero from like Metal Gear Portable Ops or whatever the
Put
fuck it was.
vocal
Yeah.
fry on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It's that guy, and I feel like he just plays that guy. And the reason why, what I think is that the revealing thing is that his voice is golden, but it's like the trailer guy, where if he's not doing the trailer guy voice, then it's not
It's just
really
uncanny. It's just like, who cares?
Yeah. Well, it's also like Leonardo DiCaprio in a role where it's like Leonardo doesn't really become the character becomes Leo, because that's what a celebrity superstar is.
Yeah.
Gary Oldman, you watch him become a character. You watch Christian Bale become a character. You know what I mean? Even when he is playing the most Christian Bale character you can think of, you're really like, well, these guys outside of their roles are kind of blank slates. But if the character is based on a persona, like it's Mr. T coming in to do the character, it's going to be Mr. T. You don't hire
Yeah,
Mr.
of
T
course.
to come in and do D. Bradley Baker voices, you know?
Mhm.
So I feel like the American dub industry is defined by this characteristic. Like, oh, let's get Jimmy over here, because that's the guy that always does.
I'm the guy that always does the voice that sounds like this.
And then everybody gets into that cliche thing. And I remember
Mhm.
watching Newgrounds versions of that, making fun of it, like all the Ego Raptor stuff back in the day. And I was like, yes, they get it. It's so cliche that it tarnishes the canvas that I'm looking at. So when I watch the dub version of Spike, I'm like, oh, this guy's really cool. He's very relaxed. And then when you watch the dubbed version, I'm like, oh, he's a cocky asshole. Like I know that's kind of the scale
I didn't really get
of
a
his
cocky
character.
read from him. It's just kind of like his, all right, like his sort
I
of
don't
swagger
understand
delivery. I don't know. That to me sounds like it comes down a little bit more to personal preference. Like maybe that's
I'm fine with that, but I just feel like that there's an element that's missing from Blum's presentation that's present in the Japanese one, and I don't know if that comes down to the culture, language, direction, actor choice, or whatever. But he feels like he's more, what's the word? Like he's genuinely sorrowful in this sub a lot, and I feel all the characters.
Yeah, but then
have
in the
this-
dub, he's just kind of like, well, fuck, that sucks, and then just
Yeah.
moves on. Yeah, no,
I
I
don't
can understand that part.
either.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm like, okay.
well, shit, good luck with that bitch. Bang, just next, yeah.
I just
It's
saw,
kinda- and that's good, but it changes the aspect of it, and I think that
Yeah.
I think Bebop really affects my sub versus dub argument on that personal preference hinge that you're talking about. Like I'm like very aware that when I switch, like I can't watch anime in the background if I'm watching the sub version. I have to turn on the dub version, right? Like if I'm just washing the dishes or something, I'm like, oh, I want to watch Bebop, so I'm gonna watch the dub. I feel like Faye is the best.
Yeah, because it's like tolerable
matchup.
enough. It's not like it's fucking horrendous. And
It's
just
not
like, oh my
bad.
God. Yeah, yeah.
But I think it's the Funimation brand and the Ocean Dub brand. Like it's their stock library of actors that they
Can
have in
I-
there because they're their friends.
Can I say something that might come off as kind of like unintentionally racist? This is
Well,
a
I
rhetorical
don't
question.
care
I'm gonna
about
say
it.
yes. No, I'm gonna say no matter
I'm a
what.
free speech guy. I can say whatever you want.
So there's like something that there's this very particular kind of swagger that comes with a character that is like a Japanese depicted black guy, like in like art and like in animation and stuff. They always have like a particular. When I think of Jet,
Which archetype are you talking about? Because there's several. There's like like how there's like the Japanification of Mike Tyson, for example. You know what I mean? He's in Street Fighter. They have the character, and he's like, oh, every aspect is caricaturized. And then you have him in Mike Tyson's Punch Out, and he's like really caricaturized. So it's like, are you talking about a caricature of an archetype, or are you talking about in general? There's like a stereotypical view of it.
I'm just gonna keep saying what I was gonna say because I think it was gonna answer your question anyway. There's when you think of like Jet from Cowboy Bebop, you think of like where he's just like, God damn it, Spike, what the hell's your problem? And he's kind of like, he's got like the big pulsing fucking like animated like the whatever you call that thing, like just the muscle thing, and you imagine him being just like like sort of crazy. But when I see whatever his name is, the guy that they got to do Jet, he looks kind of like they gave him like a cloudy blind eye in one, I think.
It's very weird.
Yeah, from memory, it kind of looks like a clouded blind eye. But he has this look about him where he's going to be like, I can imagine him having like a really raspy voice or something about him that's just so like unfitting, and then he's just gonna be like the cool guy or like the angry guy. Like it's gonna be really one note, and they're not gonna be able to get like his sort of warmer, more brotherly nature that really makes Jet a likable character in the show. I feel like they're gonna play him way more straight than that. He's just gonna be like, I'm the black guy.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's something very specific in anime where you get a black guy. And he gets very like, when he's angry, he's like, ugh, and he still has that kind of like, I'm gonna ball up my fist and I'm gonna get the muscle thing drawn on the, you know, I'm gonna get the fucking teardrop in the back of my head, or like what, you know, when they make him kind of more feminine and anime style.
It depends.
It's a very specific flavor that is always that never manages to, you know, come to fruition on the screen.
With Bebop, they use a lot of stereotypes. They use blaxploitation in the second episode.
Oh, of course.
It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You got the woman with the big poofy hair. But Jet is not black. He's not black at all in the anime.
Yeah,
and I'm surprised they got a black.
Yeah, he's like a darker skinned white guy. Yeah, but I think everyone kind of took that based on the way he speaks and like where he's from, sort of
dub.
Culturally how we yeah, probably.
I think that they heard the dub and they're like, oh, okay, so then why don't we make Jet Black actually black like the dub actor? But like, I think that's my issue is not with any of that. I just got into an argument with my with someone in my in my community about this, where it's like I feel like you should hire the right person for the role. I don't have that much of a problem with Faye Valentine's casting, because her attitude seems like Faye's attitude, and her voice kind of reminds me of what Faye could sound like. Mm-hmm. But my issue is that a lot of Jet Black's character is lost from the original presentation, where he's almost 10 years older than Spike. He's slower. He's like the older brother. He's the responsible one. He's kind of jaded about stuff. He's a very calm guy. And whenever he gets angry, it's because he's annoyed that
disappointed in Spike, yeah.
He's disappointed in Spike, yeah. But when they talk to each other, and I was thinking about this again with the dub sub thing, is that when you speak Japanese, there's a difference between when you speak Japanese and English, because the Japanese language has intonation as part of it. How you speak it is how it has emotion and meaning tied together in the way that you say the word as well as what you're saying. And English isn't like that. So when they're doing the dub and they're trying to adapt the lip sync and they're trying to do all that, I feel like there's a lot of stuff lost in translation. And one of the ways that the character Jet Black has changed with the dub is he's given this sort of theatricality by the voice actor, who's always going up and down like this, Spike. I don't understand you, and I never will. And I just don't feel like I feel like it's a put on. And I feel like what's going to happen with...
They kind of improvise that in the dub, you mean?
I feel that, yeah, because when he's speaking normally, he's like, I never understood you, Spike. I feel like he's much more neutral and more on the level with Spike.
Yeah, well, he's just kind of a cool guy who's just like, I'm going to talk about my feelings for this once in a rare moment. Yeah, he's kind of got like that. They kind of gave him that almost like a prospector sounding like, I'm sort of a more old-fashioned guy. But you can't really definitively be like, oh, he's black. It's just that
he gets his arm shot off as a cop, and it turns out that he leaves the force because and then he finds out that he got betrayed.
Fucking episode, by the way. Oh my god, Jet's backstory episode is great.
And with that, like, I could talk a lot about Cowboy Bebop, like how it's...
I noticed.
All the episodes are one-offs that are tied into a greater arc for each of the characters, and then when it's appropriate. It's so great. But like,
I love shows that really have good characters in each. Like every character gets one episode just to kind of flesh them out and like get to know them a bit more.
I feel like when I look at someone like Jet Black, I feel like there's not really an actor that would, like, if you're like... The problem that I have is every time I get into an argument about casting with people, it's never about what you think the character should be like.
It's like, who's your favorite actor? Yeah.
It's like, who's your favorite actor? And then also, if whatever they chose, you're racist if you don't like it, or you're sexist, or whatever it is. And I'm just like, I don't understand why we don't have an open conversation about it.
Or sorry, not Smud. Fucking Glib. Sorry, you 4-letter word motherfuckers. 4-letter names. How would you react if they got Kevin Hart to play Jet?
Well, that would actually be more entertaining. That would have flavor to it. But yeah, it's like, if they
just a big shit
let's go even more cliche. If it was The Rock as Jet, that would actually wouldn't be that bad casting, but it would be stunt casting. It would be star casting. It's like, oh, let's make Arnold Schwarzenegger in the 80s.
Isn't The Rock like the most high-paid fucking actor like in the world or something?
Yeah, something like that. And he also
that would bring so much attention just because people would want to. They'd want to see him, and then they'd be like, oh, I guess I'll check out this fucking gay anime thing.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it's messed up because whenever I talk about casting, it's always in response to bad casting for woke reasons. And I'm like, well,
Sure.
let's get that. What do I actually want to see? I want an open casting call, and I want characters to play out scenes that we have pre-written for them. And
Right.
everybody just comes in, and they can just play whatever role they want. Anybody, it doesn't matter what they look like or whatever, and find that, because you got to find the character. Because I get into arguments constantly with people about what race anime characters are, because everybody looks so similar in anime.
Yeah.
But there's
I
definitely
usually just assume they're white or Asian. Yeah.
well, there's definitely specifics about characters, and I always just think it's so funny because it's, you know, like what Ego Dreamer says, Spike Spiegel is a Jewish name, right? Spiegel is definitely Jewish. I knew a kid named Spiegel, and he was Jewish.
He
but
was
then
the
when
most
you ask,
Jewy motherfucker I've ever met. I can tell you that.
but if you look at the design of Spike, it's based on a Japanese actor from old television or whatever movies. I don't remember what the guy was, but the name just sounded cool to Watanabe. There's no underlying meaning. He's just like, the reason why Cowboy Bebop is so cool is because he designed Spike around whatever he thought was cool. He's like, I don't smoke cigarettes, but it would be cool to smoke cigarettes. I would smoke cigarettes. You know, all that spaceships, going to different planets, the gambling, everything would be cool. What about a story about this? And then other people wrote the stories. It's the same thing with Samurai Champloo. Wouldn't it be cool to have hip hop and samurai together? I'm like, yeah, it would. Those things go together.
Samurai Champloo. I just realized. Samurai Shampoo.
And it's funny because it's Samurai Champloo and Cowboy Bebop. It's like, what do these two things do together? How do they go together? Well, he made them go together.
Stylish.
That's what it is. It's Western and jazz. And you put those two things together and you get Cowboy Bebop in space.
Yeah. Yeah.
Space jazz.
Also, I only have 20 minutes left. Just a heads up.
Yeah, go on with what you want to talk about.
Yeah, fucking piece of shit. No, I'm just kidding. No, I would definitely love to talk to you more, like one-on-one about anime at some point, because I'm not really that caught up with shit, but I like talking about kind of a lot of the older stuff as well, like stuff I'm still sort of catching up on, going back and trying to decide if it was actually good or if it was just my memories. And I got to say, Sunrise
Something is so good about that stuff because of the cells, you know, the actual material of it.
Yeah, well, because wasn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. I could entirely be wrong. Isn't it the case that back in the day they were paid by the hour and now they're paid by the cell? So they get paid for shitting it out, essentially?
I have no idea. I
believe that's the case. Because that seems like the only way that it would even be viable. You know, because you take a long time to do a cell and you're still getting paid by the hour. The big CEO boss man's going to be like, what the fuck? I don't care how pretty it looks. I want it to sell. Get it out now and get it out fast. Like, I'm 100%. I'm so fucking confident that's what that process is.
I don't know, but I would love to do like an in-depth documentary or something about how the animation industry actually works, because they've got to be looking for shortcuts, and you can see it.
Sure.
I'd
be really, if you do that. Sorry to cut you off. If you do that, I would be very interested in, you know, whether there's like standard practices. Oh, you can expect to have to do this. Be really familiar with this program. You should practice on this kind of paper. Use this exact brand of pen. Like, I want to know if there's like expectations where it's like, this is the best. Everything else is fucking shit. Don't even waste my time with that garbage. You know?
There's got to be. There's got to how to get characters on model. I mean, that's one of the greatest things about anime is that it's so ubiquitous. It's so everybody draws in a similar style, so you can get people for it. I think there's a real commercial aspect that allows these things to be created in quantity. But you just know by looking at how fast things come out that there's something wacky going on in Korea or Japan or whatever. But I would just love to know what the pipeline looks like. Like, you hear all these horror stories about, I would say, the East Asian creative industry when it comes to what the value of the work is and what the conditions are, but I don't know anything about the actual facts of it. You know what I mean? I know something about the West. I know what that's like, and the newer the industry, like video games or whatever, the worse off the individual workers are because they don't have the background of the unions and all these things making demands on behalf of them.
Right.
But I have no idea what that's like in other countries. I can imagine that. I can imagine that there's a huge demand, but probably a larger demand to try and create your own stuff. And I, you know what I mean? It would be so interesting to talk to somebody who pays the bills and goes, I want to make this. Like, who is the guy that hires the mangaka or whatever to make the product? Who's the guy that goes, yeah, Demon Slayer looks like it's worth paying for. what's that guy's perspective on the industry? Like, does he just go like, yeah, it's got swords, it's got magic, it's got Japanese shit, fuck it.
He put some smears in there to save some money on the in-betweens. Yeah.
He's got water powers, and yes, okay, cool. You know, this
Also,
looks
man,
like
I
this
have to
other
say,
thing.
I think it's kind of cool, the idea of, so if anyone's like listening to this in their car or some shit, everything that every one of us is saying is clear and bassy. So like it's gonna fucking rumble their car. It's like there's a lot of times if you're listening to like a fucking podcast on your car phone or your car speakers. Then it ends up just sounding so shit. Someone's on their phone, or it sounds like a fucking Xbox mic or something. So it's just I don't know. I was thinking about that. Like if I had a subwoofer in my fucking that I would use, then it would rumble my whole house probably.
You gotta get the microphone. You can't be getting away with a blue microphone or whatever. You have to get.
That's the funny thing is like Blue Yeti. They're actually like, I mean, I used to have the same sort of reaction to it because that's generally true. Is like they're not great. Like the lower end microphones, right? Blue makes really fucking good like $3,000 plus microphones. Like the baby
it better
model,
be good if it's that much.
Yeah, exactly. But they're really like big competitors in the audio like industry. But it's I totally lost my train of thought. What the fuck were you talking about? We were talking about Cowboy Bebop
mics.
originally.
You got to pay for them. SM7B, AT-AT, or whatever. 2020.
The SM7B is okay, but I feel like it's a little overly bassy on the kind of the lower tones. I use a CAD E100S. It used to be 600. It's like 400 now consistently on Amazon. It's got like a month plus delivery time for some fucking reason, which is weird because it's made in America. Maybe the parts they used to make it are from China or something like that.
There's a really weird thing going on right now with that. Yeah.
It's very odd, but it's the most important thing honestly is acoustical treatment. You gotta have the best fucking, I mean, you probably know this, Glib. Like I assume all of us know this, but it really is just like I took out like a bass trap in the corner of my room, and now if I get even slightly loud, I can tell there's like more of a noticeable echo. I didn't realize how fucking temperamental it would be just from taking down like a few tarps.
My thing is that the weirdest thing is making sure that it sounds good on the output.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
when I was doing intern stuff a long time ago in the music industry, I was paying attention to like the process of how they test mixes and masters and stuff. And you test them on their $1,000 speakers, and then you test them on the
test them on your phone, car phone.
And then you go into the car, car test. You go in and listen to it on the Honda Civic speakers, and that's how you know it's good. Because like you can get your ears can get adjusted to whatever you're used to, and once you're exposed to better and better stuff, you start to notice little things like that. But you have to remember that there's like a professional way of looking at it, and then there's the regular consumer way of looking at it. And if you just don't annoy the people, you know, if you don't crank it up and redline it, you don't over compress it or whatever it is, then you'll be good enough. But I think a lot of people skimp just on price for the thing that they're going to be using the most of.
Yeah.
Like if you're creating content, you're going to speak into a microphone. Your microphone's really important.
Yeah, this microphone, when I got it for $600, it was I want to say 2013. So I've had this mic for like 8 years now. It's still great. It's holding up fantastically. And I don't even, and they say like, oh, put it in a box and keep it in like a cool room. It's like temperature. I like vape into it. I don't give a shit. It works great. Like fucking super durable.
No, if it was,
I don't even know how long I've had my AT 2024, and
that's the one,
it's basically just it's been completely fine. Like I've knocked this thing, I've dropped this thing, it's fallen on the floor while I was moving. It still works fine.
That's the thing.
But like I've bought like several headsets, and I've replaced my monitor more than I replaced this fucking microphone.
True.
I replaced
actually,
graphics cards more than I
4K computer monitor before I had to switch out my mic.
I've already gone through.
You're never gonna find.
I bought like one monitor, and then I thought, okay, now I've got to get two. And then
you got three, and then you realize you can't go
5
back.
years. No, I've never got three. I've never had three.
Oh, really?
It's life changing,
awesome.
especially for porn. What?
What, do you need to jack off 3 times?
No, well, I mean, sometimes depends on the day.
I love that you have. Okay, the thing is about 2 monitors. It is brilliant. I can't go back to a single monitor now because you get to watch something on one screen while like playing a game or like working on the other
if
screen.
If you're trying to play a game and it's like on a really difficult section and you're like reading a guide, like you have to pull it up on your phone or some shit if you only have one monitor. It's just, but if you have two monitors, like keep the guide up on there and then play it on the other monitor. So it's just, yeah, it's
I don't
it's such a pain.
use
like
it for
minimum all the time.
that exactly, but again, or even if you're streaming, it's good to have like what you're viewing on one screen and then having the stream on the other.
Yeah, exactly.
That way,
There's,
you
no
can,
downsides.
And I've gotten like two 4K monitors. Well, I got one 4K monitor, and I kept the other regular monitor. And I just was blown away by the 4K, and I was like, I have to get another one.
To me, they're really only super well suited to creative work with like interfaces and shit. Like if you're working in Blender or Maya or Premiere or Reaper or whatever it might be, the more screen real estate you have, you get so much more shit done than if you just have like three 1080p monitors.
Say if you're doing what I'm doing, like visual effects, if you're rendering something in 4K, you need to know what it looks like in 4K.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all about color accuracy. That's what I would get.
Color grading 4K, and shit.
Yeah, I have the Bank SW271 or whatever, and it's pretty awesome. It does HDR or whatever you need to. And then it's exactly like what I was saying with the car test. You need to have monitors if you're going to be creating content and a television to test your stuff on, because it looks different on different settings and that
and it's so crazy too, because I had a 1080 if I watch 1080p videos on my 4K TV that I got like a year ago or something, it's so shitty. Every 1080p video looks horrible, and then every 4K video looks amazing, and it's just like, oh my god, if I ever end up doing vlogging or something in the future, I better get like a baseline 4K camera.
It's
not even that hard to get that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I've heard. I definitely picked a good product to wait on purchasing, huh?
It's funny what is available. Like, there's no end for panels, but I can't find a GPU for the right price. What's going on there? And all has to do with the
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin is part of it, but also
Bitcoin bros.
Different manufacturers can only like the TSMC versus the mainland China. There's a lot of issues because of executive orders that have to do with different governments. You know what I mean?
Can I give you a tip if you're looking for a good opportunity to get a good graphics card? There's
Newegg Shuffle.
Cutting Edge Gamer is like a Texas-based company, and they have like they let you like lease graphics cards, but you can like pay out like pretty much right away or something.
Really?
Also, I only just saw chat Carphone Chase of the 80s here. True. Excuse me. What the fuck was I just talking about? I'm very tired today.
Leasing shit.
Leasing GPUs. I will get emails. You'll be like, let me know if you have anywhere from a 3060 to a 3090 or whatever the fuck, if you're crazy and have like just money to burn. And then you'll get a notification like, hey, we just got in some new 3070s, and then maybe like within 30 minutes later they're all sold out. But like that, I've seen both of them pop up 3 times in the last like 4 or 5 months.
And this is MSRP price?
I think you end up paying you pay more than you pay a lot less than you pay from the scalpers.
That's what I'm saying, because it's like I don't know what the value is now. I don't know what they're allowed to sell the stuff for. So
yeah, I think the original price, like the fucking 3090, I think it was around like what, like 2,000, 2,200 or something like that, and then you I think like the 3070 is closer to like 400, 3060 is like. No, probably more than that. I couldn't really tell you, but
it looks like it's still the really expensive price.
Sure. It's hard to even tell what like the base price is these days.
I saw the lowest I saw it available in stock was like 1,600 for the 6,900. I thought that's actually pretty good for it. But when you really look at what the MSRP is, their most expensive card is only supposed to be $1,000. So I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I'm okay with my 3070 for now. Sorry, 1070.
I have that too. I'm so annoyed with it. I want to get a new card so bad.
Yeah, I'll wait a little bit. I'm not getting a 2000 series card though. Fuck that.
I can't justify it. I cannot justify the price.
It's not even like an upgrade.
I mean, it's like 200% faster and stuff, but it's like it's not $2,000% faster.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really only to show off the ray tracing capabilities of certain games, and even that is questionable. I have a 30.
Aren't they dropping support for a lot of that? They're kind of giving up on it.
Well, it's
I would love the FPS. Like for competitive, like the only thing that I want to do with a video card when it comes to video games is get that above 144 FPS and just keep it up there. But a lot of games you can't do that. Or I want to play on my 4K monitor with Red Dead Redemption and 60 FPS. Like, wow, that'd be so cool. but I can't justify
so
that.
goddamn demanding.
And then I have such a powerful CPU. It's
and
like
streaming too. It's like you really benefit from being able to. I mean, I guess if you did like a 2 PC configuration, I think that'd be really fun.
If you can use the CUDA cores, then on Premiere Pro or whatever it is that you're outputting, then you can render really, really fast. But it's not $2,000 fast. It's not worth the other. It's not worth the same, almost as much as the computer itself.
I think I talked to like a Micro Centers like salesman, and I was just like, "Is it worth getting a really good GPU for CUDA?" And he's like, "No, CUDA's like a cool little experimental thing, but it's like not that big of a deal." I was just like, "Yeah, that sounds about right to me."
It's fast for encoding. I've actually used it a couple times, but when you're getting into like HDR stuff, when you're getting into what the modern day high quality stuff is, which YouTube can't even intake. Like, if you want the highest quality YouTube videos, it's only 45 megabits or something a second, so it's never going to look as good as you want it to. And they're still trying to figure out what the right codec is to upload it, because there's different codecs at different resolutions. And then when you look at what you actually are doing in the broadcast business, you're not even using the same video format. You're using what is it, DNX HD, or you're using the Apple codec, the intermediary stuff, which has like 422 or 444 color at the end of it.
As much as I want to talk about codecs, I have 7 minutes left, so I want to talk about something cool.
Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. The idea is that you can't.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
If you wanted to actually get the high quality stuff, you still wouldn't be able to output it onto any kind of website.
Yeah, no, exactly. But it's really cool just how much more affordable all the technology is getting, and how much more like accessible everything is. Like the fact that you can now like enter the virtual world for $300, like it's pretty wild. I'm really excited to see where all that's gonna go. It's so crazy because I had like this weird existential fucking dreadful thought recently where I was like, I was a kid and I was seeing all these old people dying, and I was just like, oh shit, they're never going to see what the PlayStation 1 is like or whatever. And like now technology is getting so good that I'm sure by the time I'm like 60, 70, whatever, like on my deathbed, they're going to be like, oh, we finally figured out how to make the virtual reality oasis a thing, just like in the movie Ready Player One. And then I'd be like, oh, and I'd take my last breath, like whatever. Like I'm never going to be like
fucking find alien life, or they'll travel to like fucking another solar system.
We're about to be on the cusp of human immortality formula, and then just just croak. Knowing my luck, it would be the very last second. We're about to.
Or maybe what will happen is they'll do what they do in Futurama and just put your head in a jar.
I'm okay with that.
What, just being a head?
On something later. Yeah. God, that would be the worst.
I think it's
going
to be worse. I think my before Ready Player One came out, I had a similar idea, but I was like, okay, everybody loves playing World of Warcraft at the time that I was thinking of this so much. They spend all day long playing World of Warcraft. Why not just like live in the virtual universe in a time setting that you love so much? Like, I'm gonna be the NPC blacksmith now, and you get paid, and like the real overworld is just like a shitty dystopia, and you're in this fantasy world 9 out of 10 hours a day, and then you get up just to use the bathroom and eat.
I'd be so down with that.
I reckon that would be
you would have
pretty
tubes
old, though,
in you to
eventually.
deliver nutrients and shit at all hours of all, so you would never have to leave. You'd have like a
only if you could afford that rig. That's the point.
You'd have a tube shoved up your ass. It would like grab the shit and pull it out of you. Like, we're fucking getting.
It's like the Matrix, but you choose to live there and LARP as whatever you are, and then in the real world,
it's like the ideal life that we want is like more simplicity. Like, there's no, born too late to explore the world, born too early to explore the stars.
I feel like that's such a loser attitude, though. Like, oh wait, you can't explore anything. Like, everything's already been explored. That's such bullshit.
Kind of,
I feel like.
Unless you're like rich and you want to go to like. Take a risk with like Lyme disease in like a foreign tropical country. Yeah,
I think people are just too comfortable. You know what I mean? It's like, there's no Buffalo Wild Wings out in the wild. I don't want to leave. I'm too comfortable here in my.
I think it's more that we can view it all in a second anywhere on a satellite in like high def. Change the angle and shit.
This is why that film that I would make would be that question, because it's like, what's the Ready Player One ending is like, every Thursday we shut it down so everybody can go outside and play in this, and it's like touch grass. It's like, no, that's not the real question is, how real does real have to be? You know what I mean? What do people choose? Do they choose reality, and then is it being there? Is going to Hawaii to stand on the pier and look at the sunset important, or is seeing the image of it important? And that's like that opens up that whole old philosophical Plato allegory of the shadows on the wall. I think
the cave.
The cave, yeah. I think I'd be really, really annoyed that I never lived in true reality or knew what that was if I lived in a fake world. And I think that's the horror of it. I think people love the vacation aspect of it, but if you lived every day in Disneyland, I think you'd be miserable. If you worked every day in Disneyland, I think the magic would die.
I lived in Florida. I can confirm it was a fucking horrible place. You saw all the cracks.
Yeah, and people, you know, like I remember, there was one time I was a special effects guy at Disneyland. I installed something there for a Pirates of the Caribbean thing, and then I was like, all right, I'm out. I'm gonna go, and I snuck around and I was walking around behind, you know, backstage, and then I walked into the park and just walked around to see how I felt going behind the scenes to in front of the scenes, and like it was so funny to see the characters that walk around in the outfits and stuff as the Disney characters talking about smoking their cigarette, going like, "Yeah, I'm going to Vegas with Jerry on Saturday. We're gonna try and get.
We're gonna see Christina tonight.
Yeah, really gonna bang the shit out of her." And then they go outside and they're like, "Hi, I'm a Disney character." It's like that's the duality world that drives you.
Don't
crazy.
they like have like a SEAL teams or something that whenever like someone's drunk on premises or causing some kind of issue, they take them behind the scenes, just like grab them.
Well, they have a Disney jail. You can get put in
a Disney jail.
Yeah, that's the security place. They call it Disney jail, and then you can get taken there.
Do the security guards role play as like knights or something, or do you just Mickey Mouse like in a suit? Do they just like it's like, oh, you did a bad thing, oh?
But I wish that'd be really funny if it was like there was like a Mickey Mouse. Maybe they do that. Maybe they're like, all right, we got a fight going on. Send Mickey, and then they grab the guys, and then Mickey comes on like, hi, don't look over there, everybody.
And then, like Mickey just walks up with like a bat and just starts hitting him over the head. And it's making squeaking sounds like, oh, I'm in the car.
That South Park episode was so good. That's what it's like. You know, Mickey is just behind the scenes there in the office. No, it's not. They have exits everywhere so that they can get people out of the park because they want people to live in that the fiction. That's why they have there's a berm donut that surrounds the entire thing so that you can't see Orange County. Like if you're in Disneyland, you're looking anywhere any point when you're standing on the ground in the park, you can't really see over the edge of the horizon into the real world. You're just in the park. And it reminds me of like the kids' version of Las Vegas. Like in Las Vegas, they don't have windows in the casinos, so you can't tell what time it is. You don't know what's going on in the outside world. It's just like, no, just stay in the Matrix. Stay in this video game world where you're just, playing pachinko or whatever it is that you're doing. And then you get outside and you're like, oh shit, reality. And that to me is like what
they're trying to keep you in the park as well by taking you to the hotel.
Yeah, exactly. And in Las Vegas nowadays, and I understand why they did it. It's like you can't be drunk in Vegas walking in the middle of the street because they want people to just carry their drinks everywhere, do whatever they're doing, be high, because then they're spending money. So they have all these walkways with walls that you have to walk through private malls to get to the street again. Like I'm just walking down the street and then I go inside a building and then I'm outside a building and it's like a private enterprise. Like you're inside a theme park. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I must go. It's time for me to leave.
Okay, Chase. Well, thanks for your time. I appreciate having at least an hour of your time to chat and say whatever you liked. I didn't know what the hell you were going to talk about, but I'm glad you did. So
yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much, Shiny. You too. I wasn't expecting you to pop on for more than an hour, but why you felt so
I
aggressive?
Heard Mass Effect. And I needed to.
That was in the middle of another conversation. Like, what Shiny?
I did look. All I saw was, is anyone else going to join us for like Mass Effect? And I was like, oh, Mass Effect! I'm gonna fucking jump in there.
Mass Effect is a good time, but you're all beautiful, beautiful boys. I care about you very much. It was fun. Thank you for having me, and I will see you later. Also, I'm very excited to see how Chris Pratt's going to do in the new Mario movie.
Oh boy!
And that is when I hop in my pipe and leave.
Yay.
Thanks, Chase.
That was fun.
Okay. Well, Glib, I'm glad you popped on. I know you were busy today, so I couldn't get a hold of you, but...
I'm busy every day these days.
You've been pumping out the videos, my man. You've been really doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, I got something else going on. I want to jinx, so I can't talk about it. I got a couple things that I really want to talk about them, but if I talk about them, then the world...
He's having a wrestling match with Mickey Mouse.
Oh.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
No, I don't know. Whenever I go to Disneyland, I just go, I should be in charge. Is that egistical?
I don't know.
I'll be honest, if it was someone else saying that, if I was in charge, I'd be doing it better. I think you're just talking shit. But I know you do know quite a bit. So it's hard to tell if you are just saying that. It'd probably be harder if you were in that position, or if you actually would have the knowledge and the know-how to do it better.
It's so obvious what the problem is with Disneyland and why.
Sometimes it's easier to see the problem from the outside looking in than it is to see the problem from the inside.
I
ever had that where you won't see the issue yourself, but then someone else will very easily point out the issue, and then it seems kind of obvious to you when they point it out.
That's what's making all my review content take so long, is because every time that I hear a new person's perspective on it, I'm like, oh, the story changed. I don't want to get caught with the hot potato and the wrong take on something because I'm learning something new. It happens all the time. But when I'm and really what I always think about is there's got to be a money content aspect here. There's a power or money element that's missing from the equation, because that's the inside scoop. Obviously Disneyland, the way that I look at it is it has a problem with identity at this point, and it really has a spatial problem. So everybody feels really crowded because the park is not designed for the amount of people that are there, but they want more and more people to be there. Well, if you want more and more people to be there, you have to build more space. But that's Orange County we're talking about. And we're talking about 50, 70 year, whatever amount of years later after they had signed permits to get that material. So now you're in a legal battle. So there's got to be a legal money management issue here. And also money with all the COVID bullshit going on now. There's an issue. But it's so easily obvious in the post 2012, post 2015 Disney Star Wars era to see all the mistakes that they're making with these things. It's cool that they're making Marvel Land. California Adventure is really stupid, and I don't know why they ever did that. Why would you build a mini California in California? Do that where it's not California. Do that in France, and then bring Disneyland Paris here. You're not making any fucking sense. But what I think is interesting is that Disneyland is built off of its franchises. And as it's acquired new franchises, it needs to acquire new land to expand into those franchises. And it needs to be able to be a set amount of people per square inch for people to feel comfortable. That means that there needs to be expansion. Expansion means legal and money and political issues. So it's I totally understand why Disneyland has problems. But
there's going to be a point where it's
the only thing that can happen.
The 52nd state of America will be
Disneyland.
Yeah.
So it's I get it. They built more parking space and stuff, but when you're waiting 2 hours on peak hours to get on one ride, and people are going to this thing and they only can ride a few rides, all the people there that work there look miserable in the happiest place on earth, and they're delivering food to you that's not up to the par at an expensive restaurant. You're selling a resort experience, and it's just lacking. Customer service for all of the service-based industry stuff that we talk about these days is the worst it's ever been, because it costs money to give people material, and for people to actually care, you have to pay for them to care. We're not in a tipping industry anymore. You know what I mean? If you go back to what Disneyland was originally intended to be, it's supposed to be a park where you can take your kids and the parents won't be completely bored. What is it now? You know what I mean? It's a place where you get fast pass and everybody's trying to rush around and you're waiting in line to go on a ride that's going to be over in a minute and a half. Or you're going to the stupid Star Wars thing where the experience is so complicated or so expensive that nobody wants to take part in it. And it's not even based on what it is that you want to see anymore. So yeah, I think there's a big issue with expansion space. All these branded companies now, the Harry Potter world hasn't had any of these problems. The Universal expanded it on a small footprint, and they seem to be doing perfectly fine with that. That's because they have this legacy brand that they can mine for content. When I think about Disneyland and I think about Disney, I don't know what they're trying to present. Is it when you go to Frontierland, that's so disconnected from something that came out from the MCU or Pixar. How do you curate that content and that theme while still maintaining the same park? It's a very complicated issue. That's my tangent on Disneyland.
Well, thank you very much. Always nice to hear a story about theme parks that aren't exactly, theme parks in Toronto aren't very popular because we only have one. And we were using it to dish out injections, so
Oh, that sounds like the funnest time.
Oh, fun. All kinds of camps set out on the parking lots, injecting people in order. I think it's open now, but still got to wear masks, still got to have distance. And oh my God, was it packed when it opened up just last month. Just lineups for 4 hours to get on one ride. So, pretty ridiculous.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm going to go to stream memes because we've been going on for quite some time. Shiny, you got to go to bed and get your circadian rhythm back on par with God knows what you do in university life these days, but it's only been a week, so maybe you got to get some shut-eye either way. Let's
get drunk at parties.
That'll mess with you, yes. Okay. So,
right, okay. See you later.
Gorgeous Rex. The more our reality begins to crumble, so do we. That's not deep at all. Oh.
By the way, Glib, you smell.
Okay.
Every Arkham game.
Bye!
Every Arkham game, Bruce's parents press F. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Yes, we must constantly see the existence of Bruce's parents. Arkham Knight 2. Oh, good Lord. What is that? Why is that?
What am I looking at here?
I don't know if you could see the stream, but this is...
Oh, yeah. I'm still on every Arkham game Bruce's parents.
Oh, I see. There's a 20-second delay. Yeah, I do apologize. I don't think Mario Kart and Batman's a good combination. That's just sad.
No.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Mass Effect 1 fans, why did they turn my RPG into a cover shooter? Mass Effect 3 fans, why are you complaining about this cover shooter being a cover shooter? Yeah.
I never liked the gameplay in Mass Effect. It was always basic. It was always about the story. I really couldn't care less.
Yeah, even the first game was clunky, and the cover aspect was just a thrown element, and you could run around and openly pretty much, but you still had to hide sometimes, use a skill or technique to boost your shields. So there's lots of options. Mass Effect 2, they threw it all away.
It's very, very easy to take one of those games and make it so, if you hide behind cover by pressing the button, the character becomes invincible. But if you're out of cover, you get hit. It's such an easy programming, there's no complex calculations. It's just, they see you, they can hit you. They can't see you. Even if they could visually see you, they can't hit you because you're behind cover unless it's from this angle. It's like, all right, it's workable. Is that better or worse than what Knights of the Old Republic was? Because I think it's better. I think that's the biggest issue, Make the game a shooter and people can engage with it on an action level, and maybe we'll get an audience that we wouldn't get from KOTOR's style. Or from, what's the other one that was really good? What's the Kung Fu one? The karate one.
Right. Oh, from BioWare. Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, that was a niche, very niche audience because they were coming out with Dragon Age after that, and that was the big thing.
Right. But that was the one that I was like, oh, okay, they want to do action stuff, but they don't really know how to mix that with the RPG. And then Mass Effect was like, all right, management of the RPG stuff can be simple, management of the action can be simple, as long as we can continue the ride. And I thought that was a good combination. That clearly worked. Clearly.
Yeah, and they actually used the same interface, I would say, as KOTOR to jump to that game because the lip sync wasn't there yet. They weren't using Unreal. And you could clearly see, these are pretty much the same level quality of models, polygon counts, and what have you, than KOTOR. The thing with
sorry, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just gonna say, like, if you try to make an RPG into a shooter, it has to be really good as a shooter, or else it ends up like Cyberpunk, where it's like this should have just been whatever. This could have been just. I like the story in the world. It's not working though as a game.
Yeah, well, that's why we play
coming together.
That's why we play Mass Effect 1 because the story is already why you play it, and you don't care how clunky it is. You don't care how long the elevator rides take. You don't care about that crap because you want to progress the story and see how people react, even though you know what's going to happen. You just want to see the drama of the characters react and like voice acting and cutscenes and all the cinematics. That's it. It still holds up as a space opera. So, but the actual game mechanics of KOTOR, like the if you choose the Guardian class, which is the combat class, the close combat class, they have a Vanguard charge essentially. Same idea.
Right.
And it's just them just taking KOTOR and let's just make our own version of KOTOR with guns. And that's it. That's all they did.
I mean, that's once you're a studio and you go, all right, this is our style of gameplay. You want to make another one of those. It's like Scorsese making another crime movie. You know what the formula is, and it just becomes more distilled over time. It's the interesting thing is that there's a timely aspect of chasing a trend, you know. So cover shooter, obviously you'd make a cover shooter in what, 2006, 2007, because you got Gears of War, you got what's it called, Uncharted, you got the Rainbow Six games, that was huge. It's like making a linear first-person shooter in the same era. There's a clear selection of game types, and I think it really opened up when Steam took off, because then it's like things that are things that are niche that normally people wouldn't hear about can go and trend on the marketplace, and people will get into it. Like Factorio, that would be such a niche game in the 90s that only 90s art strategy builder types or whatever would be interested in. But there's a crossover appeal that's that started to appear in the late 2000s, and then has progressed with the green light and the Kickstarter stuff. I always think of what's that dumb game that'll never be finished? Star Citizen. That game is like, here, let's give everybody everything that they ever wanted, and then they made $1 million bajillion and like, okay, even more than what everybody wants, and it's this just space boondoggle. I feel like that is the great measuring stick, because whatever's popular is going to be coded into whatever people are trying to make at the time, and from a financial perspective. And I think that there was a whole era of people complaining about how games were becoming modernized like that. Like Fallout going first person, people were saying, oh, it's going to be Oblivion with guns. I think there were probably people back in the day with Mass Effect saying, I want it to be an RPG. This isn't a real RPG. This is a shooter. I don't like it. Or like Spoonie with XCOM's remake. This is not XCOM. The times change and the games get updated into different things, and studios usually start out with a rough pattern, but once they get onto it, it'll work really well. And what's funny is that I think happened to Mass Effect, where the game got better in the second one and third one, and the story and its construction kind of fell apart in a little bit.
They appealed to the mass market. They actually said they wanted the Madden crowd, they wanted the shooter crowd. It's like, really, you want to get those people for what reason?
That's the exact same thing that Todd Howard did with Fallout, saying we need to make Fallout 4 a shooter, because he knew that putting it on the console blew up the game. With Fallout and Oblivion, those games were huge, and diehard fans were like, no, they're not as good as Morrowind, it's not as good as Fallout 1 and 2, and then those people didn't matter because they made the money. So that's what I think happens.
That reminds me of when you talk about Kickstarter and RPGs, the successful ones that I remember. I'm playing the games right now. It's the Pathfinder series, which is a tabletop game. They translated that to the PC, and the second one just came out, as well as the guys from Konami, who either got fired or let go because of whatever Konami's doing. And the two games that came out of that were, well, there's three actually, because of Hideo Kojima, but he didn't go to Kickstarter, he did his own thing. It was the Koji Igarashi, who did Castlevania, which I guess is a quasi-RPG, side-scrolling with RPG elements, and the guys that did Suikoden, which is one of the first RPGs for the original PlayStation. And they created this thing called Eiyuden Chronicle, which is basically their version of Suikoden, and it's coming out, I think, well, they said, this year. It's probably coming out next year. I can't remember the exact date. But that's what people want. They want those old-school, pixel-based side-scrollers, RPGs with the beautiful music, the beautiful stories, and a cast of characters that's memorable. And there's such a huge fan base, not just from Japan, but from what Southern Asian country that is. Not Tibet. I can't remember a specific country that there's this huge fan base. You go to the Facebook group, and they just love it.
Really interesting. I mean, there's a lot of Asian countries that just don't get talked about a lot of the time, like Singapore. You never hear about Indonesia. You never hear about what Malaysian video games are being played. Everybody just talks about China.
Well, it's usually Korea, because there's such a big following of gaming in Korea, so you get a lot more.
It's so interesting that's an entire conversation about how East Asian countries are dealing with the industry and what the government thinks is exploitation of children and their time. I think it's so funny that China is limiting children's video game time. Like they're
that's weird.
parent.
I
It's
read
great.
that.
I think
was
it's
like,
really funny.
That is, yeah, that's not going to fly.
It's crazy. But Korea did a similar thing too, because there were people that were, there's a couple crazy instances where people back in the day of PC cafes. I mean, isn't it funny to think that there was a time when even people that would play video games all day still had to leave the house to go play video games? Now they don't have to do anything. They can just sit there. Like people used to die of heart attacks from sitting in a PC bang or whatever they used to be called in Asia. PC cyber cafe, whatever it is. But like whatever those were, people would like die. It's just like at least 2 stories of people that just stayed up too long playing video games because it's just so addictive. I remember the era that I grew up in, it was really popular to play a few games, and I think that there's always 1 or 2 games, just like what I was saying earlier about World of Warcraft, where people will just spend all their time in it. Like my thing is, I think everybody you can get away with one of those. You know what I mean? I sank like 1,000 hours into World of Warcraft or whatever, hundreds of hours in GTA 5 with my friends. After that, I feel very guilty about it. But there are people that have spent like 3,000 hours in a game that nobody plays anymore. And it's like, what did you gain out of that? It's like, damn, I don't know if that's a good thing. And I think that that's what those governments are thinking.
Well, I do know a buddy of mine who was really into computers and hardware, and he got into network administration. And when World of Warcraft came out, he was working while playing the game because he was busy. But there's a lot of downtime or a lot of stuff where nothing happens. So he was at work, network's up, everything's green. May as well have something in the background. And that was a social thing as well for him. So he met friends online. He would run around the office doing things, and it was always on in the background. So it wasn't a focus, but it was just a thing, like a screensaver, just to do while he was working. And no one cared because, network's up. That's my job. Replace a router here and there, whatever you do in your networking job. So I don't know if he still plays it. It's been a while since I talked to him. But you do meet some people who've played it for a few years, and they go, yeah, it's changed since this patch or this upgrade and this DLC or whatever. So it's part of the culture. And some of the people I did end up knowing, it was part of their life, but not as a game, as a social tool, because it's the biggest. I don't think it's the biggest anymore.
That's what MMOs did back in the day, was people that didn't have like a regular social life. They would get on, they'd play their game, but it was a huge social factor. I remember the reason why I thought World of Warcraft would never come back was because it wasn't about the game, it was about who was playing the game. It was people having these there were all sorts of insane like marriage proposals and funerals that got raided by people, like all sorts of bizarre real world stuff because people had put so much energy and time into it. That's always been something that I've looked at, like, I know I spend too much time on computers, even though I'm trying to use I've used the system to teach myself how to do trade stuff. I've used it to understand new ideas and communicate with people on things I normally wouldn't talk about. It's like, it's such a negative force on the back end, as opposed to like having real world experiences. It just doesn't compare. And I think that that's actually a bad thing. And I'm glad that era is kind of over. But on the other hand, the new era is kids with iPads. So I don't know how I feel about it. Like, that's probably worse.
It depends. I do have kids or niece and nephew that the niece uses their iPad and the Switch. She was playing Mario Kart the other day. She came by with my brother, and it's like, wow, that's really easy for you to just move your console with you and play by yourself, and then just pop it into the screen, and boom, now we're both playing together on this little dinky controller. Like, this is cool, and that's the function. That's the purpose, is to make it easy to play, but to not make it so serious that you have to keep playing. And she's not, obsessed with gaming or anything like that. She just likes Mario Kart a lot, which I think a lot of people do when they're not into gaming, but they play a game where they always say, "Oh, I'm great at Mario Kart," and they don't know a damn thing about Nintendo or the world at large. So I think it's okay so far. But yes, I have seen kids that are like 4 years old on the bus playing Minecraft on an iPad. I was like, wow, that's crazy. Anyway, keep on going. When you liked the multiplayer in Mass Effect 3, but friends wouldn't play it. Really? I thought that was the best part of the game. It was amazing for its time. It's still played today. I still pop it in now and again.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, Mass Effect 3 inspired the monetization practices of future games to this very day.
It wasn't the beginning of it. I would.
It wasn't the start.
2007. Not really. Oblivion in 2006 with horse armor. That was the real beginning of it from my perspective. It's like, oh shit, useless cosmetic items for sale.
Yeah. FIFA, I think, did it a few times.
Yeah.
Dragon Age 2 did it a bit. Yeah, no, every EA company had to do it. Multiplayer transactions.
Yep. Just got to do it. Just got to get that money. Map pack time.
Yeah, let the council die. Kill it if you have to. Oh, see, I always save the council because I wanted their gigantic ship. So, if you're going to fight a war in space, you need spaceships. That's just how it goes.
Yeah.
Simple logic. The microtransaction crates that have inspired a trend for most AAA games today. I need the shittiest take you have. No, that's too shitty. Oh, dear. Yeah, it wasn't always the best randomization, but, you eventually got what you wanted.
Yeah. I heard Mass Effect, so I just decided to join.
Oh, there you go. It's all the meme times, don't worry. Here's Shiny. Wait, it's all EMS points? Always has been, yeah.
It's Mass Effect 3 in a nutshell.
What a sad state of affairs where story gets reduced to enumeration. And it's like, yeah, you enumerated the death of a species. Here's 20 points. Like, what?
You genocided innocent people. Here you go, 500 points.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, thanks, writers. I'm glad you filled in that hole for me. I was always wondering what the question was. Didn't matter what the question was. The answer was always the same. The Rack and I. Mike Testa. That was fun. We got to see Mike Testa for once. Do not be afraid, Smud Chat. Mr. Meaty will judge you. Yeah, what a weird... Of all the things to watch, Mr. Meaty by Quinton. Holy crap. That was... Quinton
Mike Testa literally drew an angel. This is a biblically accurate angel.
Yeah, I don't know.
Close.
Quinton is always not creeping me out, but just making me feel uncomfortable whenever he opens his mouth.
Quentin is not the guy to hang out with.
I'm sure he's a nice person, but the topics...
Is he?
Well, I think most people are, but his interest lies in childhood shows, which is fine, but it's like every childhood show. Like, he just kept talking about that stuff. And I'm like, dude, there's more to your life than your childhood, I'm sure. But hey, whatever. Yes, this famous one.
Childhood is so over-idolized in our culture because most culture is oriented towards going post-puberty to getting married, because that's like the excitement. Like, oh, I'm going to get the girl, or I'm going to get the guy, or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm in charge and I have power. That's what most people are selling to. High school stuff or like college stuff, and then early 20. And then once you hit like 30, everybody's like, you're an old fucking boomer.
Fuck you, dude. Well, who cares? Oh, what? You're an alcoholic now? Things didn't work out? Ugh.
That's exactly how it feels to get older.
I wouldn't say I'm an alcoholic, but I do get sick. I got sick yesterday, so that's a bit
confetti for everyone.
Nose, yeah.
I stopped drinking completely, and I'm trying to get all the substances that I take out of my system, but I can't stop drinking coffee. You know what I mean? I just can't do it.
Coffee's fine.
I totally understand. Yeah.
Coffee.
Without the memes, would you?
What you talking about? I'm talking about Chuck's feed and sneed and. What are we doing? Going on memes, more memes.
One more. We're done. Also from the mind of Mike Testa. What the devil? You took a.
Mike during our Discord violated a cute doggo. That is all.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mike is doing here. But he put one dog in front of another dog face. So thank you, Michael.
Also, notice the plank.
What's that all about?
Every time I see Mike Testa, I think about the mob guys.
Also, there's Zoe Quinn under the couch, and there's just a random Christian.
Dude, you know how skewed that Zoe Quinn image is? You can't even tell that's her.
I just noticed. Yeah.
Jeez, Mike, I think you're taking your Photoshop skills a bit too seriously there. But okay, thank you. I mean, appreciate your memes. It's been a ride with you all year.
Paint.
It's been the super chats, it's been the memes, and now you're watching Ruby in the voice chat all day, which is weird. But hey, you got a hobby.
Suffering is good. Sometimes.
I got a hobby for watching shit. Also, remember? Wait. Yeah.
Sorry, Mike?
No, I was just gonna make a joke.
All right. Well, guys, it's been, let me see, how long are we going on? 7 hours? 6, yeah, almost 7 hours. Holy crap. Well, it's been all day for me, but...
Are we in Disneyland?
Are we in Disneyland? I think after another year or two, I think I want to go anywhere in the world. I'll be happy.
What, Disney? No, why would I go to Disneyland? I don't think they're fond of, I don't think they like me.
Really? Okay.
Considering they're very humanitarian. Very humanitarian.
I would hope so. I mean, there's other places to go, like Six Flags, or in Toronto we have Canada's Wonderland, and all sorts of other amusement parks. But, man, I think anyone, anywhere in the world would love to travel without reservation after all this crap. So, till then, we make do with what we can, watching videos together and commenting on them and having fun online. So, I think that's going to be all for tonight. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Glib, for popping in. Always nice to see you. Shiny went to bed. Good for him. Mike, nice to finally talk to you. And Tadros, we had to have a Mass Effect video, so you were the guy. The unique look at things, aside from myself, of course. But thank you so much for everyone for paying attention. Keep the videos coming. Keep the suggestions going. And we will see you hopefully tomorrow with our usual stuff from democratic voting on what to cover. And have a great one, guys. Take it easy. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Gute Nacht.